Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1869. The mantis's ferocious gaze changed as it stared at the corpse in disbelief. This corpse had actually blocked its attack. It was a little shocking. Lu Yin took this opportunity to take out progenitor Wuxiang's hide and stared at the mantis' eyes. The mantis shuddered, unable to move. Sea King, attack, 3 inches from its abdomen. Lu Yin barked, his eyes turning into runes as he stared at the mantis' abdomen. The Sea King's reaction wasn't slow, and he stabbed out with his spear, landing 3 inches from the mantis' abdomen. A huge force pierced into the mantis' body and sent it flying, spraying green blood along the way. Lu Yin coughed and hurriedly put away progenitor Wuxiang's hide and corpse. He was panting heavily, as he had almost been finished. Fortunately, he had the corpse, which had not even been affected by the mantis attacks. It was clearly a dead person, so who knew what kind of powerhouse it had been when it was alive. The mantis was heavily injured by the Sea King's spear and did not attack again. When Su Qing saw that even the mantis could not kill Lu Yin, he immediately stopped fighting. Lu Yin was also heavily injured and urgently needed treatment. At the same time, he was also afraid that the mantis would ambush the other envoys, so he did not pursue the battle. Both sides had tacitly agreed to stop fighting. Lu Yin had just returned to his spacecraft and Elder Jiu Shin came looking for him. He angrily roared, "Kid, withdraw from this battle immediately." Lu Yin seemed to be frightened by Elder Jiu Shin, and he clutched his chest as he coughed. Elder Jiu Shin's gaze grew fiercer. "Kid, did you hear that? Withdraw from this battle immediately. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin weakly replied, "Elder, I need to rest." Elder Jiu Shin was furious. "Stop acting." The second Night King and Lu Huang appeared, and when they saw Elder Jiu Shin's state, they quickly stood in front of Lu Yin. Elder Jiu Shin glared at the second Night King. Scram! The second Night King had only listened to Lu Yin because his fate was in Lu Yin's hands, and he would not let Elder Jiu Shin off. "You talk big. I've tolerated you for a long time, second Night King. Some people were afraid of your Day-Night clan and did not want you to enter the Neoverse, but I don't care." The second Night King's eyes narrowed. "You can try." The Day-Night clan had been forced into the Neoverse, and Elder Jiu Shin's words had lit a fuse. "Lu Huang, Elder Jiu Shin, kid, I'm not lying. Kid, I'm not joking with you. This war has nothing to do with you. The Celestial Beast Empire isn't as simple as it seems, or else we would have destroyed it long ago. The human domain has 7 half-progenitors, while the Astral Beast domain only has 1. Yet, they've been able to stand against us all this time. Do you really think that we're just plotting against the 6th mainland? 2. Ancestor Hui had schemed for many years. He had used the mountain and sea realm as bait to confuse the 6th mainland and the Eternals with the war between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain. He had made them think that the 5th mainland did not know the truth and had been fighting amongst themselves. The war between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain had been part of the plan from the very beginning. But after hearing Elder Jiu Shin's words, it seemed that the Astral Beast domain Celestial Beast Empire had not just been part of the plan, there were other reasons as well. The second Night King frowned. Even though the Day-Night clan was a pawn in the war against the Astral Beast domain, they did not know much about the Celestial Beast Empire. He listened carefully to Elder Jiu Shin's words, trying to find clues about the first Night King's death and the third Night King's fall. Humans have lived through ancient times. From the time when there were 6 mainlands, to the time when the Daosaur sect was still around, and then to the present day when the 5th mainland was separated from the Astral Beast domain. They have experienced far too much, and within the 6 oldest mainlands, most humans and beasts coexisted. The 4th mainland only had astral beasts and no humans, and all humans were expelled from the 4th mainland. This is the most ancient legend that most of the astral beast domain came from the shattered 4th mainland. No one knows what the astral beast domain is hiding or what the celestial beast empire inherited from the 4th mainland. During the war with the 6th mainland during the Daosaur Sex era, the astral beast domain produced progenitor Wushang, who was invincible. After the 5th mainland was divided and the mother tree was taken away, the astral beast domain and the human domain both suffered a great calamity. The human domain started a war with the astral beast domain not only to help the human domain mislead the everlasting and the 6th mainland, but also because the astral beast domain wanted to mislead the everlasting and the 6th mainland. Otherwise, do you think they would have cooperated? Don't underestimate the astral beast domain, and don't underestimate the celestial beast empire. Elder Jiao Xin said a lot in a single breath. It was obvious that he had told Lu Yin everything he knew, regardless of whether it was the ancient legends or his own guesses. He had also threatened Lu Yin in hopes that he would not participate in this war. Elder Jiao Xin's words caused the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, and Master Yuan, who had just arrived, to fall into deep thought. Lu Yin recalled the scene when he had first merged with the Yin Gui's body. Through the Yin Gui's memories, he had seen Imperial Preceptor Skymender and countless important figures of the Celestial Beast Empire worshipping a statue. He had also seen countless human-shaped source boxes. The Astral Beast domain was indeed hiding something. Elder Jiao Xin was not joking, he was truly afraid. I've said so much just to tell you that humans have their own ways, and beasts have their own ways. Don't think that you've succeeded just because you've temporarily stopped the astral beast domain. If this continues, even I won't be able to protect you. If you hadn't saved yourself in that battle just now, you would have died, Elder Jiao Xin said gravely. Lu Yin bowed to Elder Jiao Xin with a solemn expression. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I'm not trying to be brave, nor am I trying to compete with the astral beast domain. However, I cannot abandon the countless lives of the Outerverse. My name is Lu Shaoxian, or Lu Yin. I came from the cosmic sea to the Innerverse, and I also settled down in the Outerverse. I started off on that tiny Earth, which is one of my homeworlds. If the astral beast domain massacred the Sirius sect, would Senior not care? Elder Jiao Xin facepalmed, as he had wasted his breath. Ever since the start of the war, many people had tried to persuade Lu Yin to give up, but they had all been rendered speechless by Lu Yin's words. Were cultivators really heartless? Could they really treat human lives like dirt? Not necessarily. If they were truly heartless, then why would there be wars? War was a struggle for benefits, but it was also a means of protection. If Progenitor Qin did not care about the 5th mainland and its countless lives, then why would he fight to the death? Why would the astral tree domain resist the Eternals? At the end of the day, the essence of war was protection. If I can't save Lu Yin, then I'm willing to die in front of him, Master Yuan spoke up and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Elder Jiao Xin glared at Master Yuan. Stop arguing. It's none of your business. Master Yuan smiled. You're still the same. No matter what you do, you're still better at defending yourself. Elder Jiao Xin sneered, better than you. You haven't improved after all these years. I can send you flying with a single slap. But I've protected many people, Master Yuan continued to smile proudly. Elder Jiao Xin held his breath. Stop saying that. You haven't changed even after so many years. It's disgusting. He then stared at Lu Yin. It's fine if I can't persuade you, but I'm warning you, there are some things you shouldn't say. Also. His eyes narrowed. If you really die, I'll take that thing with me. Master Yuan shook his head. Still the same. Lu Yin had the second Night King and Lu Huang leave. He then looked at Master Yuan apologetically. Senior, this war might not be as optimistic as I thought it would be. It's my fault for dragging you into this. Master Yuan waved his hand and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Me coming here has nothing to do with you. Countless lives are at stake here, and even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have come. You, on the other hand, were willing to take on this war alone. Lu Yin felt helpless. This used to be the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and it's also my hometown. Countless people call me Alliance Master, and I can't let it go. Master Yuan sighed. Yes, I can't let it go. I can only fight. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Lu Yin walked over to the control panel and looked at the flashing red dot on the fleet. We've lost more than half of our fleet. After this war, the Great Eastern Alliance's strength will be greatly reduced. But that doesn't matter. What I'm most worried about is that we won't be able to contain the Astral Beast domain. Is the Astral Beast domain really as terrifying as Elder Joshin says? Master Yuan's expression was solemn. You have to remember that humans are the best at expanding the universe. If the Astral Beast domain didn't have the ability, then no matter what the reason was, they would have been enslaved by the humans a long time ago. Although Master Yuan's words were not as clear as Elder Joshin's, Lu Yin still understood. Master Yuan's meaning was the same as Elder Joshin's. The Astral Beast domain was not easy to deal with. Actually, if the Great Eastern Alliance hadn't come, then I would have been prepared to face the Astral Beast domain alone, even if I had to die. Speaking of which, you saved my life. Lu Yin smiled as well. We clearly won the war, but it's like we lost. Elder Joshin really knows how to dampen the spirits of his own people. He's not a good comrade. Ha ha ha, you just got to know him. When I first met him, he was already like this. Compared to risking his life, he's better at protecting himself and occasionally dampening the spirits of his own people. If it weren't for his extraordinary innate gift, he would have been hung up and beaten a long time ago. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, please tell me more. Master Yuan was flabbergasted. You should heal yourself first. It seems like your injuries are quite serious. Lu Yin did not mind. I'll be fine soon. The Wisdom Gate constantly released his vitality, and with the help of pills, as long as his injuries were not too serious, he would be able to recover quickly. Lu Yin was the least afraid of competing with others in endurance. Unfortunately, with his strength, he would either crush others or be crushed. No one would compete with him in endurance. A day later, the Ice Emperor withdrew from the battlefield due to his severe injuries. He had fought several consecutive battles, but his opponent had always been Feng Lin, and his injuries had also been caused by Feng Lin. Lu Yin immediately suspected that the Ice Emperor had done this on purpose. The Ice Emperor was naturally at a disadvantage against Feng Lin. Both of them used ice, but Feng Lin had the tricolored light that could melt anything. The more they fought, the more the Ice Emperor was at a disadvantage, and in the end, he was injured by the tricolored light. After the Ice Emperor withdrew, the Mountain God also withdrew. He had almost died in the previous battle, as there had been too many experts. Even with his strength as an emissary, he was not confident that he could survive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1870. Lu Yin looked at the Mountain God with interest. I'm curious, where did you get the courage to ask me to withdraw from the battlefield? Normally, the Mountain God would appear in the form of 1,000,000 mountains. However, on this battlefield, he did not dare to do so. The 1,000,000 mountains were too big and too big of a target. Once he appeared, he would probably be dead. Therefore, he joined the battle with his original appearance, which was a small old man. Alliance Master Lu, it's not that I want to withdraw, but that I have no other choice. The Divine Great Hall has internal strife, and I have to return as soon as possible to quell it, the mountain deity said awkwardly. Since there's internal strife in the Divine Great Hall, then it should indeed be quelled. However, he then looked at the mountain god, and when he saw the mountain god's expectant gaze, he continued, "Let the 8th Allied Army take your place." The 8th Allied Army was formed by the Day-Night clan and the Outerverse cultivators, with Yen Yen as its commander. The 8th Allied Army had originally been stationed at Erudite Flowzone, but since Erudite Flowzone did not belong to the Great Eastern Alliance, it was now stationed at Beast Tamer's Flowzone. The mountain god's expression changed. Alliance Leader Lu, when we first joined the Alliance, the agreement stated that the Alliance army was not allowed to interfere with the internal affairs of the major powers. Alliance Leader Lu, are you trying to break the agreement? Lu Yin replied, of course not. It's just that Your Excellency Mountain God has a request, and the Alliance will definitely do its best to fulfill it. The Divine Great Hall has internal strife, but Your Excellency has no time to attend to it. You're worried about the internal strife, but you can't let go of the battlefield. Since that's the case, the 8th Alliance can be put to good use, don't you think so? Your Excellency Mountain God. The mountain god's face turned ugly. When did he ask for an alliance? The mountain god gritted his teeth and resolutely said, Alliance Master Lu, the Divine Great Hall's internal strife is inevitable. Lu Yin suddenly slapped his head. I almost forgot. The Divine Great Hall's losses weren't small, and the 8th Allied Army not only needs to quell the internal strife, but they also need to appease the people. How did they lose? The mountain deity's heart sank, as the Divine Great Hall's greatest loss had been the burial gate. An unknown powerhouse had walked out and massacred all of the Divine Great Hall's cultivators around the gate. He had even destroyed the gate and left. The mountain deity thought that Lu Yin was unaware of this matter, but it wasn't that the mountain deity didn't know, he just didn't want to talk about it. Lu Yin had specially contacted the 8 great flow zones, and each of them had at most one burial gate that could be freely entered and exited. The Divine Great Hall was no exception, and they had reported the only burial gate that could be freely entered and exited to the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the burial gate that had caused the accident, Lu Yin had secretly left it behind. If this matter was exposed, Lu Yin would have a reason to deal with him. Thinking of this, the mountain deity felt helpless. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin nodded as he watched the mountain god leave. The mountain deity was not the only one who wanted to leave. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, and the others all wanted to leave as well. He also wanted to, so he couldn't let the mountain god leave. Otherwise, once he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to stop it. The fleet had already retreated again and again, and the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements continued to appear. Lu Yin looked towards the northeast, hoping that Wei Rong would be able to make it in time. A few days later, the war broke out again. For the next month or so, the battles continued. The envoy-level battles attracted the attention of countless people on the Fifth Mainland. The Great Eastern Alliance had been defeated several times in a row. Abel Phoenix had died, and the Ice Empress had withdrawn from the alliance. Even though they had added Madame Yu to their ranks, they still could not stop their decline. The mountain god and the others were not so much fighting as dealing with the situation. As a result, the battlefield had retreated from the asteroid belt to North Castle Weave. Lu Yin had been ambushed by the mantis several times, but he had learned his lesson and made sure not to stray too far away from Elder Jiu Xin and the other powerhouses whose power levels were in the millions. Although the mantis was fast, Lu Yin was able to survive with the help of the other powerhouses. The Hall of Honor had finally made a move a few days ago, and they had sent 2 envoys. The size of the fleet was far smaller than the Great Eastern Alliance's, but the fact that they could provide reinforcements still made Su Qing apprehensive. The battlefield had calmed down considerably, and Su Qing watched from the sidelines. If the Hall of Honor sent more reinforcements, then he could only wait and see. The astral beast domain and the human domain were two behemoths. Once a war broke out, it would be like a bottomless pit. Thus, from the beginning to the end, there were very few wars that involved an unlimited number of people. The battlefield in Iron Blood Weave, the border battles in Erudite Flow Zone, and so on had almost no envoys. Both sides had maintained a tacit understanding. The Astral Beast domain had launched a large-scale attack this time because they were certain that the Sixth Mainland did not care about the Eastern Weaves, and they were also certain that the Hall of Honor would not interfere. Thus, they had decided to launch a large-scale attack, but they had not expected to run into the Great Eastern Alliance. Now, they were facing the Great Eastern Alliance. If the Great Eastern Alliance had been replaced by the Hall of Honor, then the Astral Beast domain would not have fought to the death. Instead, they would have turned North Castle Weave into Iron Blood Weave. Another half a month passed, and 5 months had passed since the start of the war. Before this, no one had expected the Great Eastern Alliance to last this long. Even Su Qing had not expected this. He had fought until his hair had turned white, and the more he looked to the south, the angrier he became. He had raised his hand several times to call Lu Yin on his gadget, but in the end, he put it down. He really wanted to kill Lu Yin with his own hands. That bastard had forced him to stop. Otherwise, the eastern weaves of the Outerverse would have been theirs, and they would have been able to construct defenses to deal with the Sixth Mainland's counterattack. With a bang, Su Qing clenched his fist and shook the void. Attack! The war had begun once again. Countless people in the Great Eastern Alliance had already become numb to the fact that people were dying every day. The envoys were becoming more and more shrewd, and this included the Astral Beast domain's envoys. When they entered the battlefield, they would subconsciously choose opponents that were on par with them. For example, the mountain god had been staring at a beast that was similar in strength to him the moment he entered the battlefield, and that beast had also been staring at him. Fear of death was a common trait of all living creatures, regardless of whether they were humans or astral beasts. Elder Jiao Xin was still facing the Sword King. The Second Night King and the Heavenly Demon had already fought many times. The Second Night King's strength was enough to suppress the Heavenly Demon, but it was not easy to kill him. If the Heavenly Demon did not attack, then his spiritual force would wreak havoc on the battlefield, causing great damage to both sides. The Second Night King could not allow the Heavenly Demon to attack, and the Heavenly Demon could not allow the Second Night King to attack. Lu Yin looked out into space. Both sides had their own opponents, and this battle was still a battle of attrition. At that moment, his gadget rang, and Lu Yin looked at it. Strangely, it was Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan had Lu Yin's contact information, but he had never contacted him before. This was the first time. Lu Yin accepted the call, and a screen appeared in the sky. Zhou Shan's face was deathly pale. Something has happened to Earth. He then pointed the screen into the distance. Lu Yin's expression changed as he looked at the screen. Astral beasts. Outside Earth, many astral beasts were attacking, and it was a small battlefield. Much of Earth had been destroyed, and half of Nanjing had been reduced to ruins. However, this alone was not enough to alarm Lu Yin. He stared into space and saw a familiar beast, the octopus. The one that had once fought him on the battlefield, the one with great defense, had actually gone to Earth. No wonder he hadn't seen it on either battlefield. He had been so focused on the mantis that he had forgotten about it. I know that you're on a battlefield, and the appearance of these astral beasts is probably related to your battlefield. But there's no other way. I've got to save Earth, Zhou Shan said in a low voice. "I'll be there right away," Lu Yin replied. He then hung up and looked up into space. The octopus was powerful enough to easily destroy Earth, but it had not done anything yet. It was clearly trying to lure Lu Yin over. There was a trap there, an obvious one. Even though he knew that it was a trap, Lu Yin had no choice but to step into it. Otherwise, Earth would definitely be destroyed. The battle in space was exceptionally intense. Everyone had their own opponents, and no one could leave. Lu Yin frowned. Su Qing had started the battle to delay everyone and create a trap for Lu Yin. "Admiral Shui, I'll leave the battlefield to you," Lu Yin instructed Shui Chuanxiao. He then left the fleet alone and headed south. Earth was located in the northern part of Frostwave Weave, and it was very close to North Castle Weave. With Lu Yin's speed, he quickly crossed through North Castle Weave and arrived at Frostwave Weave. Su Qing and Emperor Lu were constantly fighting, and he would occasionally glance at the southern fleet. Would Lu Yin go? He was not sure, but it all depended on whether that planet was important to Lu Yin or not. Half a day later, Su Qing pushed away Emperor Lu's sword with a look of ecstasy. He had just received news that Lu Yin had arrived on Earth. In Frostwave Weave, outside a beautiful azure planet, Lu Yin stepped out into space and swept through space with his emptiness palm, killing all the astral beasts except for the octopus. On Earth, countless people looked up at the sky and watched as the octopus tried to wrap around Lu Yin. At the foot of Mount Zhou lay the corpse of a giant beast the size of a mountain. It looked huge, but it was only a meter, and Lu Yin was able to kill it. Every city and ocean on Earth had been invaded by giant beasts, causing incalculable losses. However, now was not the time to deal with such matters. The battle in outer space was the most important. This was not Lu Yin's first time fighting this giant octopus, and it was very troublesome. He did not even know how to kill it. Su Qing could not have just sent one to deal with him, so Lu Yin remained vigilant. Lu Yin's battle with the octopus stirred up space and caused Earth's oceans to boil. No one doubted that Earth could be destroyed at any moment. Gradually, Lu Yin purposefully led the octopus away from Earth and closer to Jupiter. There was a loud boom as Jupiter's observatory exploded, and the people inside fled ahead of time. Lu Yin stood atop the ruins of the observatory as the octopus beast viciously charged towards him. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at his surroundings, but there were no rune lines. This was impossible. How could a single octopus beast deal with him? After Lu Yin retreated, the observatory was smashed to pieces. In the distance, in an unnoticed part of space, a creature the size of a fingernail slowly turned around and faced Lu Yin. This was a death bug, a race ranked second on the celestial beast list. Legend had it that it was born from the body of an ancient progenitor and could ignore physical defenses. It was incomparably tough and extremely fast. Even though there were very few of them, this race was still ranked second on the celestial beast list, which showed their status in the astral beast domain. This death bug was Su Qing's method to deal with Lu Yin. A death bug had appeared in the Sovereign Tournament before, but Drunkard had used his arcane creation realm star energy to toy with it. This was actually the most effective way to deal with the death bug, as it would have been very difficult to win otherwise. Even Lu Yin's death transformation could not destroy the death bug. An envoy-level death bug working together with the octopus was enough to kill Lu Yin. This was Su Qing's plan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1871. Death Bug and the Sword King were from the same batch of astral beasts as reinforcements, but they had been hiding all this time in order to kill Lu Yin at a critical moment. Although it was a pity that Lu Yin had lost the Death God's inheritance, Su Qing had no choice but to use this move to completely destroy Lu Yin. Death Bug was ready to charge out at any moment. With its speed and strength as an envoy, Luin would not be able to dodge. Moreover, the octopus beast was disrupting the star energy, making it even more impossible to dodge. Just as Deathbug was about to charge out, the octopus beast disappeared. Deathbug was stunned and flapped its shell. Where was the octopus? Gone. It had watched as the octopus beast crashed into a yellow planet and never come out again. How could this be? Luin should not have been able to kill it. Outside of Jupiter, Luin sighed. He had thrown the octopus into Jupiter, and once it entered, it would not be able to leave. Even with his current strength, he did not dare to enter, even if he knew that this place might lead to the cosmic tree. Su Qing would never have dreamed that such a place existed outside of Earth. Luin did not even need to defeat the octopus beast, all he needed to do was trick it into entering. Deathbug was stunned for a while, but the octopus beast still did not come out. Luin looked around and found it strange. The octopus beast could not have been the only one ambushing him, but where were the other astral beasts? One was searching while the other was in a daze. After a while, Luin shook his head and stepped out, appearing outside of Earth. Just as he was about to enter, he felt a sense of danger. Deathbug slammed into him from behind and sent him crashing into Earth. There was a loud boom, and Luin crashed into a tall building like a meteor. His body was pressed into the ground, and from the center of the building, the ground shattered and spread throughout the entire city. Intense pain spread from his back, and Luin grimaced as he propped himself up. Above his head, rocks crashed down with another boom. He touched his back and found that blood had seeped through his clothes. He looked up and leapt out of the ground to look at the sky. At that moment, he saw rune lines with a power level of over 600,000. Was that Deathbug? Luin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that it was Deathbug. Fortunately, he had thrown the octopus beast into Jupiter in advance, or he would have been in trouble if the two beasts had joined forces. His miniature armor had shattered, and he did not have any special defenses. Fortunately, Deathbug's power level was not high, or that attack would have pierced through him. Even so, it was still a great threat to him due to its special species. The speed of killing insects was fast, and they ignored physical defense. They were simply his nemesis. However, it wasn't without a solution. Luin's eyes turned into runes. As long as the difference in power level wasn't too great, he could deal with a knower or unknowable cultivator. Suddenly, he turned to look in another direction, where he saw a familiar yet terrifying number of rune lines. It was the mantis. Luin's pupils shrank when he saw two blades slashing down. This was Su Qing's true trump card. Earth's trap was too obvious, and even if Luin had come, he would definitely have come prepared. The octopus had lured Luin to Earth, and Deathbug's sneak attack had been enough to draw out Luin's backup plan. The real killer was the mantis. With the mantis' speed, there was no way Luin could dodge it. The truth was that Luin could not avoid the mantis's attack. He watched as Saber Lien slashed down, and then the attack mysteriously disappeared. Luin was pushed back by the force of the mantis's charge, but he was not injured at all. The mantis's ferocious eyes flashed with astonishment, and it looked up. At some point in time, another person had appeared in the sky. It was an old man who did not seem to be anything special, but it was this old man who had redirected its attack. Use secret art, void transfer. The old man who had appeared was the Yu family's resident elder, the one who had led the Yu family out of the Neoverse and had survived despite being chased by the 7 sky gods. Luin naturally could not charge into the trap alone, so he had found the Yu family's resident elder and awakened him so that they could come to Earth together. Fortunately, the Yu family's seclusion grounds were not too far from Earth. Luin panted heavily, feeling a lingering fear. Thankfully, the Yu family's resident elder had not disappointed him. Someone who could escape the 7 sky gods' pursuit was indeed powerful. He had to thank the city for remembering the Yu family's resident elder. Back when the technocracy had joined forces with the 6th mainland to attack the Outerverse, the city had sent an emissary through the astral wilderness into Frostwave Weave, but that emissary had been chased away by the Yu family's resident elder. The city had attached great importance to this matter and had told Lu Yin about it. Otherwise, Lu Yin might not have remembered this elder. Cough cough. The Yu family's resident elder looked haggard. I can't help you much. The injuries caused by the 7 sky gods are very difficult to recover from, so you must be mentally prepared. Lu Yin pointed at the praying mantis. Senior, can you deal with it? The Yu family's resident elder looked at the praying mantis. Let's try. The praying mantis let out a sharp shriek and charged at Lu Yin. Its speed was so fast that Lu Yin could not react in time. At the critical moment, the Yu family's resident elder waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to redirect the praying mantis attack. Compared to the Sea King, the Yu family's resident elder was more suited to deal with the praying mantis. He did not need to use too much strength, and he only needed to restrain the praying mantis attack. In outer space, the death bug disappeared and reappeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The 3 beasts had been prepared, and if nothing unexpected happened, they could indeed deal with him. But now, he needed to deal with them. Once the 3 beasts were dealt with, the pressure on Su Qing's side would be greatly reduced. Bang! The death bug slammed into Lu Yin's body, and he was sent flying back. However, he was fine since his knowing unknowability had withstood the attack. He wanted to retaliate, but he could not find the death bug. There was another collision from the side, but the death bug was so fast that Lu Yin could not even grasp its trajectory. Even the vacant palm could not be used, as he could not find its direction. The stars revolved, and over 10,000 stars spread throughout the city. Within the city, countless people were fleeing for their lives when they saw the sudden appearance of the stars. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to make contact. A shadow flashed past the corner of Lu Yin's eyes, and he subconsciously struck out with his palm. The vacant palm brushed past the death bug and shattered the void. Lu Yin's body was hit again, but he still could not find the death bug's trajectory. His domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force were all used, but he still could not find the death bug's trajectory. Fortunately, the death bug's attacks were ineffective against him, and it seemed like a stalemate. Lu Yin was not sure if he could catch the death bug while in the Grim Reaper transformation, but he wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he heard the Yu family's resident elder's voice. Kid, I can't hold on any longer. Lu Yin was stunned, and he looked up into space. The praying mantis was constantly trying to charge towards Earth, but the Yu family's resident elder used various methods to stop it each time. Senior, what did you say? Kid, I told you that I was heavily injured by the witch spirit god and needed to be sealed in ice to recover. I can't help you for long. This beast is extremely fast and its attacks are fierce. I can't stop it anymore, the elder said helplessly. Lu Yin was anxious. If the Yu family's resident elder could not stop the praying mantis, then he would definitely die. Senior, can you think of a way to destroy it? It's very difficult. I could easily destroy it at my peak, but I'm too heavily injured, the elder said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What if I have a progenitor item? Something that can instantly freeze the praying mantis. The elder was astonished. You have a progenitor item. You can try. Lu Yin took advantage of the moment when the death bug had struck him to retrieve progenitor Wushang's hide from his cosmic ring and used the Yu's secret art. Senior, don't stare at it. This is progenitor Wushang's hide. In outer space, the elder casually waved his hand, and progenitor Wushang's hide appeared in his hand. The moment the hide appeared, the death bug suddenly stopped moving, as if it had sensed something. The praying mantis's originally ferocious gaze was now filled with confusion and fear. The aura of progenitor Wushang's hide gave it an innate suppression. The Yu family's elder looked at the praying mantis beast. The space beneath his feet shifted, and progenitor Wushang's hide imprinted on the praying mantis beast's head. In an instant, the praying mantis beast couldn't even move. Its body was penetrated by the Yu family's elder, and it fell to earth, crashing into the mountains. The elder was exhausted. "Kid, that beast is heavily injured and covered in progenitor Wushang's hide. It won't be a threat to you. I'll be leaving now. Don't go back on your words." He then turned and left. Lu Yin stared in the direction where the praying mantis had been sent flying and saw that the rune lines were rapidly weakening. The praying mantis was heavily injured and couldn't move. Now, he just had to deal with the death bug. Wait, where's the death bug? Ever since Lu Yin had taken out progenitor Wushang's hide, the death bug had stopped attacking him. Something was wrong. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly rushed over to where the praying mantis had fallen. The death bug looked like an insect, but it was actually a creature that had cultivated for many years. It wasn't an unintelligent beast, and it could tell that progenitor Wushang's hide was suppressing the praying mantis. The only way to kill Lu Yin was to work together, and it couldn't do it alone. Lu Yin tore through the void and arrived beside the mountain. He looked down and saw a ferocious blood-red gaze. Progenitor Wushang's hide had fallen to the ground, and the death bug was there as well. The Yu family elder left in a hurry. Not good. Just as that thought appeared in Lu Yin's mind, he was sent flying by a huge impact. It was the death bug again, and the praying mantis's blade descended from above. It had been heavily injured by the elder, and its body had been pierced through. Its strength had been greatly reduced, but it hadn't slowed down by much. The blade slashed down, and Lu Yin subconsciously retrieved the corpse. There was a thump, but the corpse was unharmed. Even if the praying mantis had been at its peak, it wouldn't have been able to harm the corpse in the slightest. Although the corpse hadn't been harmed, the force of the blow still sent Lu Yin flying and crashing into an island. Lu Yin flipped over and landed smoothly, black and white mist surging out from his body as a giant cocoon wrapped around him. The death bug viciously slammed into the cocoon, sending it into the sea. Back in Nanjing, Zhou Shan didn't know how Lu Yin was doing. The astral beasts had attacked, and Earth had once again descended into Armageddon. All of the surveillance equipment in outer space had been destroyed, and he didn't even know where Lu Yin was fighting. Billions of people on Earth were in a state of panic. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin transformed into a grim reaper, black and white mist coiling around his body as he leapt out of the sea. The aura that caused astral beasts' souls to tremble descended, but it only lasted for an instant and couldn't change the situation. In front of him, the praying mantis's blade descended. Lu Yin raised his left arm, and the white mist formed a shield that collided with the blade. There was a thump, and his body was sent flying. He had blocked the blade's attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1872. The mantis had been heavily injured, and its strength had dropped significantly. Otherwise, even with the Reaper transformation, it would not have been able to fight across such a large gap. Death Bug charged at him from behind, and Lu Yin's senses went off. While in the Reaper transformation, he could not use the cognizance true scripture of Eon evolution, so he had to face the bug head-on. However, Lu Yin was able to capture the bug's trajectory. If the bug wanted to hit him, it would have to enter the black and white fog around him. Once it did, it would be entangled by the deathly aura and its speed would plummet. This was Lu Yin's only chance to capture it. The first time, Lu Yin used the shield on his left arm to block the bug's attack. The second time, he directly slashed at Go Lian. The first time he hit Death Bug, it sent Death Bug flying. Behind him, the mantis slashed at him again. Lu Yin had just sent the bug flying and did not have time to defend himself. He was struck by the slash, and the huge force threw him towards the ground. He crashed into the city, causing panic. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He was facing two extremely fast beasts at the same time. One of them was heavily injured, but its attacks were still swift and fierce. It was difficult for Lu Yin's attacks to break through its defenses, and while the other was able to track its movements, it was also difficult for him to break through its defenses. The death bug's toughness had exceeded his expectations. He was helpless against the two beasts working together. He took out the corpse again and slashed out with the Golian. Bang! It collided with the mantis blade. Death Bug charged at him from the side, but it hit the corpse instead. The force pushed Lu Yin back, and he countered with the Golian's horizontal slash. It cut through the void and landed on the bug's body, but it was like hitting a bean. On the other side, the mantis blade was blocked by the corpse again. Carrying the corpse, Lu Yin was evenly matched with the two beasts. The corpse covered a large area and could easily block attacks, but the shield on his left arm was too small and difficult to defend against. This battle lasted for a full hour, and Lu Yin did not have a chance to rest. The mantis gaze grew increasingly savage. Finally, Lu Yin had used up more than half of his deathly aura and was forced to withdraw from the Reaper transformation. He still had to save some of his deathly aura just in case, but he was sent flying by the bug as soon as he did so. His body crashed to the ground, and a shadow fell from above. It was a huge statue that was pressing down on him. There was a loud crash as the statue landed beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Yin gasped for breath. The dead bug had appeared in front of him again, not giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. He decided to think of a way to send another beast to Jupiter. His pupils turned into runes, knowing whether he was in the realm of knowing or not, the impact of the dead insects would be useless. Just as the worm was about to crash into Lu Yin, a bolt of lightning flashed through the void, and a huge figure appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to have come from another dimension, and it stepped on the worm as it charged into outer space, bringing with it endless lightning that swept through the sky. Lu Yin's mouth fell open in shock. Was that a rabbit? A rabbit that breathed in and out thunder appeared. It stepped over the dead worm and rushed toward the starry sky. Before it left, it even grinned at him, revealing two shining front teeth. This scene overturned his worldview. Even Lu Yin couldn't figure out how the rabbit had appeared, but it definitely wasn't due to its speed. In that instant, the rabbit's rune lines weren't as terrifying as the mantis's at its peak. Even if the mantis was at its peak, it couldn't have appeared without warning, so how had the rabbit appeared? Appearing out of thin air. The rabbit looked very familiar, and Lu Yin had seen it before. It had stepped on Elder Lohar, and now, it was stepping on the dead worm. The dead worm's attack was stunned by the rabbit's stomp, and it forcefully blocked the attack for Lu Yin. Just as the rabbit charged into outer space, a figure appeared out of nowhere. "Damn rabbit, how dare you run? Daddy's angry, and he'll catch you himself if you keep running." The figure roared at the sky, but then froze, feeling that something was amiss. He slowly looked around. Why is this place in ruins? Jiang Qin. Lu Yin probed. The figure turned around and met Lu Yin's gaze. He blinked and smiled. "Yo, friend, long time no see. Be careful." Lu Yin's expression changed. The mantis rushed over and slashed out with its blade, looking like it wanted to kill Jiang Qin at the same time. Jiang Qin turned around and saw the mantis blade. He let out a strange cry. Whoosh! Jiang Chen's body was flung away, but the mantis blade didn't slow down and continued to slash at Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the corpse as a shield and took another blow. His body was sent flying, landing right next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen! Lu Yin shouted, his heart sinking. He couldn't have been killed by the mantis, could he? Jiang Chen coughed twice and rubbed his chest, grimacing as he spat out the sand in his mouth. What the hell is this? Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also surprised that he couldn't see Jiang Chen's rune lines. How was this possible? Moreover, he was unharmed by the mantis slash. If he was stronger than the mantis, how could he have been hit? What a strange person. Jiang Chen looked up and saw the mantis viciously waving its blade in the distance. He sucked in a cold breath. Friend, is this your enemy? Be careful. Lu Yin shouted again. He saw a dead worm out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't catch it in his current state. Jiang Chen subconsciously curled himself into a ball and waited for a while, but no one attacked him. He looked up and saw that Lu Yin was being hit by something. How could it be so fast? He almost couldn't see clearly. In the distance, the mantis swung its blade and slashed at him. Lu Yin could withstand the dead worm's attack with his knowingness realm, but he didn't dare take the mantis attack head-on. The difference between them was too great, and even if the mantis was heavily injured, Lu Yin didn't want to take the risk. Seeing the mantis coming, he could only take out a corpse and use it as a shield. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was fighting 1 against 2. No, it was 2 against 1. He was being beaten up, and he was even carrying a corpse. This was the first time he'd seen such a fighting style. Help me! Lu Yin shouted, glancing at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen blinked his eyes. How? Take care of 1, Lu Yin said. Jiang Chen was troubled. It's not easy, they're too fast. I can't beat them. So you want to run first like last time? Lu Yin shouted. He was referring to the attack on Jupiter's space station. At that time, Jiang Chen had disappeared inexplicably. He had been sucked away by Jupiter to the starry sky. Jiang Chen wasn't happy. What do you mean run? I'll help you block 1 attack, okay? Don't make it sound like I'm a coward. Lu Yin's neck shrank back, almost getting slashed by Dao Lian. He rolled his eyes. Brother, I know you have a way. Right, I'll give you Luo Xin's contact number later. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a graceful figure appeared in his mind. He swallowed. Really? Of course. If you don't help me, I'll be done for. His body was sent flying by a huge force. Jiang Chen wiped the corner of his mouth. I can't help you. I can't beat these 2. Take 1 with me. I need a gardener. Kid, you're courting death. The mantis spoke for the first time, and its voice was extremely sharp and unpleasant. Jiang Chen looked at the mantis in surprise. You can talk. The mantis glared at Jiang Chen coldly. Scram! Dao Lian kept slashing at the corpse as he spoke. He had reached his limit as well, as the Yu family's elder had left him with severe injuries. Otherwise, he would have killed Lu Yin already. You're so mean, friend. Don't forget about my Luo Xin. Dad's here to give you a pet, the one that can talk. Jiang Chen shouted, then charged at the mantis as if he didn't care about his life. Lu Yin was stunned as he stared blankly at Jiang Chen rushing towards him. What are you doing? The mantis was furious, ignoring its existence. Dao Lian slashed at Jiang Chen fiercely, then disappeared in the next moment. Jiang Chen and the mantis both disappeared at the same time, as if they'd never existed. Not only Lu Yin, but the dead bug was also stunned, staring blankly at where the 2 had disappeared. Where did they go? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was definitely a parallel universe. Jiang Chen had said that he could travel through parallel universes and pinpoint the exact location. Did he bring the mantis to a parallel universe? Dad? Pet? Did he bring it to his dad? Could his father defeat the mantis behemoth? It wouldn't be a disaster, would it? Lu Yin had too many questions, but since Jiang Chen had taken the mantis away, his crisis was resolved. The dead bug alone wouldn't be able to deal with him. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings for the dead bug, but he couldn't find it. I know you're here. There's no need to look for it, the mantis won't be coming back, Lu Yin said confidently. He put away the corpse and used the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, Scram. Lu Yin didn't know if the dead bug had left or not, but he leapt towards the place where progenitor Wuxiang's hide had covered the mantis and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the hide was still there. All of a sudden, Death Beetle charged toward progenitor Wuxiang's hide, intending to snatch it away. Lu Yin sneered. He'd thought that the bug would definitely kill him, so he hadn't taken the hide. Now, there was no chance. He put the hide away, but the dead bug slammed into him. Why aren't you scramming? You can't deal with me. A voice rang out, Kid, that hide came from progenitor Wuxiang, right? So what if it did? Lu Yin didn't deny it. The bug was silent for a moment. Leave it to me. Lu Yin laughed. Is your brain damaged? You want me to give it to you? The bug's voice was low. Progenitor Wuxiang's hide originally belonged to my bloodline. Do you think that aside from my bloodline, who else would have the ability to tear it apart? Lu Yin was astonished, as this was the first time he'd heard of the origin of progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Does that mean that your bloodline knows where progenitor Wuxiang's corpse is? Little boy, give me progenitor Wuxiang's skin, otherwise, my death insect branch will haunt you forever. Our ancestor can easily destroy you. Nobody can stop him, not even half-step ancestors. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care about what others said, and he didn't even care about the threat of a half-step ancestor. However, the dead bug was different. The previous exchange had made him realize just how terrifying it was. This bug was much weaker than the octopus beast, but Lu Yin couldn't even retaliate. His attacks couldn't even break through the bug's defenses. Lu Yin had cultivated for a long time, and this was something that had rarely happened. He clearly had the strength to fight his opponent, but he just couldn't win. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1873. Now that he thought about it, Drunkard Star energy control during the Sovereign Tournament had been the only way to deal with Death Bug. Even the Reaper transformation had not been able to hurt it. Anyone who was targeted by this thing would be terrified. Kid, I'm not joking with you. Hand over progenitor Wuxiang's hide, Death Bug threatened. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Try me if you want to cause trouble. Even a half-step ancestor couldn't kill me. Do you really think you can? I hope you leave this battlefield alive, Death Bug said coldly. It didn't take long for him to lose track of it, but it seemed to have left. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Su Qing's trap had been ruthless, and he had almost died. The Yu family's elders had also been unreliable. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought the Sea King along. Since the mantis was missing, the Sea King would naturally be free as well. He had only been missing the Yu family's elders. Lu Yin had not expected that he would still be unable to catch the rabbit. He raised his hand and activated his gadget to contact Shui Chuanxiao. Alliance Head, how are you? Shui Chuanxiao asked anxiously. Lu Yin replied, I'm fine. How's the battlefield? Shui Chuanxiao was helpless. We're still retreating. The mantis ambushed me, so it should have the advantage. Why is it retreating? That flame mink ran away. Lu Yin frowned. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed the mink. This battle should be over soon. Su Qing set up a trap for me. A lion's head, you're too reckless, Shui Chuanxiao said. I understand Su Qing. Since he set up a trap, it usually succeeds. The flame mink's escape was just in time. Lu Yin was apprehensive. That person is a huge threat. Think of a way to deal with it in this battle. Shui Chuanxiao said, but it's also one of the few people in the Celestial Beast Empire who can use their brains. If it's dead and someone else is in command, the battle might not have ended up like this. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Su Qing and he had tacitly agreed to battle and minimized the losses on both sides, which was beneficial to the Great Eastern Alliance. If someone else had been in command, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would not have lasted this long. This was not to say that Su Qing's strategy was wrong, but rather that with the least amount of losses, he would be able to deal with the Sixth Mainland and the Hidden Hall of Honor. The smarter a person was, the more apprehensions they would have. And this apprehension was beneficial to the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I'll be back soon, he said before hanging up. Not long after, he arrived at Nanjing and met with Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan was overjoyed. Are you all right? Lu Yin nodded with a solemn expression. Earth suffered because of me. Don't worry, this won't happen a second time. Zhou Shan shook his head. If it wasn't for you, Earth would have been reduced to cannon fodder a long time ago. Don't think too much about it. Everyone is grateful to you. Lu Yin sighed. I'll be leaving first. I'll come back when the war is over. Zhou Shan grunted and watched him leave. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you, he said bitterly. We dragged you down. Even though the danger had been resolved, Lu Yin was not optimistic. His weakness had been grasped by Su Qing. If Su Qing could threaten him with Earth once, he could do it again. The battle came to a stop, and the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet continued to retreat toward the south. Countless giant beasts roared wantonly, and countless corpses were left behind in the starry skies. Lu Yin returned to the fleet with a solemn expression. The fleet wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer, and it was time to call in the Interverse allied armies. This was a war that involved the entire Great Eastern Alliance, and there were still many allied armies. The problem with the allied armies could be resolved, but the biggest headache was the emissaries, especially Shan Shen and the others. They had no intention of fighting and were constantly retreating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Yin wanted to kill an emissary as a warning to others, but he was also worried that the Interverse great powers would retaliate. He glanced at his gadget and couldn't help but contact Wei Rong. How much longer? Wei Rong replied, it'll take at least 3 months. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up, Lu Yin said. He had previously told Wei Rong that he wasn't in a hurry, but he had neglected human nature and the astral beast domain's reinforcements. He had guessed that this force would only appear after the 3rd round of reinforcements, but he hadn't expected that the first round of reinforcements would force him to reveal all of his trump cards. He even had the spare energy to set up a trap. If he retreated any further, he would be in Frostwave Weave. A considerable number of people from North Castle Weave had already been arranged to evacuate to Frostwave Weave, but in such a short amount of time, there were still some who had not managed to escape. Lu Yin's heart clenched when he thought about this. All right, Wei Rong said. Lu Yin ended the call, and just as he put down his gadget, it rang again. This time, it was Su Qing. Congratulations, Alliance Master Lu. You've escaped disaster, Su Qing said in a relaxed tone. Lu Yin sneered. Are you happy, Commander Su Qing? 2 envoys have disappeared. How will you explain this to the Celestial Beast Empire? It's simple. This is why I'm looking for Alliance Master Lu. I heard that you have progenitor Wushang's hide, so please give it to me so that I can explain it to my subordinates, Su Qing said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Was Death Bug really that close to Su Qing? So close that he had even told Su Qing about progenitor Wushang's hide? No way. Did Death Bug tell you? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing was shocked. Death Bug knows about it too. It seems like it's true. Alliance Master Lu is truly blessed. Progenitor Wushang's hide has always been in my Celestial Beast Empire. How did you obtain it? And how did you know that I had it, Commander Su Qing? Lu Yin was puzzled. Su Qing replied, you used progenitor Wushang's hide to save yourself. I saw it. Lu Yin understood. When he had been attacked by the mantis, he had used his corpse to block it and then used progenitor Wushang's hide to stun it. This had been seen by Su Qing, who had been watching him the entire time. Thank you for your concern, Commander Su Qing. You still have the time to stare at me on the battlefield, Lu Yin mocked. Su Qing smiled. Alliance Master Lu, I'll be direct. Give me progenitor Wushang's hide, and I'll spare the people in North Castle Weave who didn't manage to escape in time. Lu Yin laughed. You're using those unimportant people to threaten me. Unimportant people. If I remember correctly, the reason Alliance Master Lu joined the battle back then was to save these unimportant people, said Su Qing. Lu Yin calmly replied, that's right. It was to save them, but I can't sacrifice myself. Progenitor Wushang's hide is a progenitor's item. Who gave you the confidence to ask me to trade it for these people's lives? Su Qing wasn't sure anymore. From what he knew, Lu Yin shouldn't have handed over progenitor Wushang's hide for these people. The universe was cruel, and who would sacrifice themselves for others? Then what about Earth? Su Qing asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What? You want to set up another trap for me? Su Qing coldly replied, Earth, Xenu Star, and all of the places in the outerverse that you care about are all conditions for exchanging progenitor Wushang's hide. I can send Death Bug to destroy Earth and Xenu Star first. Lu Yin had stepped into a trap for Earth without hesitation, and this was Su Qing's weakness. There was no need for Lu Yin to hide this, as Su Qing wasn't stupid. Death Bug is on Earth right now. Do you want to give it a try? Su Qing asked. Destroying Earth was something that even an explorer could accomplish, let alone killing Zerg. 1 year. Lu Yin's tone was low. Su Qing didn't understand. What? Lu Yin said, don't start a war for 1 year and give up on the outerverse. Threaten me with the lives of ordinary people, and I can give you progenitor Wushang's hide. That's impossible. A year is too long. Even if I agreed, the sovereign emperor wouldn't agree. 1 month at most, Su Qing said. That's the most I can ask for as the commander. Half a year, Lu Yin insisted. Su Qing shook his head. 2 months at most. This isn't a trade, so you can only agree. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment. The trade will take place in 10 days. I need to recuperate, and the trade will take place in Flaxen Weave. I'll send you the specific location when the time comes. Flaxen Weave. Su Qing was confused. Why would the trade take place in Flaxen Weave? How do I know if this isn't another trap? Lu Yin was wary. Su Qing looked at his star chart. Flaxen Weave and North Castle Weave shared a common border, so it was a good idea. Deal. Progenitor Wushang's hide wasn't that useful to Lu Yin. If not for the fact that the blood-red bell had shattered, he wouldn't have needed it. However, it was different for the astral beast domain. Progenitor Wushang was a progenitor of the astral beast domain, and he was a form of faith, just like progenitor Qin was to the human domain. Xia Ji had done everything he could to obtain Sirius's jade annulus because of progenitor Chen's legacy. However, progenitor Wushang's hide could also be related to progenitor Wushang's legacy. The monkey had once said that he could use progenitor Wushang's hide to find progenitor Wushang's tomb. Lu Yin hadn't believed it in the past, and he still didn't believe it now. However, that didn't stop the astral beast domain from believing it. Su Qing agreed to the trade, as progenitor Wushang's hide was extremely important to him. After ending the call with Su Qing, Lu Yin opened his gadget and searched for Qing Hua's contact information. Alliance Master Lu, Qing Hua said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Senior Qing Hua, how have you been? Qing Hua replied lazily, not too good. After all, he's from the secret progenitor realm. Secret progenitor had betrayed the humans, and even the Sixth Mainland had investigated the secret progenitor realm. Even Qing Hua, a heavenly imprinter, had not been able to escape, and he had been stripped of his position as one of the four sovereigns. When Lu Yin found out about this, his first thought was that the four sovereigns were gone. Of the Sixth Mainland's four sovereigns, Old Man Sangqiong was dead, Mr. Guanqing was trapped in Burial Garden, and the remaining two were both from the secret progenitor realm. One was Qing Hua, and the other was the medicine immortal. Since Qing Hua had been stripped of his position as one of the four sovereigns, the medicine immortal should be no exception. The Sixth Mainland had been at its peak, and the 410 elders had caused the Fifth Mainland to tremble. Now, it had completely declined. Since Senior is able to communicate with this Junior, you must have already passed the Daosaur's sex inspection, Lu Yin said. Qing Hua took a sip of wine. It doesn't matter. Why are you looking for me? Let me tell you, I can't help you with anything. I'm no longer in my position. Even if Qing Hua had been in his position, he wouldn't have been able to help Lu Yin with anything. Back then, Lu Yin had thought that if he were to come clean with Qing Hua would be able to deal with Old Man Sangqiong and the others in the Sixth Mainland and cause some trouble. At the very least, he would be able to slow them down. However, he hadn't expected Qing Hua to be completely useless. Qing Hua was just like his image, lazy, drunk, and idle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1874. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yin had obtained Qing Hua's secret from Fan Shun, he would have ignored the man. Senior, you'll definitely be able to help, Lu Yin said, but before he could finish, Qing Hua interrupted him. I can't help you, Alliance Master Lu. We're even now, and there's nothing between us. Don't think that you'll be able to get any help from me. Of course, it'll be a different story if you capture those two idiots again. Lu Yin asked, what if it's related to a progenitor item? Qing Hua fell silent for a moment before replying, I still can't help. He then hung up. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This old man was decisive, but since he had contacted Lu Yin, there was no reason for him to refuse. Lu Yin continued trying to contact the old man, but to no avail. Finally, he sent a message to Qing Hua Shangren. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin glanced at it. Unsurprisingly, it was Qing Hua. Senior, I thought that your gadget was broken and wanted to send someone to fix it, Lu Yin taunted. Qing Hua's tone completely changed. How did you know? It's not difficult. After all, I'm the master of the Outerverse, and there are many things that I know, even things that your Sixth Mainland doesn't know. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed, as Qing Hua Guru's reaction was within his expectations. Who else knows? Qinghua asked in a low voice. Lu Yin smiled. So you're willing to help me now, senior? Qinghua was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, have you been eyeing me for a long time? No, it's just a coincidence. Then again, if you help me, you'll be helping yourself. It wasn't easy to find a celestial illuminator on the sixth mainland who's willing to help me. I won't harm you, right? What is it? Lu Yin's gaze turned serious. Senior should be aware of the war in North Castle Weave. I've made a deal with Su Qing. 10 days from now, I'll give progenitor Wushang's hide to Su Qing in Flaxen Weave. At that time, I hope that the sixth mainland will send someone to eliminate Su Qing. Qinghua was astonished. Progenitor Wushang's hide. That's the progenitor item you mentioned. That's right. The sixth mainland should be familiar with progenitor Wushang's reputation, Lu Yin said. Guru Qinghua sighed. Progenitor Wushang was once a near-invincible expert. He was as famous as progenitor Qin and talisman progenitor in the sixth mainland, and he was extremely difficult to deal with. Who would have thought that progenitor Wushang's hide would appear here? Are you trying to use it in exchange for the sixth mainland's help? The Outerverse belongs to the sixth mainland, and the responsibility for the war against the astral beast domain has always been yours. This junior hopes that the sixth mainland will take over all of the defenses, and in exchange, progenitor Wushang's hide will be the price. There are currently 3 half-progenitors in the Daosor sect, and I believe that these 3 half-progenitors will not be willing to give up on progenitor Wushang's hide. Sooner or later, this war will be handed over to you, so why don't you do it now? Master Qinghua replied, I can contact a half-martial ancestor. Whether or not you succeed will depend on your luck. In the north, Su Qing put down his gadget as the celestial beast emperor stood in front of him. Do you believe that he'll obediently hand over progenitor Wushang's hide? Su Qing replied, I do, but it won't be that easy. He's willing to risk his life for a planet, and he definitely won't want any problems with this transaction. Thus, he'll definitely hand over progenitor Wushang's hide to me. As for what happens after that, it will have nothing to do with him. The Hall of Honor. The celestial beast emperor guessed. Su Qing's eyes flashed. The sixth mainland. The celestial beast emperor frowned. He'll cooperate with the sixth mainland. Su Qing looked towards the south. The Outerverse originally belonged to the sixth mainland. 10 days passed by quickly, and on the 9th day, the astral beast domain started another war. The scale of this war was no smaller than the previous one, but Su Qing was missing. Lu Yin was not surprised that Su Qing would start this war, as he wanted to use this war to keep Elder Jiu Xin, the second Night King, and the others on the battlefield. He wanted to prevent these people from hiding in Mount Supreme and ambushing him in Flaxen Weave. He had suffered once, and he would not suffer a second time. Dealing with smart people was troublesome. Not only could he not scheme against them, but he also had to be on guard against them. On the way to Flaxen Weave, Lu Huang was the only one protecting Lu Yin. On the astral beast domain side, all of their powerhouses aside from Su Qing were on the battlefield. At least, that was the case on the surface. Even Deathbug was on the battlefield, which gave the astral beast domain an advantage. Flaxen Weave was west of North Castle Weave. Under Lu Huang's protection, Lu Yin arrived at the westernmost part of Flaxen Weave, the Longxing system. Further west was Armament Weave, and the westernmost part of Armament Weave was the border between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Sixth Mainland. This was where Master Yuan had once been stationed. This weave seems to have been moved, and there are many abandoned items in space. There are also some damaged spacecraft, Lu Huang reminded Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then landed on a gaseous planet. There was no solid land on this planet, but there were many meteorites rotating in the gas. Lu Yin landed on one of these meteorites, and there was a powerful airflow above him that could tear a spacecraft apart. Occasionally, there would be a high temperature that could melt metal, but it did not affect the two of them. They waited patiently. Half a day later, Su Qing arrived and appeared about 100 meters in front of Lu Yin and Lu Huang. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Alliance leader Lu, you didn't prepare any traps for me, right? Lu Yin opened his eyes, and his lips curled up. Even if I did, you would still come, wouldn't you? Su Qing met Lu Yin's gaze. If there really is a trap, then this transaction cannot be completed. Lu Yin stared at Su Qing and then smiled. Of course there's no trap. My people are on the battlefield, and you should know that. Su Qing's eyes flashed, and he reached out. This item. Lu Yin took out progenitor Wushang's hide, and Lu Huang's attention was drawn to it. He already knew that Lu Yin was dealing with a progenitor item. He coveted a progenitor item, as who did not want to become a progenitor. With a progenitor item, even if one could not become a progenitor, their chances of becoming a half-progenitor would be greatly increased. It was a pity that he had to give it to that astral beast. Lu Yin waved his hand, and progenitor Wushang's hide disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in Su Qing's hand. Su Qing did not dare to stare at progenitor Wushang's hide for fear of being frozen. Su Qing was excited as he touched the hide. He immediately put it away and stared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, shall we go back together? No need. I'm afraid that Su Qing will go back on his word and send experts to ambush me along the way. You can leave first, Lu Yin said. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and he stared deeply at Lu Yin. After today, it will be very difficult for us to meet again on the battlefield. I hope that Alliance Master Lu can preserve his life, as I really want to defeat you on the battlefield in the future. With that, lightning flickered, and his body vanished. Lu Huang frowned. You're letting him go just like that? What a waste of a progenitor item. Lu Yin looked to the east. What happened next had nothing to do with him. No one was stupid, and Su Qing's last sentence clearly indicated that he had guessed Lu Yin's intentions. Even so, he still dared to come, so Lu Yin wanted to know what he had up his sleeve. Lightning streaked through the heavens as Su Qing sped towards the east. He was certain that there was a problem, and Lu Yin did not want to travel with him. When he thought of this, his expression grew even more solemn, and he was just about to speed up when an incomparably large wooden staff appeared in front of him. Su Qing's pupils shrank, and he felt a chill run down his spine. There was danger. The wooden staff suddenly shrank and smashed towards him. Su Qing reverted to his void thunder beast form and swatted out with a claw. There was a loud bang, and the space around him rippled before shattering. An old man walked out. He was slovenly dressed, and it was Guru Qinghua. Guru Qinghua calmly looked at Su Qing. You can't leave. He then raised his staff and lashed out. Su Qing's thunder exploded. Guru Qinghua from the 6th mainland, you can't stop me. Lu Yin and Lu Huang watched from a distance. Guru Qinghua is very strong and can defeat Su Qing, but it won't be that easy to stop him. After all, it's a void thunder beast, Lu Huang said. It's up to you, Lu Yin said. Lu Huang's astral source transformed into a sword as he stared intently. Guru Qinghua was worthy of being a heavenly imprint, and even without the support of the imprint progenitor, he was still able to suppress Su Qing and beat him to the point where he spat out blood. Su Qing roared and activated his life-bound thunder in an attempt to escape through the void. Flaxen Weave was right next to North Castle Weave, and with Su Qing's speed, he could reach the battlefield directly. Even Guru Qinghua would not be able to stop him. At that moment, Lu Huang slashed out for the 14th time. In order to break through a void thunder beast's life-bound thunder, one had to be superior in terms of battle prowess or prevent the beast from using it itself. Lu Huang was Su Qing's nemesis. Pfft. Su Qing spat out blood and stared into the distance with a sinister expression. Lu Yin, you're despicable. Lu Yin raised his head. Despicable. Which of the famous war geniuses in the universe wasn't despicable? Shui Chuanshao, Wei Rong, Wang Wen, and even Su Qing himself. Which one of them was clean? This was war. Outside the battlefield, there was also a battlefield. The wooden staff descended from above Su Qing's head. Without his life-bound thunder, Su Qing could not block Guru Qinghua. The staff did not seem to possess any battle technique, but Su Qing was unable to resist. Even Lu Huang was apprehensive as he stared at Guru Qinghua. Suddenly, Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful." An incomparably large crack appeared behind Guru Qinghua's back, and terrifying rune lines filled the entire region. After that, everything disappeared. Guru Qinghua, the wooden staff, and Su Qing had all disappeared. Lu Yin and Lu Huang were both stunned. The sky was still the same, but there was now a creature with no end in sight, a void wanderer. Void wanderers were very common creatures, and they would definitely be seen during a war with the astral beast domain. They could freely travel through the void and view space as a plaything. However, this was Lu Yin's first time seeing such a large void wanderer. Even Lu Huang was seeing one for the first time. A void wanderer ancestor. Lu Huang was in disbelief. Lu Yin's expression changed. A void wanderer ancestor. That's a void wanderer ancestor? That can't be wrong. Aside from a void wanderer ancestor, which other void wanderer can grow so large? And it can even swallow the celestial imprint in one gulp. Lu Huang was shocked. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword at the void wanderer. The void wanderer suddenly vanished. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1875. It was so large that one couldn't see the end of it and could easily swallow a planet, but it could still instantly travel through the void. Even Emperor Lu couldn't hurt it. Emperor Lu slashed out dozens of times, but not a single one was able to touch it. Emperor Lu had a power level of over 1,000,000, and even if he hadn't reached the celestial imprint level, he could still exchange blows. However, he couldn't even touch this void wanderer. The void wanderer tore through the void and disappeared before reappearing behind Lu Yin's group. Its enormous body crushed countless planets as it faced Lu Yin and opened its mouth. Lightning crackled as the void thunder beast roared and swiped a claw at Lu Yin. Don't even think about returning alive, Lu Yin. Emperor Lu blocked Su Qing's attack with his sword, but the void wanderer suddenly swept past Su Qing and Emperor Lu, swallowing Lu Yin in one gulp before vanishing into the void once more. It had truly come and gone without a trace. Emperor Lu raised his sword to block Su Qing's claw, but he was forced back by the enormous force. He stared at the void wanderer in bewilderment with a complicated expression. Across from him, Su Qing stared at Emperor Lu. Lu Yin is finished. He can't escape, and he'll be taken to the Celestial Beast Empire. Once he disappears, there's no need for you to start a war with the Astral Beast domain. In the end, the war in the Outerverse has nothing to do with you. Emperor Lu frowned and looked at the void wanderer before looking back at Su Qing. You want me to let him go? Su Qing loudly replied. The Great Eastern Alliance was formed with Lu Yin as its core. The position of alliance leader can be chosen one after another, but as long as he's around, no one else can take the position. This is Lu Yin's organization, not yours. If Lu Yin disappears, the Great Eastern Alliance will disband, but the Innerverse will still be the Innerverse. The Sword Sect might even become the strongest power in the Innerverse because of you, and it might even be possible for you to enter the Neoverse in the future. Isn't this what the Sword Sect has always wanted? Aside from Lu Yin, how many people would want this war to happen? If those people really wanted to start a war with the Astral Beast domain, how could they be beaten back so easily? Emperor Lu remained silent. You are a genius of the Sword Sect who created the 14th sword, and you might even become a progenitor in the future. Are you willing to be manipulated by Lu Yin? Is the Sword Sect? How can you face your Sword Sect's ancestors? Su Qing shouted. From Emperor Lu's point of view, it would be best to ignore Lu Yin. Who among the Second Night King, Lu Qianjue, or Ling Taizu would listen to Lu Yin? Su Qing was certain that as long as he could control Lu Yin, this battle would end. He knew that the deal this time was a trap, but so what? He was willing to take the risk. This was the fastest way to end the war. Within Su Fuyo's stomach, Lu Yin could not hear anything from the outside world. He looked around at his surroundings, but he did not know where Guru Qinghua was. He couldn't even find it through the rune lines. Even though the Void Wanderer was huge, it still had its limits. Lu Yin tried using the clear void palm to test the waters, but aside from creating ripples in the void, it did nothing else. Even Qinghua Shangren couldn't escape in time, let alone him. Who would have thought that Su Qing was hiding a Void Wanderer ancestor? In the outside world, Emperor Lu had been persuaded. He had listened to Lu Yin because he wanted to repay Kuan-Zei's kindness, but the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance because of Lu Yin, so he had already repaid the favor. Now, on the battlefield, Emperor Lu had come because he could not refuse, and he believed that he could protect himself. He was not confident that he could rescue Lu Yin, but for the Innerverse, this outcome seemed to be better. However, he had followed Lu Yin for quite some time, and he understood the man well. Was Guru Qinghua really his backup? Guru Qinghua, the celestial imprint powerhouse, was powerful enough, but Emperor Lu still felt that there was something else. Emperor Lu, Lu Yin has been captured, and the Great Eastern Alliance has been disbanded. There's no point in fighting anymore. Retreat! Su Qing shouted. Emperor Lu stared at him. Why don't you have the Void Wanderer devour me as well? Su Qing's eyes widened. You're courting death. Emperor Lu tightened his grip on his sword. I want to see if the Void Wanderer ancestor can really devour me. Devouring Guru Qinghua is already its limit. He then raised his sword and slashed at the Void Wanderer. Su Qing was furious, as Emperor Lu's guess had been correct. The Void Wanderer ancestor was powerful because it had lived for so long and was infinitely close to becoming a half-progenitor. However, as a Void Wanderer, it did not have any offensive abilities. Its only use was to control super powerhouses, but Guru Qinghua was already its limit. Lu Yin was not a threat to the Void Wanderer ancestor, but if Emperor Lu and Guru Qinghua joined forces, then the Void Wanderer ancestor might not be able to defeat them. This was also the reason why the Void Wanderer ancestor had not devoured Emperor Lu. There was a loud bang as Su Qing and Emperor Lu collided. You will die on the battlefield if you don't repent. Su Qing then shouted, return to the Celestial Beast Empire. This was an order to the Void Wanderer ancestor. The Void Wanderer ancestor twisted its body and was about to leave. Emperor Lu raised his brows. He wanted to save Lu Yin, but at the same time, he did not want to save him. He was conflicted, but now that the Void Wanderer ancestor had left, he was powerless to stop it. That did not mean that he did not want to save him. A Void Wanderer could travel through the void. After one round, it would arrive at the border between Flaxen Weave and North Castle Weave, and after a second round, it would appear on the battlefield. The Sword King's enormous body towered in space, and he could crush a spacecraft as easily as crushing an ant. However, when the Void Wanderer ancestor appeared, its enormous body shook the entire battlefield. In comparison, the battlefield was much smaller. Elder Zhou Xin, the second Night King, and the others all looked up in shock. The Void Wanderer ancestor was about to make a third round, which would allow him to enter the asteroid belt and then pass through Iron Blood Weave to enter the Primal Zone and return to the Astral Beast domain. Suddenly, the Void Wanderer ancestor stopped moving, and it even let out a pained cry. Countless Void Wanderers froze on the battlefield and then fell to the ground, easily trampled to death. What's going on? Elder Zhou Xin was puzzled. Everyone looked at the Void Wanderer ancestor and heard its pained cries. The Void Wanderer ancestor suddenly opened its mouth and threw a wooden staff at the Sword King. The Sword King swung his sword horizontally, but it did not shatter the staff. Instead, it sent the staff flying. Guru Qinghua charged out of the Void Wanderer ancestor's mouth, and a green light flashed as Lu Yin was grabbed by a middle-aged woman. At the same time, they charged out of the Void Wanderer ancestor's body. Elder Zhou Xin and the others' eyes widened. Lu Yin. No one had expected Lu Yin to appear from within the Void Wanderer ancestor's body. Lu Yin panted heavily after being grabbed by the middle-aged woman. Fortunately, he had a backup plan, or else he would not have been able to escape. The middle-aged woman wore a green robe that resembled a leaf. This robe was unique to the Mavis family, and her name was Mavis. She was a super expert of the Mavis family, second only to Cloud Shadow. Her power level was over 1,000,000. Even the Mavis family, which had a deep foundation, did not have many powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. Su Qing knew how to hide, and Lu Yin knew how to attack at a critical moment. Mavis was one of his hidden powerhouses. After returning to the battlefield from Earth, Mavis had arrived, but she had not acted immediately. The Mavis family had allied with Lu Yin. Of course, Lu Yin would not forget about them. Up until now, Lu Yin had recruited 6 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. They were the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, Master Yuan, Elder Zhou Xin, Mavis, and Guru Qinghua. The Astral Beast domain was not weak either. They had the Celestial Beast Emperor, Su Qing, the Sword King, and the Void Wanderer ancestor. In a single battle, there were more than 10 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. This was a rare occurrence in human history. There were more than 20 envoys, which attracted the attention of the entire Fifth Mainland. Alliance Master Lu, no wonder you asked for help from the Mavis family. The scale of this battle is not small, Mavis said in shock. She looked at the Second Night King, Elder Zhou Xin, the Sword King, and the Void Wanderer ancestor. She was inwardly amazed by Lu Yin's influence. At that moment, lightning flashed as Su Qing returned. He looked at Mavis with a solemn expression, his fingers trembling. This Lu Yin was still hiding something. He had thought that he had hidden it well, but he had failed time and time again. Lu Yin had hidden it even more fiercely. If this brat was not eliminated, then the Astral Beast domain might face a calamity in the future. The Lu Emperor had also arrived, and he looked at Lu Yin deeply. He knew that something was wrong. Qinghua Shangren attacked, his wooden staff smashing toward Su Qing. He needed progenitor Wushang's hide. The Sword King raised his sword and slashed at Qinghua Shangren. Elder Zhou Xin's stars revolved as he used serious swordsmanship. The Celestial Beast Emperor and the Second Night King's spiritual force collided. In an instant, powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000 attacked, shaking North Castle Weave. Countless planets were shattered, and even the surrounding weaves were affected. Lu Yin had Mavis and the others hold back while he hurriedly retreated with his fleet. After being affected by a battle of this level, no amount of lives would be enough. Su Qing, are you going back on your word? This battle should stop. Lu Yin barked. Su Qing sneered. I should be the one saying that to you. Qinghua Shangren does not belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Since you're helping him deal with me and deliberately starting a war, then we can forget about our previous deal. Lu Yin shouted, Fine, we'll stop. This is between you and Qinghua Shangren. He then ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to retreat from the battlefield. The second Night King and the others were stunned. They were really retreating. Mavis was flabbergasted. She had thought that Lu Yin had invited Qinghua Shangren to help, but it turned out that this was not the case. No one could tell what Lu Yin was planning. Even Lu Qianjue and the others who did not want to continue fighting were stunned. Su Qing was also stunned. They were really retreating. Qinghua Shangren was not surprised. Su Qing, hand over the item. He then smashed down with his staff. The Sword King was enraged. Old bastard, you dare to provoke us by yourself. You're courting death. The Celestial Beast Emperor and Su Qing simultaneously attacked Qinghua Shangren. Many people from the Great Eastern Alliance looked at Lu Yin. Was he really not going to act? Lu Yin quietly watched as Qinghua Shangren faced the Astral Beast Domain's experts alone. Act? Why? Lu Yin's agreement with Qinghua Shangren was that he would tell the Daosaur sect about progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for the Sixth Mainland taking over the war with the Astral Beast Domain. As for how they would snatch progenitor Wushang's hide, that had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Furthermore, Qinghua Shangren was not stupid, and he was famous for his laziness. He did not care much about progenitor Wushang's hide, but he had still taken the initiative to snatch it. Lu Yin was not the only one who had thought of this, as many others had as well, including Su Qing. The Sword King and the other powerhouses had surrounded Qinghua Shangren while Su Qing had left the Void Wanderer alone to travel through the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1876. They did not know when it had started. Perhaps it had been there for a long time, or perhaps it had just begun, but the sound of a plucked instrument could be heard in their ears. Elder Zhou Xin was the first to notice it, and at the same time, the second Night King, the Sword King, and the other powerhouses also heard it. Lu Yin heard it after Master Yuan. He heard the sound of a plucked instrument, and it was very pleasant to the ears. But when? Bang! The Sword King's great sword clashed with the wooden staff, and they both retreated. Bewildered, they suddenly looked towards the west. For a moment, Elder Zhou Xin, the second Night King, the Celestial Demon, and the others all looked towards the west. The sky in the west had brightened. The universe's starry sky was dark and boundless, but it suddenly turned pink as cherry blossoms floated in the sky. A woman walked out from the blossoming cherry blossoms. She wore a simple white dress that danced in the wind, and her bare feet stepped on the petals. She was full of holiness, and her fine black hair was tied up in a unique bun. Her upper body was covered in a thin veil, and she held a three-stringed instrument in her hands as she slowly walked over. The woman's appearance could not be seen, but the veil on her face was embroidered with a cat-like pattern. It was mysterious, but it also carried an indescribable sense of wildness, which contrasted strangely with her fairy-like temperament. No one knew how long the woman had been there, and no one had noticed her from start to finish. It was only when the beautiful music became even more arrogant and cheerful that the crowd was unwittingly drawn in. Lu Yin watched as the woman changed the starry sky, and cherry blossoms filled the sky as she approached. He felt his scalp go numb, and the extreme sense of danger woke him up. His eyes turned into runes as he looked over, but in that instant, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly covered them. This was a stabbing pain from boundless rune lines, and he had experienced this several times before. With his current strength, he could even see the all-heaven imprint, but he still felt a stabbing pain. There was only one possibility: this woman had surpassed the all-heaven imprint. She was a half-progenitor. The sixth mainland, Lan Xian, Master Yuan said solemnly. His expression was solemn and filled with fear and disbelief, as if he should not be seeing this person here. Lu Yin was confused. Lan Xian. One of the Daosaur sect's remaining 3 half-progenitors? Master Yuan replied, that's right. The Neo-Human Alliance attacked the Daosaur sect, and 93 half-progenitors died. Lan Xian, and she's the only woman. Elder Jioshin's eyes narrowed. Half-martial ancestor was on the same level as his senior brother, and it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. On the other side of the battlefield, the Sword King retreated as he watched Lan Xian approach. He tightly gripped his sword hilt. Only a half-martial ancestor could cause him to feel fear. That's a half-martial ancestor. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. One of the sixth mainland's 3 half-progenitors hidden within the Daosaur sect has actually appeared. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Guru Qinghua. It was no wonder why this heavenly imprint had dared to make a move, as he actually had the support of a half-progenitor. When had this half-progenitor arrived? As soon as the half-martial ancestor appeared, the battlefield froze. Everyone looked at her. Even the unruly giant star beasts didn't dare to make a sound at this moment. They stared at the west in fear and vigilance, watching her pink world approaching. Esteemed Xinghua held the wooden staff in his hand. He raised his feet and crossed the void. He arrived not far from Lan Xian and entered the pink world. It's rare to see such a grand battlefield, Lan Xian said. Her voice was graceful like a flowing stream, making people feel very comfortable. In particular, there were traces of gentleness in her voice that made people feel weak all over. Lu Yin felt the same way, as this was his first time hearing such a voice that could make one's hair stand on end. He immediately wanted to see what she looked like behind the veil. Everyone present who heard her voice had a fierce look in their eyes. Her simple words had dissolved the bleak and austere atmosphere of the battlefield. She clearly hadn't used any battle techniques, and it had only been a single sentence. Sometimes, sound could be used as a weapon. Lan Xian didn't look at anyone, but she also seemed to be looking at them. I'll play a song for everyone on such a battlefield. This trip wasn't in vain. As she spoke, her elegant fingertips traced a thin string, and that familiar plucking sound echoed through the heavens once more. As the first note rang out, the flames of war in everyone's hearts were ignited. No one gave any orders, and the battle began once more. It was as if these people had been hypnotized, and the flames of war burned even brighter. If they didn't want to kill their enemies, then they wanted to burn themselves. Lu Yin wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Elder Jioshin. You can't stop her. That's Lan Xian's strength. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet fought the astral beasts once more, and only the Envoy-level powerhouses resisted the urge to fight. However, as the plucking sound grew louder and louder, the mountain god couldn't take it anymore, and he charged towards the battlefield. Elder Jioshin did the same. Ling Qiu, the Sea King, Lu Qianjue, and the others all rushed towards the battlefield. The emissary beasts from the astral beast domain also charged towards the battlefield. The flames of war burned in Lu Yin's chest, and he had a desire to fight that he needed to vent. He almost charged into the battlefield as well, but a trace of reason kept him from doing so. Fortunately, Elder Jioshin held him back, or else he really would have charged out. Lan Xian really was playing a musical accompaniment to the battle. A single plucking sound had ignited the flames of war and left behind countless corpses in space. Qinghua Shangren looked at the distant battlefield and then glanced over at Lu Yin. Lu Yin happened to be looking at him, and he opened his mouth to say something. Qinghua Shangren was helpless, and he whispered, "Lan Xian, Lu Yin was the one who proposed the matter of progenitor Wushang's hide. He wanted the sixth mainland to take over the war with the astral beast domain." His meaning was simple. Lan Xian's actions were equivalent to using the Great Eastern Alliance as cannon fodder to fight the astral beast domain to the death. This was something that Lu Yin would not allow. Despite Qinghua Shangren's warning, Lan Xian did not stop, and the plucking sound grew louder and louder. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded, and corpses littered the starry sky. Lu Yin was furious. If this continued, then the Great Eastern Alliance would be wiped out, and his plan would not be able to be completed. No, absolutely not. He looked at Elder Zhou Shen and the Second Night King. If he let them take action, they might be able to stop Lan Xian's music, but that would be equivalent to starting a war with a half-progenitor. This should be a matter for the astral beast domain. As he watched Lan Xian standing in the midst of the pink cherry blossoms and controlling the battlefield from afar, Lu Yin gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and recited the primogenitor scripture. The heavenly Tao bestows, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. The ancient earth reflects harmony, imitating the high sage. The heavenly Tao does not, transforming qi into harmony. Leaping across the starry sky to lie down. Communicating with people is harmony. Swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. Leaping across the vast expanse to lie down. As he recited the primogenitor scripture, the hazy sound turned into strands of silk, just like Lan Xian's music. No one had noticed it, but it had always existed. It was like the teachings of the great Tao, and it involved everyone's spiritual force. It also had a strange rhythm that came from ancient times. The sound was not loud, but everyone could hear it, including Lan Xian. The sound of the plucking suddenly stopped, and the string broke. Lan Xian looked confused. What was that sound? It had pierced through her inner world and resounded in her mind, replacing all thoughts. She was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, the Void Wanderer ancestor shuttled out from above and charged towards Lan Xian. In the distance, the Sword King, the Celestial Beast, and Su Qing all attacked at the same time. They did not know if Lan Xian was an enemy of the Great Eastern Alliance, but she was definitely their enemy. The Astral Beast domain had invaded the Outerverse, and once the Great Eastern Alliance withdrew, the continent would take over. Lan Xian wanted the Astral Beast domain to fight to the death with the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin knew about this, so he had stopped her. Su Qing knew about this as well, but he was powerless to stop her. Now that Lan Xian had suddenly revealed an opening, Su Qing decisively ordered everyone to attack her while she was unprepared. Even if they could not kill a half-progenitor, they could at least force her back. He had never expected that this war would attract a half-progenitor. Lan Xian's appearance had disrupted the Astral Beast domain's plans, and Su Qing needed to salvage the situation. The cherry blossoms welcomed several attacks, all of them vainly attempting to destroy this seemingly peaceful paradise that was actually causing war. Guru Qinghua retreated. Lan Xian looked up. Her eyes were beautiful and bright, but they were also cold. As she watched the attacks approach, cherry blossoms danced beneath her feet, and the area expanded to encompass the battlefield. Everyone appeared in that paradise, including Lu Yin's group. At this moment, cherry blossoms danced in the sky and on the ground. It was very beautiful, but it caused Lu Yin's group to feel numb. Each cherry blossom was like a blade hanging over their necks. These blades did not fall towards Lu Yin's group, but rather towards the Sword King and the other powerhouses. The Void Wanderer ancestor, the Sword King's great sword, and the celestial beast's spiritual force were infinitely close to Lan Xian, but they were also infinitely far away. They were clearly just a few steps away, but they could not cross that distance. The cherry blossoms wrapped around the Sword King's great sword, and the Sword King watched helplessly as his great sword shattered. His body was enveloped by the cherry blossoms, and with a roar, blood splattered everywhere. The Sword King's body was cut open by the cherry blossoms, and his entire body was torn apart. The celestial beast was in a similar situation. His spiritual force battle technique, Divine Explosion, was blocked by the layers of cherry blossoms and did not injure Lan Xian. Beneath his feet, however, the cherry blossoms were like sharp blades that almost cut him in half. In the blink of an eye, the two powerhouses were heavily injured. This was the difference between a half-ancestor and them. No matter how strong they were powerless against a half-ancestor's inner world. Blood dyed the cherry blossoms red. Lu Yin's eyes flickered with shock. This was not the first time he had seen an inner world attack. He had faced a half-ancestor's ambush before, and he had also seen inner worlds collide. However, this was the first time he had actually entered an inner world and fallen into such a desperate situation. As long as Lan Xian was willing, a single cherry blossom was enough to destroy him. Elder Joshin clenched his fists, almost unable to stop himself from revolving his stars. As a powerhouse, his life and death should not be controlled by others. He understood half-ancestors better than anyone else. His senior brother had once said that no matter what, he could not fall into a half-ancestor's inner world. Once he did, he could only resign himself to fate. He wanted to break out of the inner world and escape, but the Sword King and the celestial beast's fate made him apprehensive. If he tried anything funny, he could not guarantee that Lan Xian would not attack him. However, the possibility of her attacking him was very low. Su Qing's expression changed. The cherry blossoms around him danced, causing him to feel a chill. He looked up at the retreating Void Wanderer ancestor and said, "Use it." Just as he finished speaking, a cherry blossom cut off his arm. Lan Xian looked at him with a strange and curious gaze. What other methods did he have to make these giant beasts resist her? Qinghua Shangren watched Lan Xian easily suppress a powerhouse and helplessly shook his head. A half-ancestor was indeed a half-ancestor, and they were on another level. Lan Xian was much younger than him. Back when he was still a cosmic imprinter, Lan Xian had only just made a name for herself, becoming one of the Dao Source 3 heavens of the 6th mainland. When he became an all-heaven imprinter, Lan Xian also became an all-heaven imprinter at the same time. Now, he was still an all-heaven imprinter, but Lan Xian had already become a half-step ancestor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1877. Among the 6th mainland's half-ancestors, Lan Xian was not the strongest, nor was she the closest to the progenitor realm. However, she had the highest cultivation talent and was the youngest. Even someone as lazy as him sometimes envied Lan Xian's cultivation talent. She was also a junior in the 6th mainland, but her realm had already surpassed countless people. She was a powerhouse second only to the 3 ancestors. In the 6th mainland, anyone who had lived through her era only had one word to describe Lan Xian: peerless beauty and peerless beauty. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and cherry blossoms filled the sky, dyeing the starry sky red. She had controlled the battlefield with a single plucking note. This was Lan Xian. Su Qing half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping down his face as he stared at the void. The Void Wanderer ancestor's body twisted, and then, under his expectant gaze, a layer of skin was put on. It was progenitor Wushang's hide. Lu Yin only had one piece of progenitor Wushang's hide, but it was actually very large. Progenitor Wushang's body was also very large. The Void Wanderer ancestor's body was now covered in progenitor Wushang's hide. In that instant, everyone who saw this scene froze, including Lan Xian. The Void Wanderer ancestor was simply too large, and everyone could clearly see him. Even Guru Qinghua, who was the furthest away, could clearly see him and was frozen. No one had expected that the Void Wanderer ancestor would have such a large piece of progenitor Wushang's hide. Even Lu Yin froze and stared blankly. Such a large piece of progenitor Wushang's hide was Su Qing's final trump card. It was a progenitor item. As the Void Wanderer ancestor put on progenitor Wushang's hide, the celestial realm of cherry blossoms trembled and then cracked open. Lan Xian stared at the Void Wanderer ancestor charging over. She was frozen in place by progenitor Wushang's hide, so she did not dodge and was sent flying. Blood dyed her veil red. The inner world was a half-ancestor's strongest technique, but it was also their greatest weakness. Once their inner world was broken, even a half-ancestor would be injured. Lan Xian was not injured by the collision, but by the cracking of her inner world. Only two people were not frozen in place, Su Qing and the Sword King. When Lan Xian's inner world cracked open and her body was sent flying, the Sword King's miserable body suddenly moved. Astral Source transformed into a sword, and he slashed it not at Lan Xian but at Lu Yin. No one had expected the Sword King to suddenly attack Lu Yin. Lan Xian, Elder Jiu Xin, and even Lu Yin himself had not expected this. This was all part of Su Qing's plan. Lan Xian was a half-martial ancestor. Even if they had progenitor Wushang's hide, they would not be able to kill her. However, with progenitor Wushang's hide, the Void Wanderer's ancestor could escape. He would not let progenitor Wushang's hide fall into Lan Xian's hands. Furthermore, at the moment before he escaped, the Void Wanderer's ancestor could use progenitor Wushang's hide to immobilize everyone. In an instant, he could do many things. What Su Qing wanted to do the most was kill Lu Yin. Through this period of war, he had gained a clear understanding of Lu Yin. If he didn't kill Lu Yin, he would definitely become a great enemy of the astral beast domain in the future. It was very likely that Lu Yin would break into the progenitor realm, and once he did, it would be the end of the astral beast domain. Even if it could not obtain the Death God's inheritance, it still wanted to destroy Lu Yin. As long as Lu Yin was dead, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would be disbanded. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance would no longer need to fulfill the terms of their deal with Lu Yin. They would be able to seize a weave in the east before the Sixth Mainland took over this war. This was Su Qing's plan. The moment Lan Xian appeared, Su Qing knew that he could not win, but he could deal with Lu Yin first. He did not believe that Lan Xian, a dignified half-progenitor, would be overseeing this battlefield. A half-progenitor should not appear here. As long as Lu Yin was dead, the Void Wanderer ancestor would be able to rely on Wushuang to escape. Even if Su Qing died, it would be worth it. Furthermore, Lan Xian's appearance meant that Su Qing's life was no longer under his control. Thus, he might as well take away Lu Yin, who was the greatest threat to him. As the commander of the astral beast domain, Su Qing could see things clearly. Even under the pressure of a half-progenitor, he could still make the correct choice. Lu Yin, you must die. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. You are so outstanding that it terrifies others. You should not exist in this world. Elder Jiu Xin, the second Night King, and the others were all frozen in place by progenitor Wushang's hide, and they could only watch as the Sword King's sword slashed down. This was the Sword King's strongest attack at the moment. Even though he could not use his full power due to his heavy injuries, this attack still surpassed a power level of 1,000,000. When a sword with a power level of 1,000,000 slashed down on Lu Yin's body, even the microarmor would not be able to block it, let alone when Lu Yin was completely defenseless. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he had not expected the Sword King to attack him. Was he about to die? Lu Yin watched the great sword descend, and he could not resist at all. He could not even escape. Master, master, master! Lu Yin screamed in his heart. Bang! The sword slashed down with a loud bang, and the Sword King looked up. His attack had been blocked by a patch of cherry blossoms. The Sword King turned to look to the west, where Lan Xian had taken action. The cherry blossoms had blocked his attack and saved Lu Yin's life. No one had expected Lan Xian to save Lu Yin's life. No one had expected Su Qing's move, and similarly, no one had expected Lan Xian's move. In terms of breaking free from the suppression of progenitor Wushang's hide, a half-progenitor like Lan Xian was naturally the fastest. Su Qing's gaze turned sinister, as the Sword King's attack had been blocked. Was he still going to use that? The Imperial Tutor's calculations had not been wrong. He took out a book from his cosmic ring and stared at Lu Yin. Void Wanderer Ancestor. The Void Wanderer Ancestor flipped over and slammed into Lan Xian. Lan Xian could not do anything to him, as the cherry blossoms could not break through the defenses of progenitor Wushang's hide. She also could not stare at him, or else she would be frozen for a moment. At that moment, the Sword King raised his sword again and slashed down. Lan Xian frowned, and her fingertips danced about. The Sword King raised its sword high up in the air and then viciously swung it down. Just as it was about to strike Lu Yin again, the cherry blossoms wrapped around the sword once more, following the sword's path to its body. Fresh blood sprayed out as the Sword King was killed. Blood splattered on Lu Yin, Elder Jiu Xin, and the others, dyeing them and the spacecraft behind them red. The Sword King's body was enormous, and he collapsed in outer space. A dignified powerhouse had died. Su Qing's gaze turned cold, and he tossed out the book. The book automatically opened, revealing a great sword that looked exactly the same as the Sword King's. Lu Yin saw it, and his entire body went cold. Danger, extreme danger. At that moment, the Void Wanderer Ancestor slammed into Lan Xian again, but her gaze was blocked by the Void Wanderer Ancestor. Within the book, the great sword seemed to come to life and slowly took shape within the pages. It gradually condensed into the starry sky and appeared behind Lu Yin. It slashed down viciously, and regardless of its style, its power was exactly the same as the Sword King's attack. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he could suddenly move again. He had been reciting the primogenitor scripture the moment he had been frozen by progenitor Wushang's hide. Even Elder Jiu Xin and the others could not move, but he could. But so what if he could move? The Sword King's attack was filled with killing intent. Even though Lu Yin had broken free from the suppression of progenitor Wushang's hide, he was still suppressed by this attack. He could not even turn around and could only allow the sword to strike him. The difference between him and an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 was too great. Helpless, Lu Yin closed his eyes and gathered the star energy around him. Just as the great sword was about to strike his body, the star energy in Lu Yin's body filled up. He had gone through 49 tribulations at the peak of the Enlighter realm. If one wanted to become an emissary, one's greatest hurdle was the seal. Lu Yin knew that he had been sealed, but he did not know exactly how many layers of seals there were. The first time the seal had been broken, it had been the crazy headmaster who had helped him break through to the Melder realm. The second time, it had been with the help of the mummy that he had broken through to the explorer realm. The third time, it had been with progenitor Chen's blood that he had broken through to the hunter realm. And now, it was the fourth time. Breaking the seal was becoming more and more difficult with each attempt. Progenitor Chen's blood had helped him break the seal, and Lu Yin did not know exactly how much power had been generated. However, this fourth time, Luin guessed that it would require a power level of at least 800,000 to 900,000, or even a million. The Sword King's attack was both Lu Yin's attempt to break the seal and his defense against the Sword King's attack. It was just like how he had used the mummy to break the seal. As for the Formcast model, he definitely did not have the money to upgrade it to 8 times. As Lu Yin reached the peak of the Enlighter realm, an incomparably large tree vaguely appeared in outer space. Behind him, a mysterious rune appeared. It was the seal that was trying to lock Lu Yin in place and suppress his breakthrough. The moment the seal appeared, the great sword also descended. Bang! A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth as the void was torn apart and cut horizontally. Elder Zhou Shen and the others were all swept away by the strong wind. The Void Wanderer ancestor twisted his body and disappeared through the void. He had to leave, as if he stayed for too long, Lan Xian might be able to adapt to the suppression of progenitor Wuxiang's hide or find a way to break free from it. Lan Xian could not stop the Void Wanderer ancestor from leaving, but now, she stared at Lu Yin with a rare ripple in her eyes. Su Qing stared at Lu Yin, as he had thought that this attack would definitely kill Lu Yin. This was also the Imperial Tutor's divination, and the attack had a 90% chance of killing Lu Yin. However, it had still failed, and Su Qing could only watch as the great sword dissipated. Something had appeared behind Lu Yin and blocked the attack. Lan Xian was astonished as well. An Enlighter had actually blocked an attack with a power level of over 1 million. Even progenitor Qin had not been able to do this when he had been an Enlighter. In fact, no one had been able to do this since ancient times. After the Void Wanderer ancestor left, Elder Zhou Shen, Yamavis, and the others regained their senses and hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the sky had changed. A giant vortex gradually expanded above his head and spread into the distance. The vortex was so large that it surpassed any vortex Lu Yin had ever seen before. Lightning flashed within the dark vortex, and it was impossible to see its bottom. Waves of horrifying sounds could be heard, and the onlookers turned pale. Origin Tribulation. It's Origin Tribulation. He's about to face his Origin Tribulation. Everyone, retreat. Elder Zhou Shen shouted and was the first to retreat. Origin Tribulation did not care about who was facing it. As long as one was within a certain range, the tribulation would descend according to one's strength. Elder Zhou Shen did not want to be targeted by it, especially when he looked up at the sky. This tribulation seemed different from the ones he had experienced before. It was not just Elder Zhou Shen. The second Night King, Guru Qinghua, and the others could also see that the range of this origin tribulation was too large. Lan Xian also retreated. Even a progenitor would suffer if they faced an origin tribulation at this time, let alone a half-ancestor. This was an irreversible phenomenon, as breaking through from half-ancestor to progenitor would require one to face an origin tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1878. At this moment, whether it was Master Yuanshi or the Sea King, those who truly cared about Lu Yin had to retreat. On the other side, Su Qing and the rest retreated at the same time, not daring to approach. As the range of the tribulation grew larger, everyone retreated further and further away. Why is it still expanding? When I underwent my tribulation, it wasn't even half of this range, someone exclaimed. Elder Zhou Shen's eyes flickered. The range of this tribulation had already surpassed the range of his own tribulation by about a third, and it was still expanding. The celestial demon was shocked. The range is too large. How can it still be expanding? Su Qing said, this kid's innate gift is extraordinary, so his tribulation will definitely be different from others. Retreat. Not long after, they stopped. Qinghua was shocked. This range is too large. Lan Xian's eyes flickered as she looked up. It was indeed too large, far surpassing the range of her own tribulation. Only the three ancestors' tribulation could compare. Lu Yin was about to undergo his tribulation, but he was not in a good mood. His seal had not been broken, and the Sword King's attack had not been able to do so. However, the seal had disappeared. Since it had not been broken, it meant that it would appear again. Would it appear after he successfully underwent his tribulation? Lu Yin was apprehensive. Thunder boomed above his head, causing countless people to be dazed. At this moment, many people and beasts nearby fainted. This was the power of spiritual force. Retreat again, the Sea King barked, and everyone continued to retreat. The spiritual force from the tribulation formed a storm that connected the two ends of the universe, forming a monster that was even larger than a void wanderer ancestor. Lu Yin was right in the center. Beside the spiritual force storm, thunder rumbled and echoed throughout the entire North Castle weave. The celestial demon was shocked. Materializing spiritual force is something that we celestial demons often experience when undergoing our tribulations. How did he experience it? Su Qing solemnly replied, Lu Yin's spiritual force is also supreme among his peers. Not even an emissary from your celestial demon bloodline can defeat him. The celestial demon could not refute this. On the other side, the second Night King was not surprised, as Lu Yin was able to withstand a portion of his spiritual force bombardment. This was especially true during the battle at the Xingu dynasty. Even though it had been a fake attack, its power had still not been weak. Forget about humans, even celestial beast emissaries with a power level of 600,000 or even 700,000 might not have been able to withstand his attack. And yet, they had still been unable to deal with Lu Yin. This kid's spiritual force was terrifyingly powerful. The spiritual force materialized and crashed down on Lu Yin's body. At the same time, the spiritual force storm wreaked havoc, attempting to tear Lu Yin to pieces. He hadn't memorized the primogenitor's scripture yet, and this was only the beginning. His spiritual force had reached a power level of 600,000, while the lightning's destructive power was at most 700,000. It wasn't enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Although his essence, energy, and spirit had not reached this level of battle prowess, under the protection of the primogenitor scripture, he had become a stubborn rock, allowing the storm to erode him. Although he was small, he was tenacious. Boom! With a loud explosion, the lightning above took shape and turned into a bat that let out a sharp screech. Sky Demon. Ling Qiu was shocked as she looked at the distant sky. The spiritual force materialized into a sky demon that replaced the starry sky as it looked down at Lu Yin. Sky demons were the masters of spiritual force, the rulers of the astral beast domain, and the royalty of the sky demon empire. Any sky demon that was born would feed on spiritual force. When sky demons were mentioned, everyone would think of spiritual force, energy, and spirit. They were rulers, and when spiritual force was mentioned, countless people would think of sky demons as well. The Sky Demon Royal could not reach the second Night King's power level and was about the same as Emperor Lu. However, with his terrifying spiritual force, he was able to stall the second Night King and become a huge killing machine. If not for the second Night King's existence, the Great Eastern Alliance would not have been able to last this long in this war. The Origin Tribulation had manifested as a Sky Demon, and it was clear that it valued Lu Yin greatly. It had sent its strongest spiritual force controller to deal with him. Su Qing and the other powerhouses from the astral beast domain were shocked, and they subconsciously looked at the Sky Demon Royal. The Sky Demon Royal frowned. A human undergoing the Origin Tribulation had actually manifested as a Sky Demon. This proved that this human's spiritual force was extremely terrifying. The origin tribulation did not rely on one's power level to suppress one's opponent. Otherwise, when one underwent the origin tribulation, an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 would descend, and no one would be able to survive. The power of the origin tribulation depended on the person undergoing it. One could think of the origin tribulation as a sentient life form that was trying to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. One could also think of the origin tribulation as a fixed sequence that could be triggered by different people. The origin tribulation that was triggered could be a direct attack from an astral source, a battle technique that had once appeared in the astral source universe, or even a life form that was perfectly replicated by the origin tribulation in an attempt to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. No one knew what one would encounter during the origin tribulation. Lu Yin had encountered a sky demon at this moment. A sky demon that had manifested spiritual force and lightning definitely existed in the past, and it might even exist now. The manifestation of the origin tribulation proved that it could kill Lu Yin. You should be happy that a human genius will be annihilated by your sky demon bloodline, Feng Lin said indifferently. The sky demon royal's expression relaxed. She was right. Although a human undergoing the origin tribulation had attracted a sky demon, which made him uncomfortable, he was still a paragon of the same generation. The sky demon royal's origin tribulation had manifested to kill this human, which was a good thing for the sky demons. Master Yuan and the others' expressions became even more solemn. A sky demon was synonymous with invincible spiritual force. The origin tribulation had manifested a sky demon to kill Lu Yin. Above, the sky demon took form. It was extremely lifelike, and it faced Lu Yin. It opened its mouth, and in an instant, the sky shattered. Countless people bled from their orifices as they howled in pain. They had retreated far away, but they were still affected, so they had no choice but to continue retreating. Lu Yin faced the skydemon's spiritual force attack head-on and frowned. The origin tribulation had manifested its power based on the strength he had displayed, and this sky demon already had the destructive power to threaten his spiritual force. He raised his hand and tapped the void with his star energy. This was the origin opening array, a source box array that protected spiritual force. The array blocked a portion of the skydemon's spiritual force attack, and the rest was no longer a threat to Lu Yin. However, a moment later, the spiritual force that had been wreaking havoc in outer space suddenly converged, forming a visible sphere above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. It's a divine explosion. This was the battle technique that Yao Xian had used during the Sovereign Tournament. It was a spiritual force battle technique that was extremely terrifying. The Sky Fae Imperial male sneered. A divine explosion was the Sky Fae's most powerful attack. Lu Yin could block the spiritual energy storm, but he had to rely on his sourcebox array, which meant that he would not be able to block the divine explosion. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for cultivating your spiritual force. You've even cultivated it to such a high level that you've attracted a spiritual force tribulation that's comparable to the spiritual force tribulation of my sky demon bloodline, the sky demon Imperial muttered to himself. There was one thing that he did not mention, which was that even if a sky demon was undergoing an origin tribulation, they would not encounter such a terrifying spiritual force attack. Otherwise, who would be able to survive? From the power of the origin tribulation, it could be determined that Lu Yin's spiritual force cultivation had surpassed that of a sky demon powerhouse at the same level as him. In fact, it might even surpass those who had already undergone their tribulation and become emissaries. The sky demons could admit that they had been defeated, but they would never admit that they had lost to a human. This person had to die under the spiritual force attack. Lu Yin did not hold back against the sky demon battle technique, and he immediately recited the primogenitor scripture. No matter how strong it was, he would remain as immovable as a mountain. Boom! The spiritual force exploded, and spiritual force swept out in all directions. It shattered the heavens and caused ripples to spread throughout the entire North Castle Weave. The second Night King appeared in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and separated himself from the spiritual force attack. Across from him, the Sky Demon Imperial did the same. The spiritual force explosion's power was enough to turn most of the people on the battlefield into idiots. Even emissaries like the elders could not withstand it. Was this an origin tribulation? The second Night King could not believe it. Whose origin tribulation was this terrifying? It did not even give anyone a chance to survive. Mavis stared at Luyin and recalled the Mavis family's records. There were countless examples of humans undergoing their origin tribulation, but none of them had ever been recorded of someone encountering such a powerful tribulation right from the start. She recalled the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament and Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. If he had truly obtained the Grim Reaper's inheritance, then this kind of origin tribulation would not be surprising. In outer space, where everyone's gazes met, peace was restored. The origin tribulation vortex was still there, and below it, Luyin was in a rather sorry state. However, his expression was normal, as he had withstood it. He had withstood the spiritual force explosion that the second Night King and the others had to protect. The Sky Demon Imperial's pupils shrank. Impossible. Su Qing's expression was extremely ugly, as he also felt that this was impossible. How could Lu Yin have withstood it? Even he had been shocked by the spiritual force's might, and it was enough to make a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 feel apprehensive. How could it not deal with an enlighter? This did not make any sense. Lu Yin's own strength could not withstand an attack with a power level of 800,000, but his spiritual force was an exception. With the primogenitor scripture, he might be able to withstand an even stronger spiritual force attack. Success, the mountain god said in a dull voice, clearly disappointed. Lu Yin had not died, and the war had continued. The Interverse was still under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not too far away, the spirit ancestor's voice. It's not over yet. The mountain god was shocked. It's not over. How is this possible? The mountain god was certain that even with his current strength, he would not have been able to withstand that spiritual force explosion. How could it not be over yet? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. This was just the beginning. Just how terrifying would his origin tribulation be? Kuei Luo had said that Bai Xiener's origin tribulation had shaken the entire astral tree domain and attracted progenitors, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. Then, what about Lu Yin? Would he be any worse than Bai Xiener? Or even more terrifying than Bai Xiener? He had no idea. The origin tribulation was very calm, as if it was brewing. This caused the Sea King and the others' hearts to sink. They all knew that the origin tribulation was not afraid of causing a huge commotion, but rather of remaining silent. The quieter it was, the more terrifying the tribulation would be, as it was searching for a power that could kill the person undergoing the tribulation. "Look, it's expanding," someone exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Everyone looked up and saw that the origin tribulation vortex was expanding. Emperor Lu's expression changed. "Retreat. Retreat again. Retreat immediately." Across from them, countless astral beasts retreated in fear. Compared to humans, they were more sensitive to danger. Guru Qinghua was shocked. "I've never heard of an origin tribulation expanding during a tribulation." Lan Xian sighed. "There have been, but it's extremely rare. The Blood Ancestor was one such example." Guru Qinghua was shocked. "The origin tribulation expands during the Blood Ancestor's tribulation?" Lan Xian replied, "He said so himself." "I don't know either." "Retreat." Her body then vanished as she retreated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1879. Lu Yin could no longer see anyone else. The range of the tribulation was too large, and it had exceeded the battlefield's range. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had already retreated to Frostwave Weave. In outer space, Lu Yin was the only one left to face the terrifying origin tribulation. He looked up and sighed. It's a bit unfathomable. Just as he spoke, the void above his head began to burn, and then a terrifying pressure descended, causing Lu Yin to spit out blood. He was shocked. Was this a Sengoku? In the distance, Chen Huang looked up and loudly said, "A familiar power." The next moment, everyone saw the void being scorched by the origin tribulation. A terrifying aura swept out and quickly spread to the surroundings. The Lu Emperor raised a hand and touched it. Battle force. It's a Sengoku. The second Night King's voice was low and filled with shock. It's actually a Sengoku. Those who have mastered battle force can become a Sengoku with unparalleled power. Chen Huang was excited. My bloodline is beating. It's the power of my clan's bloodline. On Chen Huang's shoulder, Ku Wei also felt the blood in his body tremble, and he looked into the distance. Master, something's wrong. You have to hold on. Some of the beasts on the other side also recognized the Sengoku. Although the Sengoku's cultivation method had disappeared, not everyone was unaware of this power. Feng Lin recognized the Sengoku, and she was shocked. A Sengoku has actually appeared. He's definitely dead. On the other side, Lan Xian was shocked as well. A Sengoku. This kid seems to have cultivated battle force. How sad. The moment the Sengoku appeared, Lu Yin's heart sank. No one present understood the terror of this power more than he did. It was an unparalleled power that could burn the void and shatter the heavens. Even a Sengoku had appeared during the origin tribulation. An incomparably large fist suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head. It covered the entire sky as it smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already having a hard time withstanding the Sengoku suppression, and when he saw the fist descend, he subconsciously raised his own fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud sound as his body was smashed down by the fist. His skin cracked inch by inch, and the entire North Castle Weave shook. Countless people felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, and in that instant, quite a few people were killed. When they looked into the distance and saw that incomparably large fist, they felt like ants trying to shake a tree. Were humans the rulers of the universe? In the past, these people thought so. But now, when they saw the gigantic fist, the tyrannical war country, and the shattered starry sky, they couldn't speak. They were nothing more than ants. Countless giant beasts looked on in horror. The appearance of that fist was like a ruler. Lan Xian was shocked. That fist. Qing Huashangren's expression was solemn. It's Qin Fan. That Qin Fan who killed a half-martial ancestor? Lan Xian was astonished. Although she was a half-martial ancestor, she was younger than Qing Huashangren, and there were many things that she did not know. Qing Huashangren nodded. He was viewed as a disgrace by the giant, but he managed to cultivate the Warring States period and used the celestial imprint to challenge a half-martial ancestor. He even managed to kill a half-martial ancestor who was at a higher cultivation level than him. He once wrote a glorious chapter in the war between the 6th and 5th mainlands, but in the end, he died at the hands of another half-martial ancestor. Lan Xian sighed. Killing a half-martial ancestor was a shocking feat, and she had just easily killed the Sword King. Qin Fan should have been at the same level as the Sword King, but he had been able to kill a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why he had been recorded in history. Qin Fan's Warring States period was the glory of that era. He was the only one who managed to break through the inner world with the Warring States period. Who would have thought that the Origin Tribulation would manifest his strength? Now, this should be Qin Fan's strength after breaking through to become an emissary, and it might not be that he had just broken through. Perhaps this is Qin Fan's strength when he was at a power level of 600,000 or 700,000. Lu Yin is currently challenging Qin Fan's Warring States period. I wonder how he'll deal with this, Qinghua Shangren said. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was astonishing, the enemy that he had faced had been recorded in the annals of history, shocking future generations. However, Qinghua Shangren did not deny that Lu Yin had the strength to challenge Qin Fan. Lu Yin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 as an enlighter, and even Qin Fan might not have been able to do so. Qin Fan was a late-stage master, and Lu Yin now had a chance against him. Lu Yin was currently in a miserable state. His battle force had collapsed the moment it had collided with the fist, and his body had been continuously pressed down. Fortunately, he was already extremely strong, and with the help of overlaying stacks, he had not collapsed immediately. This was not the first time that he had faced a Warring States period, as Kuan Luster had used it to beat him up many times. However, compared to Kuan Luster, this fist's Warring States period seemed more condensed and indestructible. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, and its enormous size appeared before everyone's eyes. Qinghua Shangren blurted out, "Imprint." "No, that's the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant." Lan Xian's eyes flickered, and she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. "The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. Is that the power of the Lu family?" Qinghua Shangren was stunned. Lu Yin was from the Lu family. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant shocked Qinghua Shangren, but at the same time, it also shocked Lu Yin himself. This was not the first time that he had used the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, but it was completely different this time. The moment the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, he heard an ancient roar. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's roar, and the next moment, he dreamt of the ancient past. He saw a giant pillar in the sky that seemed to support the entire universe. In front of the pillar, a man's back was facing Lu Yin, and he was cheering excitedly. Although he could not hear what the man was saying, Lu Yin could feel the man's happiness and excitement. It was as if they were connected by blood. Suddenly, the man leapt up, and Lu Yin saw the lower half of the man's face, which was extremely similar to his own. Just as Lu Yin was feeling confused, his body was suddenly pulled up by something, and he rose up as well. Then, he saw clearly that it was not the pillar, but rather an elephant's leg. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's leg. Lu Yin rose to the highest point and saw the person sitting behind the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. The person's appearance was 90% similar to his own, and he was excitedly patting the elephant's body as he spoke. Lu Yin's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he seemed to merge with the person. Then, he seemed to pass through the person, and everything he saw disappeared. It was like a dream. Lu Yin's body was in intense pain as he was struck by a giant fist and sent flying into the depths of space. Everyone was shocked, as Lu Yin had failed to withstand the attack. Su Qing and the other beasts were ecstatic, as failure meant death. The Sea King and many others had ugly expressions, and Ku Wei looked as if his father had died. The second Night King and the Lu Emperor were calm, but the mountain god could not help but be excited. Lan Xian and Qinghua Shangren were calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. Lu Yin watched as his tribulation failed. Suddenly, there was a roar that shook the heavens. Everyone looked into the depths of space in shock and saw the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appear. At this moment, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was not an illusion, but rather real. It grew larger and larger until it surpassed the fist in the blink of an eye. Then, there was a roar, and with a loud bang, the fist was pushed back. Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He bit down on his lips as he punched the giant fist again and again. The power behind each punch was so great that many people panicked, and their hearts raced as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. They watched as he counterattacked, and they watched as the Sengoku Kingdom was shattered by his punches. Bang! Lu Yin raised his right fist to the highest possible level and punched out. A shockwave tore through space and spread towards the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the countless beasts. The giant fist was shattered, and Lu Yin had completely destroyed the Sengoku Kingdom. The Sea King suddenly rushed out and raised a hand to block the shockwave from Lu Yin's punch. His body was pushed back by the enormous force, and he looked shocked. Just the aftershocks of Lu Yin's punch had been enough to push him back. Just how great was that force? The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was a visualization technique from a branch of the Lu family. How could it only increase one's strength by 2 times? Visualization was a power that was unique to the Lu family, and it was coveted by the 4 cardinal scales. The true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant could increase one's strength tenfold by relying on the Lu family's bloodline. Previously, Lu Yin had only visualized it and had not activated the power of his bloodline. But now, perhaps because the seal had been pushed back by the Sword King's sword, or perhaps because his body had been stained with blood, Lu Yin was able to see the true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He had also activated the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's true strength, increasing it tenfold. A punch with tenfold strength had forcefully shattered the Sengoku Kingdom. In outer space, Lu Yin's arms drooped down as he panted heavily. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant slowly disappeared. He looked up at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool, and his pupils shrank. It still hasn't disappeared. Lu Yin really wanted to kill himself. He was already bathed in blood, but the Origin Tribulation would continue. Su Qing and the countless beasts that had been hostile towards Lu Yin could no longer be excited, as they were in too much despair. A Tian Yao's godburst and Qin Fan's Sengoku Kingdom were enough to wipe out most of the people present. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would not dare to say that they could survive. Lu Yin had survived, but it was still not over. Under the Origin Tribulation, all life was equal, and everyone had to bear the brunt of the tribulation. At this moment, Su Qing felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Lu Yin had clearly absorbed astral origin to break through, but he was now viewed as an enemy by the entire astral source universe. His enemies were the entire astral source universe, and they were also the various powers that had appeared in the astral source universe. On the other side, Guru Qinghua's eyes flashed. That's the power of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He actually managed to break through the Sengoku Kingdom. That was Qin Fan's Sengoku Kingdom. Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavens were silent as everyone stared at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool. If it had not dissipated, then it was still there. What would the next tribulation be? Lu Yin clenched his fists. He should have known that neither the Tian Yao spiritual force nor the Sengoku Kingdom would be enough to trigger a progenitor. His Origin Tribulation would continue to expand until it attracted the attention of a progenitor and the entire Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to see what kind of Origin Tribulation would appear next. As countless people waited in silence, a figure formed within the Origin Tribulation whirlpool and slowly descended. It was silent and did not cause any great commotion, but many people's expressions changed. Lan Xian's gaze turned cold. It was a humanoid Origin Tribulation. The most dangerous of the origin tribulations was the humanoid origin tribulation. Since a humanoid origin tribulation had appeared, it meant that the origin tribulation was confident in defeating the person undergoing the tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1880. The Sea King and the others had ugly expressions. It was actually a humanoid origin tribulation. Throughout history, there had been many who had encountered a humanoid origin tribulation, but the success rate was less than 1 in 10,000. The appearance of a humanoid origin tribulation meant that the person undergoing the tribulation was extraordinarily talented, but the success rate was still so low. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. No one knew who it was. Lu Yin stared at the slowly descending figure. The figure was formed from the origin tribulation, but it did not reveal its appearance. Lu Yin's gaze was cautious as he activated his battle force and visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant behind him once more. He felt an indescribable sense of danger. The person in front of him was very dangerous. The figure formed from the origin tribulation, and lightning pierced through the sky, connecting the figure and the tribulation. Lu Yin visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant, and his pupils turned into runes. What he saw were very few runes. Since it was an origin tribulation, it was impossible to use an aura-concealing stone to conceal its aura. The only possibility was that the person formed from the tribulation had the ability to conceal its own power. In the distance, a giant meteor flew over, quickly passing through the battlefield and appearing between Lu Yin and the humanoid figure. When the meteor passed by, Lu Yin and the humanoid tribulation origin cultivator disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and the next moment, the meteor exploded, causing Lu Yin and the figure to retreat at the same time. Lu Yin was stunned. Sengoku. The one who had clashed with his Akalanatha King's elephant was Sengoku. On the other side, the void around the humanoid figure burned, and Sengoku spread out, causing an uproar. Master Qinghua sighed. Sengoku again. I wonder who this person is. Throughout history, very few Sengoku have been able to surpass Qin Fan. Lan Xian's eyes flashed. Sengoku was terrifying, and Lu Yin's potential was even more frightening to be able to fight against him and cultivate battle force. Lu Yin raised his head. So what if it was Sengoku? That fist had not been able to do anything to him, and this person would not be able to do anything to him either. Under the support of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, the power of the Emptiness Palm was raised to its peak. In the past, a single Emptiness Palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 600,000 vomit blood. Now, the Emptiness Palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 700,000 vomit blood. The Emptiness Palm's power increased by 10 times brought about a qualitative change. The humanoid original tribulation was hit by the empty bright palm, and its body flew out upside down. Even Sengoku couldn't block it. Just as the humanoid original tribulation origin tribulation was sent flying, its body suddenly shook. Then, a figure walked out and raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This scene caused Lu Yin's expression to change greatly. Serious? No, there were two figures. Was this the 9 clones technique? In the south, Elder Zhou Xin was aghast. Patriarch Qin. The 2 words, Ancestor Qin, shocked everyone. Yamavis was in disbelief. Elder Zhou Xin, what did you say? Everyone looked at him. Elder Zhou Xin gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with fervor and faith. His breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. Clones and Sirius. There's only been one person in history who can use both at the same time, and that's Progenitor Qin. Stars revolve around star energy, not astral sources. Who could possibly fight against Lu Yin when he was still an enlighter? That humanoid tribulation origin is Ancestor Qin. Su Qing's eyes flickered. The human's 9 clones technique. Serious? Could it be? Ancestor Qin. The celestial demon's face sank. On the other side, Guru Qinghua was shocked. His expression fluctuated. To the 6th mainland, Ancestor Qin was not a good person, but no one dared to deny his invincibility. Ancestor Qin was the mark of an era. The progenitors of the ancient era had become legends, and many people believed that the progenitors of the modern era could not compare to the ancient progenitors. Humanity was regressing, but Ancestor Qin was also from the modern era, which was the era of the Daosaur sect. Who would dare to say that Ancestor Qin represented humanity's regression? In that era, Ancestor Qin was synonymous with invincibility. He had killed multiple progenitors at the same time and beaten the 6th mainland into submission. He had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea, and he was invincible in the universe. Anyone who mentioned Ancestor Qin would only think of one word: invincible. It was as if that word had been created for Ancestor Qin. After the Autarkas tournament, Lu Yin had reigned supreme among his peers. After returning from the cosmic tree realm, he had even challenged envoys of a higher realm. As his cultivation deepened, he was now able to fight against powerhouses with power levels of 700,000. Had anyone in history ever achieved such a feat? Perhaps there had been, but there had been no records of such a feat now that Lu Yin was undergoing his first tribulation, whether it was the celestial demon formed from the first tribulation or the fist formed from the second tribulation. Their power levels were definitely not below that of an emissary's. Only this humanoid tribulation had activated the serious art and used star energy. Throughout history, how many people had been able to fight against Lu Yin before becoming an emissary? Even the 6th mainland's martial ancestor, the blood progenitor, and the progenitors of the cosmic tree realm dared to claim that they could do so. How strong could they have been when they had been enlighters? Only Ancestor Qin, who had stood at the peak of invincibility ever since he had started cultivating, could fight against Lu Yin. No one knew whether the origin tribulation had manifested Ancestor Qin, or whether Ancestor Qin had borrowed the power of the origin tribulation to fight across time and space. Everyone only knew that at this moment, what was happening in front of them was the greatest battle between enlighters since ancient times. Even in the incomparably ancient past, there were very few enlighters who could compare to these two. In outer space, beneath the origin tribulation, Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid tribulation that was circulating the serious art and had formed a clone. An unsuppressible sense of pride welled up in his heart. Ancestor Qin, your Ancestor Qin. He looked up at the origin tribulation and laughed loudly. Aside from Ancestor Qin, who else could stop him? He had heard of Ancestor Qin countless times since he had started cultivating, and every time he heard the name Ancestor Qin, it was immediately followed by invincible. It was as if Ancestor Qin and these two words were inseparable. Lu Yin did not know if anyone had ever defeated Ancestor Qin before, but today, he had to. Only by defeating the current Ancestor Qin would he be able to step into the realm of emissary. They were both enlighters, but time had separated them. However, the origin tribulation had brought them together once again. Back when Lu Yin had faced the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral Qi, if not for the Reaper's transformation, he would have been defeated without a doubt. At that time, the Prime Clear had only manifested 2 of Ancestor Qin's clones. Now, Lu Yin was facing an enlighter at his peak. Whether Ancestor Qin was invincible or whether Lu Yin was the strongest among his peers would soon be revealed. Boom boom boom, stars exploded. The serious art had been created by Ancestor Qin, and at this moment, Ancestor Qin was able to circulate the stars. This proved that the serious art had been created when Ancestor Qin had been an enlighter. Although he could not circulate as many stars as Lu Yin, that was because Lu Yin had used time stop to support his cultivation of the primogenitor scripture. Even so, because Ancestor Qin had created the serious art, Ancestor Chen's understanding of it far surpassed Lu Yin's. Every star seemed to have a life of its own. Elder Zhou Xin sighed in amazement. The great freedom astral body realm. I only comprehended this realm after crossing 4 origin tribulations. Back then, Ancestor Qin had already been able to do this when he was an enlighter. His talent was astonishing. That was originally created by Ancestor Qin, Emperor Lu praised. Ancestor Chen's appearance had completely overshadowed Lu Yin's tribulation. In reality, everyone's attention had shifted from Lu Yin's tribulation to his battle with Ancestor Qin. Even if they were extremely confident in Lu Yin, at this moment, most people did not think that he would succeed. Why? It was because he was facing Ancestor Qin, the invincible and undefeated Ancestor Qin. It was impossible for anyone in the same realm to defeat Ancestor Qin. At the same time, Lu Yin activated the serious art. The number of stars that he could circulate surpassed Ancestor Chen's, but the power of his attacks was about the same. After all, his understanding of the serious art was far from Ancestor Chen's realm. One of Ancestor Chen's clones activated the serious art, causing the stars to converge and transform into serious sword technique. At the same time, Lu Yin also used serious sword technique. The 2 heavenly star swords collided in the starry sky, twisting the void and tearing it apart. Suddenly, another clone of Ancestor Qin walked out and took the heavenly star swordsmanship and slashed out. This was the Xia clan's blade will. The Xia family's 3 sword intents combined into one, borrowing the power of serious sword technique to slash horizontally. The sharpness of this attack caused many to be unable to open their eyes. Lu Yin also raised his sword and slashed out with the 14th sword. With the cosmic swordsmanship as a weapon, one of them used the saber will of the Xia clan, turning the sword into a saber and operating it perfectly. The other used the 14th sword, whose swordsmanship surpassed that of the cosmic art. The clash of techniques transformed into a clash of swordsmanship. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the starry sky being cut apart. Countless people's jaws dropped. How could they fight like this? Above them, Ancestor Chen's clone punched out. This was the first Ancestor Qin clone. At this point, Ancestor Qin had already created 3 clones. Against Sengoku, Lu Yin struck out with his clear void palm. The invisible palm technique forced Ancestor Chen's clone back once again. Whether it was serious art, sword technique, or physical strength, Lu Yin was not inferior to Ancestor Chen's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. This was something that many had not expected. Who said that the people of today were inferior to the ancients? Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger as he felt a sharp pain from his back. Not good. He remembered that Ancestor Qin had a clone that could become transparent. At this thought, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. In the same spot, the transparent clone chased after Lu Yin. Serious art once again activated the stars to limit Lu Yin's speed. Lu Yin appeared not too far away, and Ancestor Chen's clone suddenly became incomparably huge. The warring state extended endlessly. It was a giant clone. Lu Yin tried to use the secret art of plan to escape, but it suddenly became ineffective. The Xia secret art, void transformation, could break all secret techniques. In front of him, the transparent Ancestor Qin had already arrived and merged with one of his clones. He raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a blade that unleashed 3 forms of blade intent. Above his head, a giant fist came crashing down, and it was not any weaker than the fist that Lu Yin had faced during Lu Yin's tribulation. There was also a warring state, but Ancestor Chen's warring state was even more terrifying. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as 4 clones surrounded him. Ancestor Qin was indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Yin was confident that he could easily crush any enlighter, but he was forced into a passive position against Ancestor Qin. This was Ancestor Qin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This was interesting. Then, the Aeon Evolution Scripture, Omniscient Realm. Bang! The fist landed, and the 3 forms of blade intent slashed out in front of Lu Yin. Aside from his clothes being slightly wrinkled, Lu Yin was fine. Countless people widened their eyes in confusion. In the south, Elder Jioshan raised his brows. The Aeon Evolution Scripture had reached Omniscient Realm. What a mysterious technique. Lan Xian's eyes flickered. Yet another cultivation technique from an unrecognized civilization. Rune Progenitor versus Progenitor Qin. Interesting. As a half-step ancestor, she had never imagined that she would one day be attracted by a battle between enlighters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1881. Did Lu Yin know how to negate the effects of an attack? Lu Yin negated the effects of Progenitor Qin's attacks on the surrounding space. Once one's destructive power reached the level of an explorer, it would affect the surrounding space. If one did not want to be affected, then one's destructive power would have to be reduced to below the explorer realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and rune lines began to weaken. The next moment, he unleashed 3 consecutive vacant palms, forcing back Progenitor Qin's clone, the clone that had fused with the Xia family Saber Intent, and the Progenitor Qin's clone from Sirius. Some of the Sirius Art clones were even scattered, and the clone was heavily injured. But that was not the end. Lu Yin faced the giant clone and continued to attack, defeating the Sengoku clone. The giant clone was also heavily injured. The transparent Progenitor Qin's clone attacked again, but it was still ineffective against Lu Yin's knowledge denial. It was as if Lu Yin was invincible in the knowledge denial realm, which stunned and confused many. Lu Yin was strong, extremely strong, but many did not believe that he could defeat Progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as him. However, Lu Yin now had the upper hand. At that moment, another clone walked out of the transparent clone and headed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was on guard, as Progenitor Qin had 9 clones, and 4 of them had already appeared. They had also used battle techniques that many knew about, such as Sirius Art, Xia family Saber Intent, secret techniques, transparency, giant, and what else? It was not just Lu Yin, everyone else wanted to know as well. That was all that the universe knew about Progenitor Qin. Elder Jioshan's eyes blazed. Progenitor Qin was invincible in the universe, and each of his clones was extremely powerful. Today, I can finally see them all. Across from them, the celestial demon, Feng Lin, Su Qing, and the other astral beasts were all breathing rapidly. They also wanted to see what other clones the once invincible Progenitor Qin had. On the other side, Lan Xian raised her head. Progenitor Qin had caused too much slaughter in the 6th mainland, and several progenitors had died tragically. During that era, the 6th mainland had been dim, and after Progenitor Qin's disappearance, no one knew if he was dead or alive. The 6th mainland had destroyed all records related to him, and only the 5th mainland's Daosor sect's ruins had been passed down. The 6th mainland had not understood Progenitor Qin for a long time. Now, she could see him as well. Lu Yin continued to maintain his awareness realm as he stared at the clone that was approaching him. He did not believe that an enlighter would be able to break through his awareness realm unless the rune ancestor appeared. Progenitor Qin's clone approached Lu Yin step by step, but strangely, the closer he got, the less close he got. Lu Yin frowned and stared at the clone. Was he walking towards him? No, he was retreating. The more he retreated, the closer he got. Why did this footwork look so familiar? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Qian Zhou, that Neoverse cultivator who had once fought for the Star Tower. That was the first time he had seen such a footwork technique in the Monument Realm, and he had called it the reverse step. How could Progenitor Qin know the reverse step? The more Progenitor Chen's clone retreated, the closer he got to Lu Yin. However, he couldn't get any closer. At that moment, the Xia family's blade will slashed out once more. Lu Yin suddenly had a feeling that the knowing denial realm might be ineffective. His intuition was right. Looking at the wound on his arm, if he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, it wouldn't have been just his arm that was injured. Progenitor Chen's clone had broken through Lu Yin's awareness realm by reversing his footwork, but how had he done it? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out. He only knew that in that instant, a lot of things had been thrown into disarray. Retreating, advancing, getting close, yet not being able to get any closer. Lu Yin couldn't understand Progenitor Chen's footwork, so he struck out with a palm, causing the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant to roar. Progenitor Chen's clone instantly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That fast? Then what had happened before? In the distance, Lan Xian's expression turned serious. Space-time has been disrupted. Qinghua didn't understand. What do you mean? Lan Xian was shocked. That footwork disrupted space-time. Not only can it break through Lu Yin's battle technique, but it can also break through all battle techniques. Qinghua was shocked, and he looked at Progenitor Chen's clone. Break through all battle techniques. Was that even possible? Progenitor Chen's clone approached Lu Yin again. He was still retreating, but he was getting closer. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Even the awareness realm was ineffective, so what kind of footwork was this? Another clone walked out, attracting everyone's attention. Every single one of Progenitor Chen's clones were incomparably powerful, so what about this one? This Progenitor Dao Qin clone didn't attack Lu Yin. Instead, he raised a hand, and a wellspring appeared in his palm. The wellspring tore through the void and fused with the heavily injured giant clone and serious art clone. In an instant, the two clones recovered. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was healing, and not just any ordinary healing. This speed was even faster than the Sixth Mainland's secret resurrection technique, and there didn't seem to be any side effects. Progenitor Dao Qin was already invincible, and he even had the power to heal. How could anyone fight against him? At that moment, everyone experienced what it meant to be invincible, and what it meant to be incomprehensible. Lu Yin stared blankly at Progenitor Dao Chen's clone and the wellspring in his palm. Wasn't that the wellspring that he had seen in the 9 mountains and 8 seas? This wasn't the first time Lu Yin had entered the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and there were inheritances there. Both the Yi and the wellspring had appeared there, but Lu Yin couldn't make heads or tails of these two inheritances. He hadn't expected Progenitor Qin to have grasped one of them. Lu Yin stared deeply at Progenitor Chen's clone. Ever since he had been able to challenge envoys, he had walked further and further down the path of being invincible among his peers. This was especially so after he had gradually been able to defeat powerhouses with power levels of over 600,000, even 700,000. His confidence had swelled, and he believed that as an enlighter, even the legendary ancient ancestor couldn't compare to him. Lu Yin didn't care if obscurity had obtained some of the inheritances in the burial garden, and he still didn't care if someone else had obtained Wu Tian's inheritance. No matter how powerful those people were, they definitely couldn't compare to him. This was his self-confidence. But at this moment, Progenitor Chen's invincible strength had shocked Lu Yin, especially his chaotic footwork and the wellspring of the 9 mountains and 8 seas inheritance. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Progenitor Chen's clones. It had been a long time since he had met a powerhouse at the same level as him. This was an unrivaled progenitor Qin, and today, he had to win. Come, let me see just how unrivaled progenitor Qin is. Lu Yin pointed at the void and set up a sourcebox array around himself. He then took a step forward and charged towards progenitor Qin's transparent avatar. This clone had fused with the clone that had used the 3 forms of blade intent, and when it saw Lu Yin charging over, it slashed out. The 3 forms of blade intent merged into one and tore through the void. This attack was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the 700,000 envoys. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. The blade intent slashed towards the giant clone, and the giant clone burned through the void. It was struck by the 3 forms of blade intent and was forced to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a clear void palm. Dozens of palm imprints attacked all of progenitor Qin's clones, causing the stars to explode and distort spacetime. This caused many of the palm imprints to deviate, but some of them still managed to hit the serious art clone, the giant clone, and the clone that had used the wellspring. Lu Yin's clear void palm was extremely powerful, and it was amplified by the immovable heavenly king elephant. Even progenitor Qin's clones found it difficult to withstand the attack, and 3 of them were heavily injured. In the surroundings, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Aside from Lu Yin, who else in the same realm could suppress progenitor Qin? After all, progenitor Qin had 6 clones. The 5th mainland's cultivators were not as shocked as Lan Xian and Qinghua Shangren. During the Battle of the Daosor sect, progenitor Qin had fought against multiple progenitors at the same time, and almost every clone had the ability to fight against a progenitor. They had never heard of any progenitor who could fight against 6 of progenitor Qin's clones at the same time. And now, Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to go down in history. But it was still not enough, and it was far from enough for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as the spring fused into progenitor Qin's clones, causing them to rapidly recover. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tried again. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened all of progenitor Qin's clones, and he struck out with dozens of palms at the same time. His battle force, spiritual force, domain, and physical strength combined with his clear void palm could easily injure all of progenitor Qin's clones. Even progenitor Qin's clone, who was using the reverse step, would find it difficult to ignore all of them. The giant clone Sengoku was extremely powerful, and Lu Yin relied on the Sengoku to counter the clear void palm. Lu Yin used the Yu's secret art to divert the 3 forms of his blade intent towards the Sengoku, but they were all countered by the Xia's secret art. Progenitor Qin's clone, who was using the reverse step, used its ability to distort spacetime to appear behind Lu Yin. It then merged with the giant clone and punched at Lu Yin's back. In front of Lu Yin, the 3 forms of his blade intent and star burst were something that he could not ignore. Behind him, progenitor Qin's clone punched out, but it was blocked by the sourcebox array's flow channeling diagram. The terrifying shockwave transformed into thin lines that scattered in all directions. Countless thin lines formed by the shockwave were flung towards the south, tearing through space along the way. The Lu Emperor attacked, and his sword swept out and severed all of the thin lines. To the north, the male from the celestial demon imperial family attacked and blocked all of the thin lines. Lu Yin relied on the flow channeling diagram to block progenitor Qin's attack, but his body was still sent flying. The force behind the attack had been too great. At that moment, black lines appeared in the void and bound Lu Yin's limbs like ropes, imprisoning him in the void. Lu Yin was shocked. The Wang family's secret technique. Back in the cosmic tree realm, he had been imprisoned by the Wang family's secret technique, and it was exactly the same. Why did progenitor Qin know the Wang family's secret technique? In front of him, a palm image from progenitor Qin's clone slammed towards him. Lu Yin was momentarily dazed, but when he regained his senses, the three forms of his blade intent and Sengoku's punch landed on his body. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and the stars behind him revolved as the three forms of his blade intent slashed towards him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his body disappeared. He used his sourcebox array to teleport 1,000 meters away, and Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, also appeared with him. Progenitor Chen's clone followed him like a shadow, and his speed was inconceivably fast. He could even break through Lu Yin's true scripture of Eon evolution, which made Lu Yin feel extremely aggrieved. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones charged towards Lu Yin, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Lu Yin waved his hand and grabbed the clone that was using the reverse step. His body was pulled along, and the scene that he saw caused him to retreat at an extremely fast speed. However, he continued to advance at an extremely fast speed. His body was violently torn apart, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He flipped his hand over, and Progenitor Chen's clone suddenly disappeared. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones suddenly stopped, and the clone that was using the reverse step disappeared. In the west, Lan Xian exclaimed, "Profound creation realm star energy control." He threw Progenitor Chen's clone into a world of star energy. That clone relies on speed and its ability to break through Lu Yin's battle techniques. Once it's controlled, Lu Yin will be in an invincible position with his runic technology technique. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1882. Quite a few people noticed this as well, especially the astral beast domain's death bugs, who let out angry cries. During the Sovereign Tournament, the death bugs had been trapped in wine by Jiu Hao's arcane creation realm star energy control. They had been extremely sullen, and the death bugs had lost all face. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to trap Progenitor Chen's clone forever. His arcane creation realm star energy control could only temporarily trap the clone, and it would quickly escape. If Progenitor Chen could be trapped so easily, then he wouldn't be Progenitor Chen. In particular, Progenitor Chen's clones could fuse with each other. If he couldn't escape, then he could fuse with another clone and then separate again. Lu Yin sighed and raised his hand to summon the general appointment platform. At this point, he was no longer afraid of being recognized. After using the Akalanatha King's elephant, he had recognized everyone who needed to be recognized. When the general appointment platform appeared, Lan Xian's expression changed, and she blurted out, "A direct descendant of the Lu family?" Because the fifth mainland had been abandoned by the primeval surnames and had its skies changed, many historical records were incomplete. However, the sixth mainland was different. Lan Xian had been able to recognize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and now, she had recognized the general appointment platform. She had thought that Lu Yin was from a side branch of the Lu family, which was why he had visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant. Who would have thought that he was from the Lu family's main branch? At this moment, Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant gaze. "In my name, general appointment," Lu Yin slowly said. At the same time, Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step walked out. The transparent Progenitor Chen's clone that had used the Xia family's blade intent separated, and the 7 clones surrounded Lu Yin. This scene was enough to shock even a half-ancestor. Progenitor Chen and the Lu family's main branch had begun their battle on the 5th mainland. Below the general appointment platform, 2 figures appeared. Progenitor Chen's 7 clones attacked at the same time. One clone gathered a wellspring and merged with all the other clones. The first to appear in front of Lu Yin was Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step. If Lu Yin tried to use knowledge denial, it would be broken. Above his head, a warring state shrouded the starry sky, and black lines appeared in all directions. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. Everyone held their breaths as they watched in shock. Progenitor Chen's clones were enough to deal with 600,000 to 700,000 emissaries, which meant that Lu Yin was facing 7 emissaries at the same time. He could attack, control, defend, and heal. It was simply perfect. This was Progenitor Chen. He had single-handedly slaughtered the progenitor realm experts of the 6th mainland, causing a rain of blood to fall from the 6th mainland. Countless people were in pain and despair. In front of Lu Yin, one of the selected individuals raised a hand and pressed down. A cloud appeared in the void and simultaneously pressed down on all of Progenitor Chen's clones. In an instant, all of them were simultaneously trapped. Secret technique, Cloudfall. Lu Yin pointed at Bai Xiaohong. With Lu Yin's current strength, all of his opponents were envoys, and he rarely had the opportunity to challenge an enlighter like Bai Xiaohong. But now, under the pressure of Progenitor Chen, Lu Yin had chosen Bai Xiaohong for no other reason than the secret technique and this momentary opportunity. Bai Xiaohong's strength was far from enough to deal with Progenitor Chen's clones, but this was a secret technique. Cloudfall's secret technique could trap all of Progenitor Chen's clones. Even if Progenitor Chen's clones could escape, they would still be trapped for several breaths of time. Lu Yin was also trapped in the void by the Wang family's secret technique, but he had used his death aura to point at Zhang Zhou. As the only powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, Zhang Zhou was enough to pose a threat to Progenitor Chen's clones. Both Progenitor Chen's clones and Lu Yin were trapped at the same time. Zhang Zhou faced Progenitor Chen's clone that was using Wellspring and exploded with flames, using his strongest attack to heavily injure the clone. In the next moment, Lu Yin broke free from the seal and visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant. He recited the primogenitor scripture and used his full strength to unleash the limitless void palm. The Xia family's Blade Intent clones and the giant Progenitor Chen's clones broke free from Cloudfall's restraints, but the rest of Progenitor Chen's clones were not. They were directly defeated by the limitless void palm, especially the clone that was using Wellspring. It would be very difficult to win without destroying him. Lu Yin had used Bai Xiaohong's secret technique to create an opportunity to win against all 7 of Progenitor Chen's clones. It seemed like Lu Yin was fighting against 7 clones alone, but he also had helpers beneath the commander appointment stage. The commander appointment stage was an innate gift, and it did not count as an external force. At this moment, Lu Yin had yet to break through to become an emissary, and he did not have an astral source within his body. Once he successfully broke through, he would be able to use his astral source to summon generals without fear of death energy consumption. Zhang Zhou, Jiuhan, and Dragon Lord could all be summoned, and he would be able to summon even more powerhouses in the future. This was the innate gift of the Lu family. One person could rule a country, and one person could be revered. Compared to the direct descendants of the Lu family who were developing normally, Lu Yin could be considered to be neglecting his duties. He had broken through to the origin tribulation stage, and there were only a few people present at the commander appointment stage. In the West, Guru Qinghua was shocked. That person who was summoned can control Progenitor Chen's clones at the same time. It should be a secret technique. I don't know who it is, but he must be an innate genius to be able to do this. Even so, he died at Lu Yin's hands. Lan Xian's eyes were burning as she stared at Lu Yin. The Lu family's people, and the Lu family's bloodline. 5 of Progenitor Chen's 7 clones had been destroyed by Lu Yin, but he still did not dare to be careless. This was because Progenitor Chen had 9 clones. The others also did not believe that Lu Yin had one. Even though Progenitor Chen's current power level was heaven-defying, it was still not enough. This was Progenitor Chen, an unrivaled progenitor. That should be coming out soon, Lan Xian muttered to herself as she recalled what the blood ancestor had once mentioned about Progenitor Chen. Everyone knew that progenitor Qin had 9 clones, and that he had created his own serious technique and fused it with the giant's bloodline. He was unrivaled in the universe, but no one had ever mentioned progenitor Qin's innate gift. Did progenitor Qin have an innate gift? This was a question that countless people had overlooked, but the blood ancestor could answer this question. He did, and he was extremely powerful. He was so powerful that even the blood ancestor would feel fear when mentioning him. It was precisely because he was too powerful that progenitor Qin's innate gift and the runic technology that the rune ancestor had created had disappeared into the river of history. No one was willing to mention it. Lan Xian stared at progenitor Qin's clone. His innate gift was about to come out. To those who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, innate gift was extremely important. The 10 Arbiters' Council, which dominated the younger generation, unconditionally accepted cultivators with innate gifts, so one could imagine how important innate gift was. However, the further one progressed, the less important one's innate gift became. What determined one's cultivation was always battle techniques or bloodlines. Even so, innate gift could not be ignored. Lu Yin looked at the remaining 2 clones and suddenly thought of the word innate gift. Did progenitor Qin have an innate gift? There was a whoosh as another clone walked out from one of the clones. It faced Lu Yin, Bai Xiaohong, and Song Zhou, who had been called out from the general appointment platform. It raised its hands and formed a circle before slowly rotating, as if it wanted to encompass the entire universe within it. Lu Yin's expression changed as he sensed danger looming over him. He did not hesitate to unleash a clear void palm as he quickly retreated from his original position. The clear void palm was blocked by Sengoku, and Lu Yin constantly moved his body. Bai Xiaohong and Song Zhou simultaneously attacked progenitor Qin's clones from different directions. There was a thump as the new progenitor Qin clasped its hands together, causing the heavens to tremble. After that, Lu Yin heard an incredulous voice. "Head, above your head." He looked up, and his pupils constricted. What should have been a vast and boundless universe with no end in sight had been transformed into a furnace. It was as if the entire universe had been compressed and refined into something like a pill furnace. And right above him was the lid of the furnace, trapping him inside. How could this be? When did this happen? Lan Xian was shocked. Heaven and earth furnace. Qinghua Shangren was not clear about progenitor Qin's innate gift. Even though he had lived for a long time, he only knew what he was qualified to know. As for everything about progenitor Qin, only the 3 ancestors knew. Lan Xian was a half-progenitor, so she was qualified to know from the blood ancestor. Heaven and earth furnace. Qinghua Shangren was confused. Lan Xian's voice was dry. Progenitor Qin's innate gift is the heaven and earth furnace. He uses the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine everything. There is nothing that cannot be refined, and no one can escape from it. Once absorbed into the furnace, it is equivalent to the end of one's life. Back then, progenitor Qin used the heaven and earth furnace to refine progenitor Nan. Qinghua Shangren was shocked. Progenitor Qin had refined a progenitor. It was no wonder that no one knew about this. The 6th mainland's progenitor Nan had been refined by progenitor Qin, and it had been such a miserable fate. If news of this spread, it would be enough to infuriate countless cultivators of the 6th mainland. It was no wonder that there had been no records of progenitor Qin's innate gift or progenitor Nan's innate gift. Progenitor Nan had also been erased from the 6th mainland's history. His existence had served as a foil to progenitor Qin, but it had also tarnished the reputation of the 6th mainland. Just watch. In a bit, you'll know why progenitor Nan's existence was erased. It wasn't just a humiliation, but also an indescribable sorrow and despair, Lan Xian said bitterly. Lan Xian was not the only one who had recognized progenitor Qin's innate gift, the second Night King had as well. He had been born during the Daosaur sect's era. At that time, the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect had still existed, and the mother tree had not moved. Just like how Lu Yin had heard of the symbol progenitor and progenitor Qin countless times after embarking on the path of cultivation, the second Night King had also heard of progenitor Qin the most. However, at that time, the Day-Night clan had been a vassal of the Frigid Immortal sect and had been enslaved by the Frigid Immortal sect. Thus, they did not know much about progenitor Qin, the symbol progenitor, and the others, and they could only be considered hearsay. It was only after the Frigid Immortal sect had left that the Day-Night clan had risen to prominence. Although Lu Yin did not know much about progenitor Qin, he had still heard of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. It said that the Heaven and Earth Furnace has refined more than one progenitor. The second Night King said in shock. His words caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as well as some records about progenitor Qin. The Sea King's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Yin. He knew that progenitor Qin was invincible, and no one could defeat progenitor Qin. Even if Lu Yin's innate gift was peerless, once the Heaven and Earth Furnace appeared, everything would be over. The Sea King had a complicated expression on his face. Back then, he had relied on progenitor Qin's blood-stained robes to break through the upper three gates, and he had a special feeling towards progenitor Qin. Now, would he have to watch as progenitor Qin killed Lu Yin? Would he let Lu Yin remain as an enlighter forever? That was the greatest tragedy of all. Once the Heaven and Earth Furnace was fused, it could no longer be opened. Lu Yin continuously used his vacant palm in an attempt to break through the Heaven and Earth Furnace, but he could not shake it in the slightest. He also wanted to use the planned secret art to escape, but this was the Heaven and Earth Furnace, and it used the heavens and earth as a furnace. No matter how far the planned secret art escaped, it would remain within the furnace. The planned secret art could not be used to escape from a greater teleportation array, and it could not be broken through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1883. Suddenly, a boundless pressure descended upon Lu Yin, as if the heavens and earth were closing in on him. Lu Yin's body trembled, and his skin cracked open. The terrifying pressure almost caused him to cough up blood. The general appointment platform disappeared, and Bai Xiaohong appeared. The Tsang universe was instantly destroyed by the pressure. Lu Yin had never experienced such pressure before, and it felt as if the heavens and earth were fusing together. He clenched his fists and activated his battle force imprint in an attempt to break free, but his skin continued to crack and blood splattered everywhere. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King's image roared. It took some effort to break free, but the pressure suddenly increased once more. In the outside world, countless people looked on in shock. Inside the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the starry sky had collapsed, and everything had returned to its original state. Only Lu Yin remained, as if he was the first life in the world, and he was vainly trying to push open the furnace. How difficult was it to create a new world? Even though Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, he had no choice but to recite the primogenitor scripture. The hazy voice traveled across the primordial era, allowing him to relax a little. However, the Heaven and Earth Furnace's pressure did not decrease. In fact, it even increased. At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood why the Origin Tribulation had chosen progenitor Qin, who had yet to break through to become an emissary. Progenitor Qin was simply invincible. Lu Yin believed that his strength was unparalleled, and as an enlighter, he was able to challenge an emissary with a power level of over 700,000, which was a rare feat since ancient times. However, progenitor Qin was the same. Blood flowed along the surface of his body, extending into the starry sky. He looked extremely miserable. In the west, Lan Xian was shocked, and she slowly said, progenitor Nan was refined by progenitor Qin in front of the sixth mainland's Daosor Sex mountain gate with his heaven and earth furnace. Countless cultivators from the sixth mainland watched on, but they were powerless to do anything. It was an ultimate tragedy for them to watch as their progenitor was refined. Qinghua Shangren could sense that if the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor were refined now, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the sixth mainland. The heaven and earth furnace was not sealed, and everyone could clearly see what was going on. It was precisely because of this that it was even more cruel and sorrowful. A dignified progenitor had been refined into ash right in front of everyone's eyes, and it had even happened right in front of the sixth mainland's Daosor Sex mountain gate. To the sixth mainland, this was a great humiliation. What exactly had happened back then? For Ancestor Qin to go to such extremes. Regardless of the reason behind progenitor Chen's actions, as an enemy, having his existence erased by the sixth mainland was an honor. As for progenitor Nan, having his existence erased was a disgrace. Within the heaven and earth furnace, Lu Yin's blood splattered across the heavens as he felt waves of powerlessness wash over him. Even the visualization of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was unstable. Helpless, Lu Yin's eyes transformed into runes, and he entered the realm of knowing and denying. In an instant, all the pressure disappeared. It wasn't that he had broken the heaven and earth smelt, but that he had borrowed the power of the knowing denial state to temporarily make himself invincible, causing the pressure of the heaven and earth smelt to not appear. However, the knowing denial state could not be maintained for long. The scripture of Aeon evolution was a cultivation technique and could not be used indefinitely. Outside the heaven and earth smelt, there should have been 3 doppelgangers of Ancestor Qin. However, there were now 7 of them. No, including the last one that appeared, there were 8 of them. 8 of progenitor Chen's avatars appeared and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at progenitor Chen's clone for a long time before he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The more he fought with progenitor Qin, the more powerless he felt. It had always been said that Ancestor Qin was invincible, and everyone looked up to him. But in their hearts, they all hoped to fight with Ancestor Qin and see just how invincible he was. Only by truly fighting progenitor Qin would one be able to experience that kind of helplessness. The spectators all felt despair, as this battle was enough to make powerhouses like the Second Night King hold their breaths. Even if Lu Yin had endless opportunities, he had basically used all of his trump cards. When he thought of this, he smiled. How carefree, progenitor Qin. I really hope that I can fight with the real you. There'll be a chance in the future. After saying this, his body gradually dried up, and his skin dried up. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was a very mystical technique. After cultivating it, one's body would completely dry up, and if one was attacked, one's body would recover. The stronger the attack, the faster the recovery. At the same time, one could also accumulate strength. In the past, when Lu Yin had obtained this technique, he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitor Ku had not been particularly outstanding, and although he was a progenitor, his presence had been very weak. The tree astral realm was within the sovereign realm, and progenitor Ku's withering glory domain was also located in the inner region. Lu Yin remembered someone saying that the more powerful a progenitor was, the closer they were to the outer region. At that time, Lu Yin had subconsciously believed that progenitor Ku was not as strong as other progenitors. However, as time passed, he realized that he had been wrong. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique allowed him to heal the injuries caused by Wang Xi, and it also allowed him to neutralize the Eternal's poison. In particular, the maiden had mentioned that progenitor Ku was actually one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he controlled the power of time. This gave Lu Yin an unlimited amount of anticipation, for everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique had been recorded in the Spirit Void Temple and placed together with the secret symbol of withering. At first, Lu Yin had thought that it was useless, but it had turned out to be the most precious item, far surpassing the secret symbol of withering. Lu Yin was glad that he had learned that everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to resist this furnace. The furnace's pressure was so great that it was difficult for him to endure, but it was not enough to immediately surpass his limit. This was the perfect example of everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. In the outside world, countless people watched as Lu Yin suddenly ignored the furnace's pressure and dried up his body. They did not know what he was doing. Progenitor Qin was known by everyone, and countless people looked up to him. However, Progenitor Ku's presence was truly weak, so weak that even Lan Xian had never heard of him from the blood ancestor. No one knew what Lu Yin was doing. When his body completely dried up, Lu Yin's knowing nothing faded away, and the boundless pressure appeared once more. The moment the pressure appeared, Lu Yin's dried-up body suddenly recovered by nearly half. He hurriedly used everything will move in the opposite direction and continued to dry up. He repeated this process over and over again, and the pressure allowed him to recover while he himself dried up. He continuously recovered, dried up, recovered, and dried up again. No one knew what Lu Yin was doing, and even Lan Xian, a half-progenitor, could not understand what was happening. Although she could not understand what Lu Yin was doing, it did not stop her from being shocked. The heaven and earth furnaces legends were terrifying, but Lu Yin's current actions were just as exaggerated. He had directly faced the furnace, which was an innate gift that could refine a progenitor. Back then, Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Nan had both been progenitors, but Progenitor Nan had been forcefully refined. Now, Progenitor Qin was an enlighter, and Lu Yin was also an enlighter, but Lu Yin had actually withstood the heaven and earth furnace's pressure. This scene greatly stimulated Lan Xian. Is there really someone who can face Progenitor Qin head-on? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days passed, and the same scene was repeated within the heaven and earth furnace, as if there would never be an end. On the 9th day, the void distorted, and the heaven and earth furnace dissipated. Even Progenitor Qin could not maintain his innate gift for very long. Everyone stared at Lu Yin, who was still seated cross-legged. His body was still dried up. What was going on? He couldn't have died, right? Bang! Progenitor Qin did not hold back. The giant's avatar, Sengoku, burned the void and punched Lu Yin, sending him flying. Following that, a black line appeared from the void and bound Lu Yin. Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. The Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent, serious art. Attack after attack descended, and all of them landed on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was like a punching bag as he was beaten up by Progenitor Qin's avatar. Everyone had complicated expressions. Had he given up? Lan Xian had a strange expression. No, this kid's body was recovering. Every time he was attacked, his body would recover a bit. What was going on? What was going on? What had he learned? Lu Yin looked miserable, and his entire body was covered in blood. Although his skin was dry, there were still signs of cracking. He was being beaten up by Progenitor Qin's avatar without being able to retaliate. This scene caused many to despair. However, only a few people could clearly see that even though he was being beaten up, his body was not injured at all. It was very strange. Gradually, Lu Yin's body miraculously recovered. His eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, forcing Progenitor Qin's 8 avatars back. Progenitor Qin's 8 avatars suddenly fused together, and their star energy transformed into a blade. He slashed out, using all of his avatar's combined power to unleash the 3 styles of blade intent. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement. He lifted his foot and charged forward. There were no fancy movements, just a punch that met the attack head-on and shattered the blade intent. He faced Progenitor Qin and punched out. His body passed through Progenitor Qin and stopped 1,000 meters away. He loosened his grip. It's over. Behind him, Progenitor Qin's body slowly disappeared, transforming into mottled lightning that floated up and merged into his origin tribulation. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Had Lu Yin won? Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin. No one had expected the situation to suddenly reverse, and Lu Yin had actually defeated Progenitor Qin. No one could understand what had just happened. Lu Yin let out a long breath. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually develop in the opposite direction. He had been suppressed in the furnace for 9 days, and his accumulated strength had been constantly gathering. He had finally released all of it, and that single punch had been enough to defeat Progenitor Qin. He turned around and looked in the direction that Progenitor Qin had disappeared with a solemn expression. Progenitor Qin was indeed unequaled. Only one person in the same realm could fight against him. However, Lu Yin frowned. Progenitor Qin had 8 avatars, which meant that he had 9 avatars. Then, where was his 9th avatar? Why hadn't it appeared? Lu Yin had probably not been able to make it in time. That punch of his had accumulated too much strength, and it was equivalent to Progenitor Qin's heaven and earth furnace helping him complete his ultimate attack. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to end this battle, and he would have had to rely on the Reaper transformation in the end. When he thought about this, Lu Yin laughed. He had never thought that Progenitor Qin would be the one to help him complete his strongest attack. He was really curious as to what kind of power Progenitor Qin's 9th avatar would possess. Progenitor Qin represented the Xia family, and Lu Yin represented the Lu family. The Lu family had always suppressed the Xia family, but Progenitor Qin was different. He was a genius, and even during the era of the Daosor sect, he had dominated 2 mountains and 1 ocean in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had been unrivaled throughout the universe, and no one in the Lu family had been able to suppress Progenitor Qin in that generation. Lu Yin had finally defeated Progenitor Qin in a battle that had transcended time. This had shocked everyone, and even half-ancestor Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Progenitor Qin's various displays of power were unfathomable, and Lu Yin was even more unfathomable. She remembered that the blood ancestor had once said that there had only been one Progenitor Qin since ancient times. Who could defeat Progenitor Qin? And now, this person had appeared. Even if he had only been an enlighter, who could predict the future? This really is the most despairing origin tribulation. Someone sighed, but no one refuted this statement. No matter who it was, encountering Progenitor Qin during their origin tribulation was unlucky. However, this also proved that Progenitor Qin was powerful, and not just anyone was qualified to make Progenitor Qin take action. It's over. Lu Yin has successfully passed his origin tribulation, and I wonder what kind of power level he'll have now. Elder He smiled and sighed in relief. Ling Qiu smiled bitterly, as she had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to overcome such an origin tribulation and defeat Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin would probably be the next Progenitor Qin. If Lu Yin became a progenitor, then joining the Great Eastern Alliance might not be a bad choice. I'll be updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1884. Lu Qianjue and the others stared at Lu Yin. At this moment, their attitudes had changed. Previously, they had been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but now, they had witnessed Lu Yin's victory over Progenitor Qin, which had greatly affected them. If they joined the Great Eastern Alliance and became Lu Yin's subordinates, then once Lu Yin became an ancestor in the future, the benefits he would bring them would be immeasurable. Congratulations, Alliance leader, for successfully passing your tribulation, the mountain god shouted, giving Elder He a fright. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, and Madame Yu all followed suit and congratulated Lu Yin. Across from them, Su Qing's expression turned ugly. If he can survive this tribulation, then his power level will definitely increase greatly once he becomes an emissary. He might even be able to protect himself on the battlefield, and killing him will be difficult. The celestial beast male sighed. If he can defeat Progenitor Qin, then he might be the fifth mainland's first progenitor. When he heard this, Su Qing's expression turned even uglier. Although a progenitor was terrifying, it was not enough to make one despair. However, Lu Yin was also the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. This kid was not only good at cultivation, but he was also good at scheming. Su Qing recalled what Lu Yin had said before the war. Once he became an ancestor in the future, how would he deal with the astral beast domain? No, this kid had to be killed, or else he would be a disaster for the astral beast domain in the future. Lu Yin's tribulation could be considered the most despairing. Progenitor Qin represented the peak of enlighters, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would find it difficult to defeat an enlighter like Progenitor Qin, let alone breaking through to become an emissary. Defeating Progenitor Qin would mean that Lu Yin had passed his tribulation. The star energy in Lu Yin's body dispersed, and the next moment, astral source flowed out of his tribulation vortex and was absorbed by Lu Yin. This was the reward for passing the tribulation. After successfully breaking through and becoming an emissary, one would no longer use star energy, but astral source. The power of each person's tribulation varied because of how much astral source they absorbed. The stronger a cultivator was, the more astral source they would absorb after breaking through, which naturally made the astral source universe even more hostile. The terrifying amount of star energy in Lu Yin's body had caused the astral source universe to directly manifest Progenitor Qin and bring about the most despairing tribulation. However, Lu Yin had still successfully passed his tribulation. If the astral source universe's expression, it would have been ugly. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he quickly thought of something else. Kuei Luo had said that Bai Xianer's origin tribulation had shaken the starry sky of trees and even attracted progenitor realm experts. How did she do it? Was it too much of a commotion? Or was it because she was the center of attention that drew out an ancestor realm expert? The latter was most likely the case. Lu Yin wasn't being arrogant, but he was very certain that he had already reached the limit of the enlighter realm. Progenitor Qin had also reached the limit. Even so, no progenitor had appeared. But if he had been a disciple of the Frigid Immortals sect or a disciple of the Lu family, then the origin tribulation that he had just fought with Progenitor Qin would definitely have attracted a progenitor. It was definitely enough to strike fear into the hearts of the Eternals. The biggest difference between him and Bai Xianer was her background. Looking to the north, perhaps Su Qing's killing intent toward him was the same as the Eternal Race's killing intent toward Bai Xianer after her tribulation. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Once he finished absorbing the astral source and used it to replace the star energy in his body, he would be considered to have passed the origin tribulation. After astral source entered his body, he could choose a location to transform into an astral source cyclone. He had long since decided on this location, which was right next to the black and white fog. It just so happened that there was fate sand in that area as well. The astral source followed the star energy and swam around his body. Lu Yin could clearly feel a change in his body. After breaking through to the emissary realm, ordinary cultivators would undergo a metamorphosis and be able to step into the astral source universe. However, the requirements for one's physical strength were very high. Ordinary cultivators could increase their physical strength to the point where they could step into the astral source universe, but for Lu Yin, he didn't know to what extent it would increase his physical strength. In any case, he could feel that something was different. The astral source followed the location where the star energy had once been and quickly swam to the Shichong Gate. It then followed the Shichong Gate into the Middle Finger Gate. It then entered the Upper Wisdom Gate and finally appeared at his chest, next to the black and white fog. It then transformed into a cyclone that gradually expanded and attracted the astral source. The others still didn't dare to approach Lu Yin. Even though his tribulation had ended, once he absorbed the astral source, he could still attract an origin tribulation. This was a part of the tribulation. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. This had never changed since ancient times. It wasn't that no one had tried to approach Lu Yin while he was absorbing the astral source, but they still attracted an origin tribulation. Everyone had to watch as Lu Yin completely replenished his astral source and officially stepped into the astral realm. Ordinary cultivators would absorb astral source very quickly once they broke through to the astral realm. For example, De Chio had only needed a short moment to stabilize his astral source cyclone and step into the astral source universe. Everyone thought that Lu Yin would be able to absorb astral source very quickly as well. Even if he had a lot of star energy, his first tribulation shouldn't take that long. This was because he could absorb astral source without any restraints, just like how he normally absorbed star energy. But gradually, everyone felt that something was amiss. Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. How much star energy did he have in his body? No one had ever heard Lu Yin say how much star energy he could absorb, but this time, they had finally seen it for themselves. Half an hour passed, and Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. Then, 2 incense sticks passed, and he was still absorbing astral source. Under the origin tribulation, the astral source had already condensed into a thin stream that flowed into his body. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the envoys. They looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Guru Qinghua sighed. He really isn't someone the average person can compare to. The amount of star energy in his body should be 100 times that of a normal person. Even some of the more talented cultivators, including the 6th mainland's Riemlings, can't compare to him. Lan Xian looked up, her eyes bright. He's from the Lu family after all, and he's also a direct descendant. It's normal for him to have 100 times more star energy than a normal person. He should be done soon. Another half hour passed, and Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. Lan Xian's expression changed. If he had 100 times more star energy than a normal person, then he should have finished by now. Why was he still absorbing? To the north, Su Qing's expression grew even uglier, and his killing intent grew even more intense. However, he also felt helpless. The more astral source Lu Yin absorbed, the more powerful he became, to a terrifying degree. The celestial demon Imperial smiled. That's great. Su Qing didn't understand. What do you mean? The celestial demon Imperial sneered. Astral source isn't star energy. No matter how much star energy this kid needs for his cultivation, he can absorb it without restraint with star essence. At most, it'll take him a bit longer, but he'll eventually fill it up. How can he absorb astral source in such a manner? You and I have to be careful when absorbing astral source, as we're afraid of being detected by the astral source universe and being sucked dry. What about him? Su Qing was ecstatic when he heard this. That's right. The more astral source this kid needs, the more likely he'll be detected by the astral source universe. Even if he doesn't, who knows how long it'll take for him to advance with so much astral source. More importantly, the 6th origin tribulation is the tribulation with a power level of 1 million. The more astral source one has, the more terrifying the tribulation will be. Progenitor Chin appeared this time, so it's possible that Progenitor Chin will appear during that tribulation with a power level of 1 million as well. Will he be able to defeat him again? There might even be other progenitors or a terrifying origin tribulation. He has no future, the celestial demon Imperial Demon Imperial Demon Imperial Demon said in a relaxed tone. Feng Lin, Deadbug, and the others relaxed when they heard this. Indeed, the more astral source one had, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. They did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to overcome the origin tribulation with a power level of 1 million, and even reaching that level was still a question. They weren't the only ones who had thought of this. Master Yuan and the other powerhouses had also thought of this possibility. As they watched Lu Yin absorb the astral source, their expressions turned even uglier. After 4 incense sticks worth of time, the astral source cyclone at Lu Yin's chest stopped absorbing astral source, and the origin tribulation vortex above his head gradually shrank. Everyone gasped. It was finally over. Lu Yin felt the astral source cyclone strangely. With so much astral source gathering and flowing through his body along the path of star energy, it brought about great changes to his body. Whether it was his physical body or his spiritual force, he could feel a metamorphosis. He didn't even know how strong he was right now, and he really wanted to test it out. Although the origin tribulation brought about calamities, it also brought about transformations. It was truly a miraculous phenomenon. Normally, absorbing astral source would not allow one to improve so much, but Lu Yin looked up at the origin tribulation. Could it be that only the astral source provided by the origin tribulation was able to transform him so much? If that was the case, then continuing to absorb astral source would still bring about changes, and it would be a pity to give up. However, absorbing astral source depended on the total amount of star energy in one's body. Now that the astral source cyclone had formed, he could no longer draw astral source from the origin tribulation. As he watched the stream of astral source become smaller and smaller, Lu Yin grew anxious. Didn't he have 3 stages in his body? He could open them, but could he close them? If he closed them, could he seal the astral source inside? As the stream of astral source grew smaller and smaller and was about to disappear, Master Yuan and the others in the distance decided to walk over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin drew out a strand of the black and white fog and sealed the passage between the upper wisdom gate and his chest. Back then, he had used the origin item to open the upper wisdom gate, but now, he tried to use the black and white fog to seal the passage. At the same time, he used the fog to block the astral source cyclone that had already formed in his chest. He wanted to see if the astral source universe could detect it. The astral source universe only cared about astral sources, and it had nothing to do with the Grim Reaper's power. The moment the black and white fog blocked the passage between the Shanghui Pass and his chest, and the moment the black and white fog sealed off the astral source cyclone in his chest, Lu Yin growled. The astral source stream that was about to disappear suddenly expanded and poured into Lu Yin's body just like before. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he was ecstatic. It really worked. Master Yuan quickly retracted his foot and stared blankly at Lu Yin as he continued to absorb the astral source. Everyone was stunned. It had clearly ended, so why was he still doing it? Even Lan Xian was at a loss. She had never heard of such a thing before. Only Lu Yin was the most excited. Opening the 3 stages had greatly increased his strength, and now, he could use the black and white fog to block the passage and absorb the astral source from within. This was too useful. He thought of the 4 young ancestors and the other progenitors. Would they do the same? He had never heard of such a thing. Not everyone had the ability to seal the 3 stages. Breaking through the 3 stages was difficult, and sealing them was equally difficult. Not everyone had the strength of the Grim Reaper. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1885. The others stared blankly at Lu Yin as he continued to absorb the astral sources. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time, 4 incense sticks of time passed, and the astral chi whirlpool in the Shanghui Pass was about the same size as the one in Lu Yin's chest. The astral chi whirlpool in the origin tribulation gradually became smaller. Then, Lu Yin pulled out a wisp of black and white mist to seal the passage between the middle finger and Shanghui Pass. Immediately, the astral chi whirlpool grew larger and gathered towards the middle finger pass. Lu Yin was excited as he continuously experienced the changes in his body. The others felt as if their worldview had been shattered. Again. Lu Yin's tribulation had refreshed everyone's understanding of him, including Lan Xian, a half-ancestor. This was the first time they realized that the origin tribulation could be so despairing. It turned out that astral sources could be absorbed in such a way, and for such a long time. Another 4 incense sticks worth of time passed, and Lu Yin repeated the same trick. He once again drew in the black and white fog, sealing off the passageway between the lower and middle finger stages as he continued to absorb astral sources. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Everyone stared blankly at him, at the miracle he had created. Nobody noticed that the tribulation origin vortex above him was boiling and vibrating. It then began to expand, then, a shrill cry rang out, "Quick, retreat! Retreat! The origin tribulation above!" Everyone raised their heads, their expressions changing drastically. Unknowingly, the origin tribulation vortex had already reached the top of their heads and was still expanding. Everyone was aghast, and their scalps went numb. At this moment, whether it was the Astral Beast Domain, the Great Eastern Alliance, or even Lan Xian, all of them felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated, and no one dared to approach. Countless people cursed. It was clearly over, but an origin tribulation had been sucked out. From the looks of it, even the origin tribulation was unhappy. Too much astral source had been sucked out, and it was unbearable. Lu Yin saw it as well, and his eyelids twitched. He was about to curse out loud. Origin tribulation. Where did it come from? Are you done yet? Wasn't it just absorbing some stellar source? Lu Yin, end this quickly, the Sea King shouted as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his mouth, as he did not want it to end. The astral origin cyclone for the next breakthrough had already formed, and he had a premonition that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one in the future. There was only one chance to break through an emissary's origin tribulation, and the next time he encountered such a tribulation would be when he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and slowed down the speed at which he was absorbing the astral source. The stream of astral source continued to shrink, and the vortex slowed down as well. However, it did not disappear. "All of you, retreat!" Lu Yin shouted. He couldn't avoid it, and the vortex didn't shrink. Instead, it continued to expand, though its speed had decreased. Soon, the origin tribulation would descend again, and even if he stopped absorbing astral sources, the tribulation would still descend. Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he would not have absorbed the astral source for the next breakthrough. The origin tribulation vortex was so big that it made him panic. He did not even know what would appear, so how could he pass it? No one wanted to face the origin tribulation this time. It was too big. There was no record of an origin tribulation this big. It was so big that even Qinghua Shangren panicked. Even his origin tribulation with a battle prowess of 1,000,000 was not this big. What on earth did this brat do? How could everything be recorded in the history books? Su Qing was overjoyed. "Everyone, retreat! This kid will die today. Ha 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 ha. The imperial celestial beast did not say a word and simply fled. If he was implicated, then even 10 lives would not be enough. Would another progenitor appear? In the west, Lan Xian was shocked and shook her head. Being too talented is also a sin. How did he absorb so much astral sources? No one knew how Lu Yin had done it. Perhaps he was the first person to do so since the beginning of time. He had used the death god's power to isolate and seal off astral sources. These were two completely different cultivation methods. But now, he was getting more and more panicked. He looked at the endless origin tribulation vortex above his head and vaguely heard a roar. Was the astral source universe roaring? At this moment, not only in North Castle Weave, but in the entire outerverse, the star energy was boiling. It even spread to the innerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-progenitors all looked towards the north with shocked expressions. The changes in the astral source universe were coming from the north. In the astral beast domain, Skymender Imperial Tutor opened his eyes and looked towards the northwest with a strange expression. The changes in the astral source universe attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Even the blood progenitor and martial progenitor, who were standing guard outside the horizontal black hole, were startled and looked towards the outerverse of the fifth mainland. What's going on? The astral source universe is shaking. Is a progenitor being born? It doesn't seem like it. It's more like the changes are caused by the boiling of the astral sources. Who can make the astral sources boil? Let me see. In North Castle Weave, above Lu Yin's head, the origin tribulation vortex was shaking even more violently. The unfathomable origin tribulation produced a terrifying aura that made Lu Yin's face twitch. How could he survive it? How could he survive it? He could not. He did not even dare to use the scripture of Aeon evolution to take a look at the origin tribulation vortex. It was impossible for him to survive it with his own strength. It's over. I've gone too far. Lu Yin looked around helplessly. Master, perhaps only Mr. Mu could save him, but where was he? Boom! There was a tremor, and Lu Yin's ears bled. Just a single sound had injured him. This was not an envoy's origin tribulation. The aura of the origin tribulation made Lu Yin feel like he was facing a progenitor. Everyone retreated until they could no longer see anything. The origin tribulation vortex finally stopped shaking, and then a boundless thunderbolt appeared in the dark dome. It was unknown what color it was, but it seemed to have color. It replaced everything that could be seen with the naked eye as it descended, as if the heavens were sending down divine punishment. Everyone who saw it felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, including half-ancestor Lan Xian. She did not know how powerful that thunderbolt was, but it had a supreme majesty to it. Even when facing the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor, she had not felt such an urge to worship it. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he took out his futon to hide in the Daosor sect's ruins, but it was useless. The futon turned to ash the moment it appeared, and Lu Yin's face paled. He did not care anymore, and he took out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden from his cosmic ring. He curled up under the corpse and used it to cover his head. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin's brain fainted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pressed into the depths of space, and a strand of thunderbolt extended along the corpse, causing Lu Yin's arm to feel a stabbing pain. That instant felt like an eternity to Lu Yin. The thunderbolt disappeared, and there was only one strike. Above him, the origin tribulation vortex rapidly shrank until it completely disappeared. It did not give Lu Yin a chance to react, as if it was afraid that Lu Yin would absorb the astral source again. In the distance, everyone watched as the origin tribulation vortex disappeared and the heavens returned to normal. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lu Yin. Luin hid under the corpse, and his right arm had completely lost all feeling. The imprint of the thunderbolt was clearly visible on his arm. He glanced over the corpse and looked up. Had the origin tribulation vortex disappeared? When he saw that the heavens had returned to normal, Luin heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the corpse and was shocked to see that it had not been injured. His eyes flashed, and he hurriedly put the corpse away. At that moment, an illusory tree appeared behind him. This was the abnormal phenomenon of a breakthrough. When he had broken through to the explorer and hunter realm, he had also experienced this phenomenon. However, compared to before, the tree was much more realistic, and it quickly spread out. Its range grew larger and larger until it reached Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, and then it continued to spread. Master Yuan and the others were stunned. What was this? No matter what Luin did now, they would not find it strange anymore. Even the origin tribulation had been forcefully sucked out. What could be more shocking than this? In the west, Lan Xian's eyes shone. This is a phenomenon. Luin has successfully broken through. Guru Qinghua was astonished. How is that possible? How did he survive the origin tribulation? No one believed that Luin could survive, but this phenomenon had clearly not been the origin tribulation. At that moment, a vast power descended. Lan Xian looked up and her body trembled. The blood progenitor. A progenitor's power swept past, causing everyone to tremble. The second Night King, Elder Jiu Xin, and the others' expressions changed. Who was this progenitor's power? Was it the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor? A progenitor's power was supreme, and everyone could sense it. Luin also sensed the progenitor's power, and he was shocked. Only two progenitors had appeared here, either the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor. He had just survived the origin tribulation, but such a grand phenomenon had appeared. He was afraid that this progenitor would attack him and try to kill him. The giant tree's phenomenon continued to expand until it covered several weaves, far surpassing the area when Luin had first broken through to the hunter realm. Its branches drooped down and emitted a mystical light. Strange objects were born one after another, as if they were being created. This time, the objects hanging from the branches were even clearer than before, and it seemed as if they could be plucked. They looked like fruits of various shapes. The giant tree's phenomenon distorted the starry sky, and an even stranger scene appeared. The void overlapped, revealing an even larger tree that covered the entire universe. It was the mother tree. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Moo! Mother tree. At this moment, everyone who saw the mother tree was stunned. Even half-ancestor Lan Xian was stunned, as she recognized the mother tree. The ancient texts had recorded that human civilization's great tree. How could it appear here? In the astral tree domain, the mother tree swayed when Lu Yin's giant tree phenomenon appeared. To the north, an overlapping void appeared, and the scene of Lu Yin and the giant tree appeared. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the mother tree and the topmost realm. In the astral tree domain, countless people in the topmost realm saw Lu Yin as well. Trees overlapped with each other in the void. In Dragon Mountain, Patriarch Long Ku looked to the north and saw Lu Yin. He was shocked. How could that brat? How could he cause the mother tree to tremble and overlap the void? Even if he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Shaoxian, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Ni Huang walked out, her eyes filled with killing intent. She stared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to swallow him whole. This brat must have broken through to origin tribulation and produced a phenomenon. His innate talent is extraordinary, and he caused the mother tree to tremble. It's truly terrifying. Unfortunately, he's not a member of the White Dragon clan, and he's even shamed us. Below the prison dragon on Shenwu Plain, Xiaoxing's eyes flickered as he looked to the north. Not far away, Xia Taili's mouth was agape in disbelief. She had never seen such a scene before. The mother tree could still tremble. Was that shadow real or fake? What had Long Qi done? No, it was Lu Shaoxian. Luo Zhong's lips curled up. How astonishing. Brother Lu, we'll meet again soon. He was Xiao Luo, and he had joined Shenwu Plain under the alias of Luo Zhong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1886. A hand floated in the sky. It belonged to the Wang family. Wang Xi's eyes widened, and a strong sense of dread and disbelief could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Shaking the mother tree is something rarely seen in both ancient and modern times. This child must be killed. If we don't kill him, he will become a threat in the future. She then raised her head and knelt down. Ancestor, our Wang clan cannot be destroyed by this child. In the frigid immortal sect master Bai Ting's eyes narrowed. To be able to shake the mother tree and overlap the void to appear in this region of space, you're truly a genius. Unfortunately, you won't be able to live. The ancestor has decided to personally take action and head to the abandoned lands. No one will be able to save you. The more talented you are, the faster you'll die. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared behind Lu Yin. It belonged to an elder whose eyes were turbid, but they contained a supreme dignity. When the eyes appeared, Bai Ting's pupils shrank. Was this a progenitor? Wang Xi, Long Ku, and the others were all shocked. Was this a progenitor? Only a progenitor could give them such a sense of pressure. Did this brat have a progenitor backing him? Bai Ting's expression turned ugly, and he punched the ground. How could this be? A progenitor was helping him in the abandoned lands. If that was the case, then it would be inconvenient for the ancestor to head there. Sect Master, the Lu family's vile spawn is protected by a progenitor. We agree to Wang Xi's request. Punitive expedition. Bai Ting's eyes flickered. That was fine. Even if the ancestor couldn't personally take action, he could still go to the abandoned lands and kill this brat. He had to go on a punitive expedition and turn the abandoned lands into a sea of blood that would accompany Xiaohong's death. At that moment, Lu Yin wasn't looking at the top realm. He was looking at a pair of eyes that were calmly watching him. He was extremely familiar with those eyes, as he would often see them whenever he fainted or dreamed. They were beautiful, but they filled him with boundless killing intent. He almost couldn't help but say, "How dare you?" There was no emotion in their gazes, but it was the coldest and most terrifying of gazes. The overlapping void was about to disappear. Lu Yin looked at the eyes and raised his arm, opening his right palm and clenching it tightly as if he wanted to grasp the entire starry sky of the astral tree. He then flipped his palm over and said, "Just you wait." He was speaking to the owner of those eyes, as well as the entire starry sky tree. He had provoked the starry sky tree and the four-way scales. Lu Yin's provocation was imprinted in everyone's minds. Countless people cursed in anger, but there were also many who were excited. Some were filled with murderous intent, while others were looking forward to the Lu family's return. The entire starry sky of the trees was no longer peaceful. "It's that starry sky, isn't it?" A hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yin had just put down his hand when he was startled and hurriedly turned around. At some point in time, an elder had appeared behind him and was smiling at him. Lu Yin hadn't noticed the old man's appearance at all. It was only when the tree's phenomenon disappeared that he sensed a vast power. Ancestor. He had sensed the power of a progenitor. This wasn't the first time he had sensed such power, but this time, it had come from this old man. The old man nodded and sized Lu Yin up with a look of admiration. I'm Shueguanzi. Shueguanzi. Lu Yin blinked. Blood ancestor. The old man smiled. Shueguanzi is my name. You can also call me blood ancestor, as you wish. He really was a progenitor. Lu Yin suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets senior blood ancestor. The blood ancestor looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You're the one who caused the astral source universe's phenomenon. How did you do it? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How should he answer? This was a progenitor. Lu Yin felt that the sixth mainland's progenitor was far from being as powerful as progenitor Qin, but he was still a progenitor who could change the world and suppress the fifth mainland. How could he lie? If he didn't lie, then should he tell the truth? Absolutely not. Lu Yin didn't know how to answer. The blood ancestor spoke again. Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to talk about them, then don't. Thank you, senior blood ancestor. Lu Yin relaxed, feeling very magnanimous. The blood ancestor praised, you broke through a phenomenon that caused the astral source universe to boil and even caused the mother tree to move. You're amazing, kid. Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. I'm just lucky. I don't deserve your praise. The blood ancestor smiled. Don't be afraid. I'm not one of the 9 Xiangs. Although I'm an enemy of the fifth mainland, I won't go so far as to attack a junior like you. Lu Yin laughed dryly. He couldn't do anything against a progenitor, and he didn't know if the blood ancestor had seen him use his corpse to block his origin tribulation. Did you see Ziyi in that region of space? The blood ancestor asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, No, I swear that I definitely didn't see Ziyi. The blood ancestor sighed. It looks like I'll never see that child again. Lu Yin really hadn't seen Ziyi. The top 10 had entered the astral tree realm, but he had never seen Zhou Hao or Ziyi. He knew that Qiu Shi was trapped in the golden wheat field in the seed garden. Kid, are you willing to become my disciple? The blood ancestor suddenly asked with a smile. Lu Yin was startled and hurriedly said, I already have a master who takes good care of me. When I first became his disciple, I swore that I would only have one master for the rest of my life. I'm sorry for letting you down. The blood ancestor laughed. Do as you wish. Suddenly, his expression changed and his body vanished. Lu Yin watched the blood ancestor leave and finally relaxed. Although the blood ancestor hadn't revealed his progenitor's power to pressure Lu Yin, the pressure of facing a progenitor was still too great. The offer of becoming the blood ancestor's disciple had been tempting. Ziyi had also offered to help him become the blood ancestor's disciple, but Lu Yin had rejected her. Unfortunately, he had Mr. Mu, who was definitely a progenitor. However, he didn't know how Mr. Mu compared to the blood ancestor, but he was probably stronger. The tree's disappearance meant that Lu Yin had completely passed his emissary origin tribulation and stepped into the ranks of emissaries. Unlike other emissaries, he had 4 astral origin cyclones, and 3 of them were hidden in the 3 stages. He didn't know if anyone else had done this before, but there probably hadn't. When he thought back to the last tribulation that had been forcefully sucked out, Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. That tribulation's power was something that not even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 could withstand, let alone him. That wasn't an origin tribulation, but rather a punishment. Was that why he had been able to rely on external objects like corpses to survive? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. In the west, Lan Xian and Guru Qinghua appeared. In the south, Elder Jiu Xin and the Second Night King also appeared. In the north, Su Qing and the man from the celestial demon imperial family appeared. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in amazement, as they wanted to know what had happened to him. He had been shocked by progenitor Chen's tribulation, and his absorption of astral origin had caused a disturbance in the astral origin universe that had drawn out the blood ancestor. There was also that enormous phenomenon. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but they didn't approach Lu Yin. They were still traumatized by what had happened, and only the heavens knew if Lu Yin would undergo any more changes. The first to speak was Lan Xian, and her eyes shone as she looked at Lu Yin as if he were a peerless treasure. "It's been a long time, Great Eastern Alliance leader." Lu Yin frowned slightly in front of Lan Xian, as he didn't know what to say. This woman's attitude was a combination of everything that could captivate a man's dreams. Her numbing voice, her beautiful figure, her moving music, and her eyes were enough to steal a man's soul. She could seduce any man in the world, but she was also a half-progenitor. She had descended onto the battlefield and used her 3 strings to turn the Great Eastern Alliance into cannon fodder in the war against the astral beast domain. If not for the primogenitor scripture, she would have succeeded. Logically speaking, she was an enemy to Lu Yin and the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if she wasn't an enemy, she wasn't a friend either. However, when he had faced the Sword King's crisis, she had saved him, and she had even blocked the Sword King's first attack. Lu Yin hadn't expected her to help him block the Sword King's attack, but when he looked at it this way, she had indeed saved him. She was both an enemy and not an enemy. She was also his benefactor and not his benefactor. Lu Yin looked at Lan Xian with a complicated gaze, but she was still a half-progenitor, so he had to show her the proper respect. He thought about it and then said, "Greetings, half-progenitor Lan Xian." Everyone present had experienced Lan Xian's strength, and she had the ability to determine everyone's life and death. The Void Wanderer ancestor had been able to instill fear in Lan Xian because he had donned progenitor Wushang's hide. However, he had still managed to escape in the end. No one below the half-progenitor level was Lan Xian's opponent. "The blood ancestor came just now, right?" Lan Xian asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin solemnly. The blood ancestor was the 5th mainland's true powerhouse, and he was also the absolute powerhouse who protected the 5th mainland from the Eternals' invasion. Even enemies had to show respect when they heard the blood ancestor's name. This was a form of respect for the ancestor, a limiter of human cultivation. Lu Yin nodded. Senior blood ancestor came and then left. What did he say? Lan Xian was curious. Lu Yin thought about it. He said that he wants to take me as his disciple. Everyone was shocked. Take you as his disciple? Su Qing cried out in disbelief. There was also incomparable fear and anger in his voice. Lu Yin looked at him and nodded. Yes. He wants to take me as his disciple. So, you're now the blood ancestor's disciple? Su Qing asked anxiously. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I didn't get the chance. There was an emergency, so the blood ancestor left first. However, he'll come find me again. Su Qing's eyelids twitched. The blood ancestor's disciple? A disciple. Was he really a disciple? If Lu Yin really did become the blood ancestor's disciple, then it would be troublesome. He could not be killed, as who knew how the blood ancestor would retaliate against the astral beast domain? The astral beast domain had the guts to start a war with the 6th mainland, but facing a mere progenitor was enough to make them tremble. You really want to become the blood ancestor's disciple? The celestial beast asked again. Lu Yin raised his head. Am I not worthy? Everyone present, including half-progenitor Lan Xian, could not say that Lu Yin was not worthy. In other words, even if Lan Xian was not worthy of becoming the blood ancestor's disciple, Lu Yin was. His tribulation had been too inconceivable. He had defeated progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as him, and was unrivaled among enlighters. When he became an emissary, he had caused a phenomenon, so it was normal for him to become a progenitor's disciple. It would be strange if such a person did not become a progenitor's disciple. Su Qing did not doubt Lu Yin. Why had the blood ancestor descended? The only explanation was that the blood ancestor had accepted Lu Yin as his disciple. Lu Yin's innate gift had reached a level where even progenitors had to pay attention to him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, as what he had said was the truth. The blood ancestor had indeed wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had refused. There was no need to tell these people. Thank you for your support. I'll be updating for 4 consecutive days. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1887. Elder Zhou Shen and the others had complicated expressions. Once Lu Yin became the blood progenitor's disciple, would he be considered a member of the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland? The second Night King sighed. He knew that Lu Yin was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and he had seen the general appointment platform when he was young. During that era, the Lu family had been invincible, and even progenitor Qin from the Xia family could not overshadow the Lu family's glory. The general appointment platform had once swept through the frigid immortal sect, which had left a deep impression on the second Night King. Now that Lu Yin had become the blood progenitor's disciple, his future would be out of control. Commander Su Qing, don't forget about the transaction. You can take progenitor Wushang's hide as well, Lu Yin reminded Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Back off. I want to speak with Alliance Master Lu alone, Lan Xian suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he stared at her warily. Senior, please speak your mind. Lan Xian laughed. You don't have to be wary of me. If I want to attack you, can they stop me? Lu Yin replied, the blood progenitor wants to accept me as his disciple. I know. I just want to chat for a bit, Lan Xian replied. Su Qing and the other astral beasts immediately retreated. They were extremely fearful of a half-progenitor, and they were no longer thinking about invading the outerverse. Instead, they were thinking about how to deal with Lan Xian. If Lan Xian wanted to attack them, they would not be able to stop her. Elder Zhou Shen and the others exchanged glances and then helplessly retreated, as they could not help Lu Yin even if they stayed. Even Guru Qinghua retreated, leaving only Lan Xian and Lu Yin in space. What do you think of the Daosaur sect? Lan Xian asked, her bright eyes staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. The Daosaur sect. The ruins of the Daosaur sect. Yes, the Daosaur sect. Since ancient times, it has been the Daosaur sect that has ruled the human continent. What do you think of the Daosaur sect? Lan Xian asked. Lu Yin did not know why Lan Xian was asking this, but his intuition told him that any abnormal question had a purpose, so he answered cautiously, I don't have any opinions. It's all history. Then, do you want to take a look? The 6th mainland's Daosaur sect still exists. Lan Xian's tone was tempting. Lu Yin's face changed. Daosaur sect. Calm. Nothing much. I just want to invite you to the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect as a guest. It's currently in the border region, and you should be familiar with it. Lan Xian smiled. Unknowingly, the cherry blossoms had bloomed, and they were exceptionally beautiful. However, Lu Yin's heart sank. Senior, you're a half-progenitor, yet you want to attack a puny enlighter like me? It's an emissary, Lan Xian replied. Cherry blossoms twirled around Lu Yin's feet, and his body unconsciously flew towards her. Even if he had become an emissary, even if he possessed 4 unimaginable astral cyclones, and even if he had absorbed so much astral origin that his physical body had become much more powerful, it was still useless against a half-ancestor. This was the power of the inner world that he could not resist. "Senior, I want to be accepted as a disciple by the blood ancestor," Lu Yin shouted, attempting to threaten Lan Xian. Lan Xian laughed. "I'm very familiar with senior blood ancestor. If he had accepted you as his disciple, you wouldn't be here anymore. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. He won't do anything to you. You're just a guest." Lan Xian was very beautiful, but in Lu Yin's eyes, she was nothing more than a beautiful snake. The closer he got to her, the more panicked he became. This woman had attacked without hesitation, and she was also a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin was helpless against her, and no matter how many methods he had, he was still helpless against her. "Beep. Senior, why did you capture me? A guest at the Dao Source sect." "Beep. Senior, aren't you worried about Elder Chan and the others? A while ago, Xia Ji attacked me. Elder Gong and the Sage Celestial Master personally came to the 7 courts to cause trouble. If they dare to come, then let them come. Senior." Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but Lan Xian suddenly stopped. She frowned and looked up. At some point in time, the heavens had changed, and it had turned into an urn. Suddenly, the area beneath their feet changed as well, turning into a lake that drowned out the cherry blossoms. Lu Yin's expression changed, but he did not realize when it had happened. He took a few breaths. "Is this wine? Is this a wine urn?" Beep. A drop of wine dripped down and floated in front of Lan Xian. It transformed into a human figure with clear facial features in the shape of wine. The figure burped. "Want a sip?" Lan Xian stared at the figure less than a meter away. "Drunkard. Want a sip?" The man in the shape of wine asked again. Lan Xian frowned, and the cherry blossoms danced in the air again. The wine urn shook, and from a distance, it looked like a transparent wine urn filled with cherry blossoms that were about to explode. "You're so young, yet you're so irritable. Be careful, or you won't be able to get married." The figure burped again and then suddenly appeared beside Lu Yin. "Kid, let's go." The wine urn suddenly exploded, and the shock waves distorted the void as they spread out in all directions. The second Night King and the others came into contact with the shock waves, and their bodies were forced back. "Another half-ancestor." Lan Xian waved her hand, and cherry blossoms danced around her. A Sanxian appeared in her hand, and she stared into the distance. Lu Yin's body appeared, and the wine flowed beside him to reveal an old man. His appearance was ordinary, and his nose was red. He burped, and he looked like he was still hungover. His entire body reeked of alcohol. Someone who could take Lu Yin away from Lan Xian's inner world had to be a half-ancestor, but Lu Yin had no impression of this old man. The sound of a plucking filled the heavens, and the elder's eyes widened. "Still not giving up. Yin-Yang 3 immortal arts." He then raised a hand, and his fingers curved into a strange pattern. He tapped out, and a strange force pierced through the void and even crossed Lan Xian's inner world to strike her Sanxian, causing the plucking sound to abruptly stop. Lan Xian's expression changed, and she stopped. The heavens fell silent. Why bother? Isn't it embarrassing for a half-ancestor to attack a child? Isn't it embarrassing for an old man like me to attack you? The old man burped again and rubbed his nose as he spoke to Lan Xian. Lan Xian frowned. "I'm just inviting him as a guest. I won't do anything to him." The old man shook his head. "That won't do unless you can beat me in drinking. Ha 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 ha." He then rubbed his nose even harder, to the point that Luin suspected that the old man's nose was red because he had rubbed it. Lan Xian ignored the old man and instead looked at Luin. "Let's make a deal." She put away her sanxian and then raised 3 fingers. 3 drops of blood. "Give me 3 drops of blood, and I'll allow the 6th mainland to take over this battle. I'll even personally eliminate those beasts." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Blood? Progenitor Chen's blood. How did she know that he had Progenitor Chen's blood? "It's just 3 drops of blood, and it won't affect you. You just underwent your tribulation, and you lost more than 3 drops of blood," Lan Xian continued when she saw Lu Yin hesitate. Lu Yin's brows rose. It wasn't Progenitor Chen's blood, but his blood. What did this woman want his blood for? He didn't even think about it before directly rejecting her. How could he give away something like blood so casually? "Senior, I've only just become an envoy, not a progenitor. What do you want my blood for?" Lan Xian replied, "I have my uses for it. It's just 3 drops. Beside Lu Yin, the burping old man rolled his eyes. "Have you gone stupid from cultivating? Only an idiot would give it to you if you want it so badly. Can't you be a little more secretive?" Lan Xian's expression was calm. "Ever since I started cultivating, everything I've asked for has been open and above board. Alliance Master Lu, you won't lose out in this deal. And if I refuse?" Lu Yin countered. Lan Xian replied, "The 6th mainland will not interfere in the war with the astral beast domain, and the eastern weaves will be slaughtered as you wish." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and the words, "slaughtered," completely erased his fear of a half-ancestor. "Are the lives of ordinary people unimportant to you?" Naturally, Lan Xian replied. "Then I refuse," Lu Yin replied. Lan Xian looked at him quietly. "Are you sure? If my 6th mainland doesn't take over this war, then your Great Eastern Alliance will eventually be exhausted, and the astral beast domain will take over the eastern weaves and start a massacre. You've been fighting these past few days for nothing, and it's only because of 3 drops of blood." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "It's because of your attitude. Your 6th mainland doesn't care about the people of the eastern weaves and allows them to slaughter as they wish. That's your attitude as a half-ancestor. I can't hand over the eastern weaves to you, not now, and not in the future. This place is no longer your 6th mainland's territory." Beside him, the elder glanced at Lu Yin. These words were a little too arrogant. Handing over the outer verse to the 6th mainland was the Hall of Honor's attitude. The Hall of Honor couldn't possibly support this. After defeating the astral beast domain, Lu Yin wanted to start a war with the 6th mainland. "Take back the eastern weaves." Lan Xian laughed. "Although the blood ancestor didn't take you in as a disciple, he acknowledged you. Is that making you proud? You'll have to deal with the astral beast domain first. You don't have the qualifications to fight for territory with my 6th mainland." She then turned and left. Lu Yin relaxed when he saw Lan Xian leave. He turned to the elder beside him and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. Junior Lu Yin greets you." The elder rubbed his nose. "It was on the way. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you really not plan on giving the eastern weaves to the 6th mainland?" Lu Yin seriously replied, "No." The elder was puzzled. "Why? Even the astral beast domain's attacks have been forced to retreat. Even if you're lucky enough to defeat the astral beast domain, how will the remaining people stop the 6th mainland? If the Hall of Honor gives the outer verse to the 6th mainland, then the 6th mainland has every reason to take it back through war. The 6th mainland isn't the astral beast domain." Lu Yin thought about it. "That's why I don't plan on starting a war with the astral beast domain." The elder was astonished, but he didn't think too much about it. A wine jar appeared in his hand, and he gulped down a mouthful before happily wiping his mouth. You brainiacs are so tired. My youngest disciple is the same. He clearly has a great talent for cultivation, but he doesn't like it. He's like a passerby. My eldest disciple is extremely talented, but he can't cultivate the three yin-yang immortal arts. Each one of you is more worried than the other. He then gulped down another mouthful. The three yin-yang immortal arts. Lu Yin felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. After thinking about it for a moment, his eyes widened. He finally remembered that it was Cheong Shier's battle technique. Wan Qianqing had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Cheong Shier had been in charge of the Great Eastern Alliance. She had occasionally mentioned her three yin-yang immortal arts when they chatted. Lu Yin remembered it because it had a very grand name, and he had even specifically asked her to display it. However, Cheong Shier had refused, saying that she was afraid that Lu Yin would secretly learn it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1888. That's right, he had specifically mentioned Zhu San, who had used the tactician family's war theory to learn the starting technique of the three yin-yang immortals technique. However, that was only the starting technique, and it could not be compared to the real three yin-yang immortals. Even Cheong Shia herself had only touched the edges of the three yin-yang immortals technique. This senior seemed to have used the three yin-yang immortals technique to break through Lan Xian's inner world. Are you Cheong Shia's master? Lu Yin asked. The old man burped. She mentioned it. No, she only mentioned the three yin-yang immortals technique, Lu Yin replied. The old man snorted. That girl doesn't even have the heart to cultivate. All she does is fiddle with the economy and think about how to make money. What's the use of that? Sigh, her eldest disciple studies star energy all day, and now she's gone missing. He then looked at Lu Yin. Did you see my eldest disciple in that region of space? Eldest disciple. Lu Yin was confused. Jiu Hao. The old man took another swig of wine. Lu Yin was shocked. Jiu Hao is your eldest disciple? The old man wiped the corner of his mouth. Yes, did you see him? He hasn't returned since he went to that region of space. Lu Yin was truly shocked. Jiu Hao and Cheong Shia actually had the same master. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two was too great. One was one of the 10 arbiters and one of the top 10 in the Supreme Tournament, while the other only thought about how to make money. As for their strength, there was no need to mention it. Just as the old man had said, Lu Yin was just a passerby. These two actually had the same master, and that master was even a half-ancestor. If Lu Yin had known that Cheong Shia's master was a half-ancestor, then he would not have dared to be so impudent when dealing with Wan Qianqing. Back then, forget about half-ancestors, even envoys had not been seen. Wan Qianqing had been valued by everyone because he was rich and also because he had an attack that could rival an envoy's. However, Wan Qianqing's attack was not even a breeze in front of this half-ancestor. Lu Yin had not expected that Wan Qianqing's greatest value was not himself, but Cheong Shia. Senior, I didn't see Jiu Hao, Lu Yin replied. The old man sighed. The only disciple who can inherit my legacy is gone. In the future, the only one who can send me off will be that useless little disciple. Sigh. Lu Yin hurriedly explained, with Senior's abilities as a half-ancestor, even if you can't attain eternal life, you'll definitely be able to live for a very long time. Besides, it's not impossible for Senior to break through to the progenitor realm and become comparable to someone who attains eternal life. That old hag, Ling Ji, is already dead, and I don't know who'll be next. He then sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're still the one with the highest hopes of becoming an ancestral ancestor. Work hard, kid. Once you become an ancestral ancestor, you'll be invincible. We'll wait for that day. With that, he drifted away. Lu Yin looked at the empty space and heard the old man's voice. It seemed that he was not far from death. Could it be that he was trying to break through to the progenitor realm? The human domain had 7 half-martial ancestors. This was the half-martial ancestor who had never shown himself, the drunkard. She didn't expect him to be the one to save her. He quickly contacted Cheong Shir, and the first thing he said was, "Is your master an alcoholic?" Cheong Shir was surprised. "How did you know? Did you meet my master?" Lu Yin was speechless. "Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Cheong Shir did not understand. "Why would I bring him up? He's just an alcoholic." "Did he offend you, Alliance Master?" "Don't worry about it. It's easy to talk nonsense when you drink too much. Don't take his words seriously." "What did he say?" "Nothing much. He just said that he'll find a time to beat you up. His strength can't compare to yours, Alliance Master." Hee hee. Lu Yin coughed. "Do you know? How strong is your master?" Laughter and banter could be heard from the other end of the gadget, and Lu Yin could vaguely hear Xiao Nan's shy voice. "What? Alliance Master, can you repeat that?" Lu Yin was helpless. "Do you know how strong your master is?" "Of course I do. He's an enlighter." Lu Yin was amused. "Just treat him like an enlighter and be filial to your master. If possible, leave him in the Great Eastern Alliance. An old man running around outside is not reassuring. He'll be treated well in the Great Eastern Alliance, and we'll even provide him with drinks." He then ended the call. On the other end, Cheong Shir hugged Xiao Nan and was somewhat confused. Fortunately, she was smart and immediately understood. Is my cheap alcoholic master really that powerful? This is a huge deal. Come, Xiao Nan, let young master give you a kiss. Young master, you're so annoying. Xiao Nan was helpless. The war in the north is so intense. It won't be good if we don't go. Cheong Shir rolled her eyes. Don't worry. Young master understands Lu Yin better than anyone else. That guy won't sacrifice himself. If he dares to accept the war, then he definitely has a backup plan. Don't worry, young master is coming. At the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin stood in outer space with the Sea King in front of him. Bang! A clear emptiness palm struck the Sea King head-on, and the Sea King was sent flying. When he came to a stop, he bent over and coughed. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Your strength has increased by so much. Before his tribulation, Lu Yin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of more than 700,000. He had used many methods, such as visualization, and even the Reaper transformation. Now, however, Lu Yin had not used any of those methods. He had only used his physical body's strength to activate the clear emptiness palm, which had repelled the Sea King. The Sea King was not an ordinary powerhouse. Both he and Heizage Lian were existences that could challenge powerhouses with power levels of more than 800,000. Lu Yin had passed his origin tribulation, and his strength had transformed. He had been able to repel the Sea King with a single strike, and under normal circumstances, he could definitely challenge a powerhouse with a power level of more than 800,000. In other words, he was a world imprinter. This excited Lu Yin, as he had been able to continuously absorb astral source to transform his physical body, and that was under normal circumstances. In reality, his 3 stages had been sealed, and his strength had declined. The only reason he was still so strong was because he had absorbed too much astral source from his tribulations, and his transformation had been too fierce. This was equivalent to someone who had gone through 4 tribulations, and it was hard to tell. However, if he broke through his 3 stages again, the increase in strength from breaking through all 3 stages combined with his 4 astral source cyclones would make up for his strength. Again, the Sea King shouted as he charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Senior. I just wanted to try. I have no intention of fighting you. The threat from the north is still there. The Sea King was furious. You slapped me, and you want to end it like this? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Well, I was ambushed by Lan Xian and was heavily injured. I'll fight you after I recover. He then hurriedly left. The Sea King snorted. Lan Xian needed to ambush him. Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and was greeted by Elder Jiu Xin, who looked at Lu Yin in amazement. The serious sect had been founded with the serious art, and the serious art had been created by Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin, who had been an enlighter, right in front of Elder Jiu Xin. However, the most shocking thing was that Progenitor Qin had actually created the serious art while still an enlighter. It's time to upgrade the serious art. You should have gained some insights from your fight with Progenitor Qin, Elder Jiu Xin said. Lu Yin nodded and exclaimed, Progenitor Qin's talent is astonishing. He created the serious art as an enlighter, and his control over serious art far surpasses mine. Nonsense. Elder Jiu Xin rolled his eyes. Hurry up and upgrade the serious art. Once it's upgraded to the peak, return the inheritance to the serious sect. This war should be over, and the 6th mainland should take over. Lu Yin blinked. Senior, you want to go back? It has nothing to do with me, Elder Jiu Xin grumbled. They had had enough of being led by the nose by Lu Yin. Unfortunately, the inheritance was beneath Lu Yin's feet. Please wait a moment, Senior. I'll give you an answer soon. Elder Jiu Xin left. After Elder Jiu Xin left, Lu Yin had wanted to contact Su Qing. Lu Yin had a complete plan for this war, and it was already in its final stages. The premise was that the Great Eastern Alliance could withstand the early stages of the war. If they could, then the initiative would be in Lu Yin's hands. However, before he could contact Su Qing, Elder Chan called him. Senior, Lu Yin answered and respectfully greeted. Elder Chan was not in a hurry to speak, and he waited for a while before saying, Progenitor Qin must have been very difficult to defeat. Lu Yin knew that Elder Chan was contacting him because of his tribulation. It wasn't just Elder Chan, anyone who knew of his battle with Progenitor Qin would contact him. Progenitor Qin's reputation was too great, and he was the symbol of invincibility in the 5th mainland. It was very difficult, and I almost lost. Throughout human history, there have been far too few people who have been able to fight against Progenitor Qin. Even those ancient ancestors who have become legends might not have been able to defeat Progenitor Qin. You were able to defeat Progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as you. That's enough to go down in history, Elder Chan exclaimed. Lu Yin hurriedly replied humbly, Junior was just lucky. Elder Chan smiled. How's the war? Can you withstand it? Lu Yin decisively answered, yes. Elder Chan was astonished. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, shouldn't he be complaining and then trying to get the Hall of Honor support? Why was he so straightforward? Do you need support? For example, resources. Elder Chan asked warmly, just like he had before Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed. Lu Yin could feel that no matter who it was, even Elder Chan, who ruled the Hall of Honor, was a very realistic person. Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin during his tribulation, and once he became an ancestor, he would definitely be invincible in the universe. This was probably why Elder Chan's attitude had changed. As for resources, even though Lu Yin had already broken through to become an envoy, his dai still required an endless supply of star essence. Of course, it would be even better if there were resources. Elder Chan smiled, but his tone quickly changed. You encountered Progenitor Qin during your envoy origin tribulation, and you absorbed 100 times more astral source than an ordinary person. Do you know what this means? Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, what do you mean? Elder Chan solemnly replied, it means that it will be very difficult for you to break through again. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak. Elder Chan continued, envoys need to absorb astral source to break through, but astral source is not like star energy, so it's not that easy to absorb. If it's too slow and takes too long, then the amount of astral source you need to absorb is proportional to the amount of time you spend. You might not even be able to survive until your next breakthrough. Even if you break through once, there will be multiple breakthroughs in the future. You need far too much astral source, and if you absorb it too quickly, it will easily attract the attention of the astral source universe. Lu Yin had not considered this problem since his tribulation, but now that Elder Chan had brought it up, his heart sank. Indeed, he needed far too much astral source. Previously, his total amount of star energy had been 200 times that of an ordinary person, and he had done everything he could to obtain more star essence. He had also used high temperatures to burn them, which had allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to reach the Enlighter realm. Now that he had broken through to become an envoy, was there any other way to obtain more star essence? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1889. There was also something else that Elder Chan did not know. Lu Yin's total astral source exceeded their knowledge because he had 4 astral cyclones. When he thought about this, he felt a headache coming on. Although he didn't necessarily need all 4 of them to break through, just the astral source cyclone in his chest alone would require far more astral source than others. In terms of star energy, it would require 200 times more astral source. In other words, if he wanted to reach the next tribulation, he would need 200 ordinary envoys to absorb astral source. This was astral source, not star energy. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Lu Yin had been proud of his 4 astral cyclones because he had far more astral source than others, but now, he felt a chill run through his body from head to toe. He felt like the second tribulation was getting further and further away from him, to the point where he could no longer see it. It seems like you haven't thought about this yet. The amount of astral source you need for the second, third, and sixth tribulations is unimaginable. Next, you need to find a way to increase your survival time. I will order the Day-Night clan's frozen immortal space to be sealed. The frozen immortal pool there can help you, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, why are you helping me? Elder Chan sighed. Not everyone is willing to take over this war and treat ordinary people as humans. Regardless of whether you are Lu Shaoxian or Lu Yin, once you take over the war against the astral beast domain, you will be a member of the 5th mainland. Cultivate well and don't be impatient. Lu Yin had thought that Elder Chan's attitude towards him had changed because of his tribulation, but now it seemed like that was not the case. Although his tribulation had been shocking and his strength had increased by an absurd amount, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Even Lu Yin himself did not see any hope of breaking through, let alone others. People with extraordinary innate gifts would be sought after and protected by countless people, but it was the exact opposite if one's innate gifts were too high to bear. Perhaps Su Qing was mocking him right now, mocking his gloomy future. Was there really no way to take advantage of the situation? Lu Yin put down his gadget and rubbed his cosmic ring to take out some astral source fluid. He did not know how much astral source fluid was stored in the cosmic tree scale, but he suddenly felt like going there again. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped again as more and more people learned about Lu Yin's tribulation. There were congratulatory messages, exclamations, and flattery. Soon after, Heizage Leon contacted Lu Yin with an irritable tone. He declared that he wanted to fight Lu Yin and test his strength against Progenitor Qin, which made Lu Yin smile wryly. Big Sis and the others, the directors of the Hall of Honor, Astral Ten's mentors, Mu'en, and even Shamrock Enterprises' Leaf King all congratulated him. Lu Yin was annoyed, but anyone who could find out about his origin tribulation in such a short period of time had to have an extraordinary status. They either had a good relationship with him or had an extremely high status, so it would not be good for him to block them. Lu Yin stared at his gadget in shock. This time, he was being contacted by an unknown number. With his gadget's current level, he couldn't connect to most unknown numbers. How did you defeat Progenitor Qin? The voice was terrifyingly low. Lu Yin recognized this voice. It was Xia Ji on the other end of the line. No matter what cultivation level, Progenitor Qin is invincible. What makes you think you can defeat him? Xia Ji's voice was low. It was clear that he was suppressing his anger. He was filled with disbelief, as if his faith had been shattered. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You don't believe me, or you don't. Are you willing to believe me? Xia Ji barked. Progenitor Qin created the serious technique, and he has an inherited blade intent and a secret technique. He can transform into a giant and use the Warring States technique. He can even reverse time and use his life force to recover. How did you win? Although you're from the Xia family, you've learned the Wang family's meditative oblivion technique and a secret technique. How did you win? The heaven and earth furnace's innate gift can refine a progenitor. How did you survive? Brat, you're not even fighting Progenitor Qin when he was a peak in lighter. You can't possibly defeat Progenitor Qin, who's in the same realm as you. Impossible. Lu Yin arrogantly replied, I also have the serious technique, and I have 10,000 stars revolving around me. I also know several sourcebox arrays and secret techniques. I also have the emptiness palm, and I can see the Akalanatha King's image. I can also use my Lu family's general appointment platform, and I also learned the Talisman Ancestors Aeon Evolution scripture. I also know an unparalleled healing technique and the Reaper's transformation. Why can't I defeat Progenitor Qin? I've even injured a half-ancestor like you before. You're relying on external items. Xia Ji retorted. Lu Yin laughed. It looks like Progenitor Qin holds a very high position in your heart. Shattering his legend of invincibility is the same as shattering your faith. Xia Ji, I thought that you were a formidable person, but I didn't expect your heart to be so weak. What a pleasant surprise. Not only did you break through the origin tribulation to become an emissary, but you've also created an obstacle that you can never break through. You will never become a progenitor. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. Xia Ji's tone was icy. Progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, and they had their own magnanimity. Because Progenitor Qin had been defeated, Xia Ji had clearly placed his faith in Progenitor Qin. He believed that if Progenitor Qin was invincible, then he would be invincible as well. He wanted to become the second Progenitor Qin, but now that Progenitor Qin had been defeated, Xia Ji's faith had been shattered. It was as if Xia Ji had violated the oath in his heart. With a flaw in his heart, how could he become a progenitor? There were strong progenitors and weak progenitors, but every progenitor had their own beliefs, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Xia Ji lacked this belief and the boldness to become a progenitor. He was destined to never become a progenitor. Of course, this was just Lu Yin's opinion. He didn't know much about becoming a progenitor, but that didn't stop him from creating a flaw in Xiao Ji's heart. Old man, I can tell that you're contacting me because you want to hear that Progenitor Qin is still invincible. You want me to admit that I didn't defeat Progenitor Qin when he was a Lamiter. Fine, I'll say that I defeated Progenitor Qin when he was still a Lamiter. He's still invincible and will always be invincible. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Ji was infuriated. Although Progenitor Qin was invincible in the universe, no matter how powerful he had been when he was a Lamiter, he still couldn't compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. Even if Progenitor Qin was a Lamiter, he wouldn't be able to compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. This bastard was playing with him. You'll have to pay for your words. Xiao Ji gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Lu Yin was helpless. You're the one who told me to say it, but you're not satisfied. Why don't we make a deal? I'll do as you say, and you'll teach me the 9 clones technique. How about that? Xiao Ji immediately ended the call, as he didn't want to talk to Lu Yin any longer. He regretted his decision, as contacting Lu Yin on impulse had been a mistake. This brat didn't care about his status as a half-progenitor at all. Lu Yin put down his gadget. His defeat of Progenitor Qin had shocked the outside world greatly. Once news of this spread and the lower-level cultivators learned about it, it would cause an even greater commotion, which would be beneficial to Lu Yin. However, those who blindly worshipped Progenitor Qin would definitely react violently. Xiao Ji was the most obvious example. Lu Yin shook his head. No matter how strong these people's reactions were, they didn't matter. They were far inferior to Elder Lohar's group of people who were guarding Iron Blood Weave. They were currently in the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, and even if they couldn't be of much use, their willpower was very firm, which encouraged the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the war had only lasted for a short period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had changed greatly. They had gone from not recognizing this war to now being accustomed to it. The entire fleet had transformed. One group of people had been sacrificed, but another. Then, it was time to end this. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Su Qing. At this moment, in the north, Su Qing was having a headache, as he didn't know how to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Empire's attitude towards Lu Yin was very clear: he had to be killed. The Imperial Tutor had even divined that Lu Yin would be killed, but he had still failed. Now that Lu Yin had successfully passed his tribulation and was about to become the Blood Progenitor's disciple, he couldn't be killed. Otherwise, the Astral Beast domain might not be able to withstand the Blood Progenitor's wrath. Then, what about the Great Eastern Alliance? No matter what, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had to be destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to invade the Outerverse. This had been the Empire's long-cherished wish for countless years, and now that they were so close to success, they couldn't give up. However, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be so easily defeated. They had many experts, and Lu Yin was already difficult to deal with. Now that he had broken through, who knew what kind of power level he would have? Perhaps he could even use his status as the Blood Progenitor's disciple to obtain assistance from the Sixth Mainland, which would be troublesome. The Great Eastern Alliance had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland, and even if the Empire sent reinforcements, they would not be able to take them down. What he was most worried about was not how to invade the Outerverse, but rather how to preserve his own strength. The Sword King was dead, and the Void Wanderer ancestor had returned to the Celestial Beast Empire. While Su Qing was having a headache, he received a call from Lu Yin. When Su Qing saw it, he fell silent for a moment before answering. "Commander Su Qing, the war is about to begin. Take care." Lu Yin's first words stunned Su Qing. What did he mean? Remind him. There was such a thing. During a war, would the commander of the opposing side remind the commander of the opposing side? Su Qing had experienced countless wars, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He did not know how to respond. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? Su Qing asked in a low voice, as he truly did not know what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin smiled. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. I don't know if you have the power to resist all of the Great Eastern Alliance's experts. Su Qing's tone was gloomy. Are you threatening me? Of course not. I already said that I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Su Qing could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Alliance Master Lu, just say what you want. Lu Yin sighed. Sometimes, kindness can be misunderstood. Commander Su Qing, the Sword King is dead, and the Void Wanderer ancestor has left. Once the war starts, you definitely won't be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance. Am I right? You can try, Su Qing said coldly. Lu Yin laughed. All right, then I'll try. He then hung up. Su Qing stared at his gadget in a daze. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he messing with him? A demonstration? A threat? What was Lu Yin's goal? He was truly at a loss, as he could not understand Lu Yin's intentions. However, he was certain that Lu Yin did not want to start a war. Otherwise, why would Lu Yin have specifically reminded him? When he thought of this, Su Qing activated his gadget and contacted Lu Yin. In a spacecraft to the south, Lu Yin smiled and accepted the call. What's up, Commander Su Qing? Prepare for battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1890. Alliance Master Lu, what exactly are you trying to do? Su Qing asked. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed. I just wanted to see if you had the confidence to face my Great Eastern Alliance's fleet head-on. Now that I see it, you don't. Su Qing's eyes widened, and then he grew furious. He had indeed been tricked. The fact that he had contacted Lu Yin in such a hurry meant that he did not want to start a war. They were invaders, and the only reason why invaders did not want to start a war was because they were not confident. Alliance Master Lu is truly worthy of unifying the innerverse and outerverse. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be in such a hurry, Commander Su Qing. Have you forgotten our deal? Su Qing coldly replied, You're the one who started this war, not me. Actually, I don't want to start a war with you. You can tell that many of the experts on my side don't want to fight, or else we wouldn't have been pushed to the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave. Thus, I plan to complete the handover with the 6th mainland and have them take over our defenses. During this time, you can also wait for the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements. The timing should be just right. What do you think? Su Qing's expression changed. You want to hand over the Eastern Weaves to the 6th mainland? Yes, the Outerverse belongs to the 6th mainland, so it's only right that we return it to them. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. Back then, you used progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for 2 months of peace. Not only did you want to use the hide to lure me out so that I would be killed by Guru Qinghua, but you also want to smoothly complete the handover with the 6th mainland for these 2 months of peace. Lu Yin replied, Commander, don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't ask you to be killed by Guru Qinghua, and I don't know why he would appear. Only now did Su Qing understand the significance of progenitor Wushang's hide in this war. It had created one trap after another, and once the 6th mainland successfully took over this war, they would definitely not be able to continue their invasion. They had thought that they could invade because of the time difference. They wanted to take advantage of the time when the sixth mainland was purging the secret progenitor realm to attack as much of the outerverse as possible. However, Luin had messed up their plans. The sixth mainland was not the Great Eastern Alliance, and it had many experts. It looks like this is our last conversation. Commander Su Qing, you're about to face the sixth mainland. Who knows, it might be the 10th Elder or the 4 Sovereigns. Or perhaps a half-martial ancestor? Luin teased. Su Qing said in a low voice, I didn't think that you would disrupt the invasion. Alliance leader Lu, you have left a mark in the history of the human race. From the moment you took over the war until the end of the Origin Tribulation, you have become the first person on the Celestial Beast Empire's Celestial Devourer list. Congratulations. The Celestial Vanquishers list was a must-kill list in the Astral Beast domain. In the past, he might have been apprehensive, but now, he no longer cared. Unless a half-ancestor was mobilized, no one would be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, your talent is too high, so high that the Astral Source universe isn't willing to accept it. Your future will end here. Alliance Master Lu, we will meet again. The war between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain won't end so easily, said Su Qing calmly. He had admitted defeat in this war. He could not break through the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was even more impossible for the sixth mainland to break through. The Great Eastern Alliance had successfully made up for the time difference that they had wanted. Once the sixth mainland took over, the war would become meaningless. President Su Qing. Luin suddenly asked. Commander, after this war, do you think the sixth mainland will put up a full defense or launch a counterattack against the Astral Beast domain? Su Qing's eyes narrowed. If it were him, the sixth mainland would definitely launch a counterattack, as they had suffered too much damage from their battle with the Great Eastern Alliance. The sixth mainland had purged the secret progenitor realm, and they had received news that a large number of people from the secret progenitor realm had been incorporated into the army. These people were not trusted, and their only use was to die on the battlefield. They were about to face the sixth mainland's crazy counterattack. The sixth mainland's purge of the secret progenitor realm has caused everyone to panic, but once things settle down, those people will definitely step onto the battlefield in the primal zone. If I were you, President Su Qing, I definitely wouldn't give them that chance. We would take advantage of this opportunity to attack and at least stretch the battle line to the west of the outerverse instead of waiting for the sixth mainland to launch a counterattack. What do you think, President? Su Qing's gaze turned cold. That's what you wanted to say. What exactly are you planning to do? Luin seriously replied, let's make another deal. I won't hand over the Eastern Weave to the sixth mainland, and I'll also open up the route from North Castle Weave to Armament Weave. That way, you can attack the Central Weave without any misgivings and directly face the sixth mainland. How about that? Su Qing was shocked. This was too crazy. Lu Yin's actions were tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with the sixth mainland. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain, but the sixth mainland did not care. To their knowledge, the Eastern Weave could be taken back at any time. However, Lu Yin did not intend to hand it over to them. This was equivalent to becoming enemies with them and possibly even starting a war. This meant that he was facing both the Astral Beast domain and the sixth mainland at the same time. Aren't you afraid that we'll destroy your Great Eastern Alliance first? The sixth mainland has always been your enemy, Su Qing said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. If we're destroyed, the sixth mainland will occupy the Eastern Weave, and you'll have even less of a chance. We won't leave right now, and we also promise that we won't take the initiative to attack the Astral Beast domain. We won't start a war against you, so your only enemy is the sixth mainland. We'll also help you block the Eastern Weave. Otherwise, you'll face the counterattack of the entire outerverse. But I'm helping you. Su Qing sneered. You're just using us to pin down the sixth mainland and achieve your goal of controlling the Eastern Weave. Your goal is too obvious, Lu Yin. So, do you accept or not? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing fell silent. Accept or not? He had no choice but to accept unless he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he could not defeat the Great Eastern Alliance at this point. If he did not agree to this deal, the Great Eastern Alliance would smoothly take over the sixth mainland, and they would have even less of a chance. Not only that, they would also have to face the sixth mainland's counterattack, and they might not even be able to hold the primal zone. To Su Qing, this was unacceptable. Too many experts had died in this war, and the Empire's suspicions of him had already reached a peak. The Sword King's death had pushed the Empire's suspicions of him to new heights. If he lost the primal zone as well, then he would be finished. He would only be a hired thug for the rest of his life and would forever be a laughingstock. If he agreed to Lu Yin's deal, then he could lead countless astral beasts to attack the sixth mainland. He did not expect to take any weaves, as he was not stupid. He only hoped to attack one of the central weaves and become the first commander in the history of the astral beast domain to attack a weave in the outerverse. That way, he would be able to offset the negative effects of the previous war, and the Yao Emperor would be able to legitimately protect him. This was also why Lu Yin was most confident when he proposed this deal. The astral beast domain understood the human domain, and they had been confident in using Spirit Taizu and the other emissaries to incite internal strife in the innerverse. The human domain also understood the astral beast domain. Lu Yin knew Su Qing's current situation, which was why he was so confident in proposing this deal. Su Qing could not refuse unless he was confident in defeating the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Otherwise, he could only rely on a short period of time to make up for his losses. Although he was confident that Su Qing would agree, Lu Yin still wanted to add fuel to the fire if the astral beast domain and the sixth mainland fought to the death. Soon, the sixth mainland will fall into chaos, and that will be your chance. Perhaps you can not only attack one of the central weaves, but also the western weaves, Lu Yin tempted. Su Qing's gaze turned cold. Attack the western weaves. Alliance Master Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yin smiled. I can only tell you that the sixth mainland will definitely fall into chaos. When that time comes, exactly where you can attack will depend on you. However, regardless of whether or not you can attack the western weaves, you will become the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire's furthest expedition against the human domain's outerverse. Your name will go down in history. Regardless of whether it was a beast or a human, as long as they had intelligence, they would not be able to resist the temptation to go down in history. Su Qing was no exception, as he did not have a choice. However, he was not stupid and had his own misgivings. Alliance Master Lu, once we enter the central weaves, we will be pincered by you and the sixth mainland. That would not be expanding our territory, but rather stupidity. Lu Yin laughed. You said it yourself. We are also enemies with the sixth mainland. If the sixth mainland allows the Great Eastern Alliance to go to war with you and fight to the death, do you think that I will help them? I was the one who told you to hand over Iron Blood Weave. Commander, have you forgotten? Su Qing's eyes flashed. In theory, it was impossible for the sixth mainland to cooperate with Lu Yin, but he still had his misgivings. A single mistake could lead to a complete loss. This was war, not a game. If Commander Su Qing still has misgivings, I can swear that I will not attack the Celestial Beast Empire's astral beasts that invade the outerverse. How about that? Lu Yin asked. In the end, Su Qing accepted Lu Yin's conditions. Once a cultivator made an oath, especially someone like Lu Yin, who was extremely talented and had the potential to become a progenitor, oaths were especially important. Su Qing also believed that Lu Yin would not cooperate with the Sixth Mainland. There was no basis for cooperation at all. The Sixth Mainland had destroyed the Fifth Mainland's Daosource sect and was still occupying its ruins. They had also invaded the Fifth Mainland and caused countless blood debts. At least half of the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators had enmity with the Sixth Mainland, so there was no reason for them to cooperate. Su Qing also believed that Lu Yin wanted to occupy the Eastern Weaves. If that was the case, then using them to restrict the Sixth Mainland would be the most appropriate choice. He did not believe that the Sixth Mainland would be willing to hand over the Eastern Weaves to Lu Yin as a means to deal with them. Not long after, Lu Yin put down his gadget and let out a long breath. His strategy had been achieved. Ever since he had learned that the astral beast domain had invaded the outerverse, his heart had been tense. On one hand, he had gathered the Great Eastern Alliance to take over the war, mobilized the experts, and coerced them. On the other hand, he had also discussed the general direction of the war with Shui Chuanshao, Wei Rong, and the others. Now, the general direction was more than half complete. Wei Rong had been transferring people from Armament Weave and Flaxen Weave, so he had not appeared on the battlefield. The route that Lu Yin had given Su Qing had been developed by Wei Rong, and it was a route that was specifically used for war. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1891. Lu Yin had never been one to passively sacrifice himself. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Sixth Mainland's role in waging war against the Astral Beast domain, and both sides had suffered losses. This was a fact that Lu Yin was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the people of the Eastern Weaves. He did not flaunt himself as a saint, but rather because he was human and because those people had once worshipped him, praised him, and followed him. Taking over the war was one thing, but it did not mean that he had to suffer losses. No matter how difficult the situation was, there would always be a chance to turn things around. There was no such thing as a hopeless situation, and this was the moment to reverse the situation. The Sixth Mainland had thought that they had control over the Great Eastern Alliance and had been watching the show for months. Countless people from the Innerverse and Neoverse had mocked and cursed Lu Yin, and the Celestial Beast Empire hated him to the core. The Great Eastern Alliance's losses in every war were astronomical, and Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. Now, the initiative was in his hands. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he laughed heartily. Elder Jioshin walked in, puzzled, and looked at Lu Yin strangely. "Kid, are you crazy?" Lu Yin faced the elder and smiled. "Senior, I still don't understand the serious technique. Why don't you stay here and teach me?" Elder Jioshin was furious. "You want to keep me here? Kid, don't go too far." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. There's no more war. I just reached an agreement with Su Qing, and the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain has stopped." Elder Jioshin was shocked. "Stopped? Are you sure?" Lu Yin nodded. "The war has stopped. Whether you stay here or return to the Sirius sect, it's the same. Why don't you stay here and guide me in my cultivation of the Sirius technique? I guarantee that my progress will be very fast, which is what you want as well. When the time comes, we can." He then moved his feet. Elder Jioshin's face twitched, and he wanted to vent his anger, but there was nowhere for him to vent. In the end, he sighed. "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "What is the Freedom Realm?" Over the next few days, Lu Yin consulted Elder Jioshin. Besides the Sirius technique, he also asked the Elder to help him deduce the overlaying stacking technique. Although Elder Zhou Shin was not proficient in the overlaying stacks path, it was not too difficult for a super powerhouse who was second only to a half-martial ancestor. Elder Zhou Shin wasn't willing to help Lu Yin with the derivation, only hoping that Lu Yin would be able to master the serious arts as soon as possible. But under Lu Yin's request, he eventually helped him derive the overlaying stacks path to the 1,000 stacks path. 1,000 stacks was the limit of what Elder Zhou Shin could deduce. Any further would require an expert with a battle prowess in the millions. This was because even a 4th or 5th origin tribulation expert might not be able to reach the level of 1,000 stacks, let alone someone who had just become an emissary. This was a terrifying transformation. Elder Zhou Shin had originally thought that Lu Yin's overlaying stacks would be able to reach 500 or 600 stacks at most, which was already an overestimation. After all, Lu Yin had only been able to reach 300 stacks before, and even if he improved, he would only be able to reach around 400 stacks. Gaining 100 stacks after stepping into the emissary realm was already an exaggeration, and the overlaying stacks would only become more and more difficult to cultivate. But who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually be able to endure the 1,000 stacks Elder Zhou Shin had deduced? This made Elder Zhou Shin look at Lu Yin as if he were looking at a monster. If Lu Yin had just broken through to become an emissary normally, then he would not have been able to endure such an exaggerated 1,000 stacks path. However, he had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation and had just survived it. Absorbing astral cyclones could improve one's physique and transform one's body. This was a process that enlighters would definitely go through when they became emissaries, and this was the fundamental reason why they were able to step into the astral source universe. This was because, after each origin tribulation, one's body would undergo a small transformation. This was the rule of the universe, and there were punishments and rewards. However, Lu Yin had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation, which had continuously improved his physique. It was equivalent to someone who had undergone 4 origin tribulations and transformed their body. This was the reason why he had been able to forcefully absorb 1 origin tribulation's destructive power. That power was not something that Lu Yin could contend against, as he had broken the rules of the universe, which meant that the astral source universe would be destroyed. Even so, there was still a sliver of hope that he could rely on external objects or even someone else to resist the origin tribulation. Lu Yin did not have anyone by his side to help him resist the origin tribulation. This was because, according to other people's worldviews, the origin tribulation did not allow external forces to interfere, or else it would be even more terrifying. Thus, even half-ancestors and progenitors would not help Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin had a corpse that could withstand the origin tribulation, which allowed him to successfully survive. This was the reason why he had undergone such an unimaginable transformation. Even Elder Zhou Shin was amazed by the 1,000 stacks path. A single palm strike could cripple a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 would not dare to take it head-on. Lu Yin had already surpassed the common understanding of ordinary people, and now, he had become even more unfathomable. Even Elder Zhou Shin looked at him as if he were a monster. Aside from the massive increase in overlaying stacks due to his physical body's transformation, Lu Yin believed that the amount of death energy in his body that he could absorb would also transform. He did not know what the death transformation's transformation would be like, but he had to find some time to absorb the death energy. There was no more death energy in his body. Suddenly, he thought of something very unfortunate: he did not have the enlightened Sword King. What a pity, what a pity. However, the war would still continue. Lu Yin looked towards the west. The 6th mainland was at war with the astral beast domain, and many experts would die. Perhaps he could sneak into the battlefield and summon those who had died to replenish the enlightened general stage. He would let the fifth mainland know what it meant to have a single person for a country. No one was surprised that Liu Yin had gone into seclusion. After breaking through to become an emissary, one would definitely go into seclusion to consolidate their current strength. Astral energy cyclones and star energy revolutions were completely different, and their battle methods had to change as well. The most obvious change was that the astral source universe could not detect the presence of astral sources, or else they could be forcefully sucked away. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. There was no better way to go into seclusion than to enter the time-stop space. As he thought about it, he tapped out 3 pips. Liu Yin looked at the 2 layers of screens and rubbed his cosmic ring. He had a root of wisdom inside, but he did not know what would happen after it was upgraded. It probably would not reach the level of wisdom that ancestor Huizhu had left behind. They were different species, but it was not impossible to give it a try. After all, he had 5 roots, and Hui Kong had asked Hui Santong to give him 5 roots of wisdom. Liu Yin thought about it and tossed the root of wisdom into the upper screen. He then threw down 1,000,000 star essence, as this amount of money was nothing to him. The root of wisdom immediately dropped, and Liu Yin's heart sank. Sure enough, it was a fake. Back then, the withered root of wisdom had cost him 10,000,000 star essence to upgrade. The less this root of wisdom was consumed, the lower its value. He looked at the star essence on the screen and saw that it had not even been fully consumed. It did not even cost 1,000,000, which left him speechless. Liu Yin sighed, picked up the root of wisdom, and tried again. It dropped the second time, but it did not drop the third time. He had upgraded it to its peak. The third upgrade had cost him exactly 1,000,000 star essence, which was about the same as Death 91's poison of life. However, it had been upgraded one more time. 5 roots of wisdom had cost him a total of 5,000,000 star essence. He looked at the 5 roots of wisdom that were flowing with brilliant colors. They looked good, but they were still far from being a true root of wisdom. Still, they were definitely much more effective than the Hui family's roots of wisdom. It was said that the Hui family's root of wisdom could only calm one's heart, and Liu Yin hoped that this would be even more effective. Liu Yin raised his hand, and strands of astral source converged. He placed the root of wisdom on it and brewed some tea. He took a sip, and his mind cleared up. His emotions were much calmer, and he felt a sense of clarity. Sure enough, it could not compare to a true root of wisdom that allowed one to see through everything, but it still felt pretty good. This root of wisdom had already been upgraded, and its effects were barely acceptable to Liu Yin. He could imagine that the Hui family's roots of wisdom would not have any effect on him, as Hui Kong had said the same thing back then. He continued to roll his die. He tapped it, and a simple box fell out. Liu Yin's eyes lit up, and he opened it. There was a piece of metal inside, and he crushed it with just a bit of force. The fact that he could crush it with just a bit of force meant that this piece of metal was as hard as an enlightened. It was very precious to most cultivators, but unfortunately, it was useless to Liu Yin. He rolled his die again, and the scene before him changed in the time-stop space. When he arrived at the time-stop space, Liu Yin immediately extended the time for almost a year. Stars revolved around his body as he recited the primogenitor scripture and began to cultivate the serious art. After breaking through to the star emissary level, his cultivation of the serious art would take another step forward. Elder Jioshin had been explaining it to him in great detail over the past few days, and he was eager for Liu Yin to cultivate the serious art to its peak. This was a treatment that all of the serious sect's disciples were envious of, and only Liu Yin was able to enjoy it. There was no other way around it, as the soles of his feet were too hard. During his battle with Progenitor Chen's clone, even though Progenitor Chen had been an enlighter and could not control as many stars as Liu Yin could, that was because Progenitor Chen had created the serious art himself. His understanding of the serious art far surpassed Lu Yin's, and he had reached the realm that Elder Joshin had called the unrestrained astral body realm. That battle had given Lu Yin a new understanding of how to control the stars, and with Elder Joshin's explanation, Lu Yin was certain that he would be able to cultivate the serious art to a higher realm. A year passed, and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He rested for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the time-stop space once more, then exited, and repeated the process over and over again. A month had passed, and he had entered the time-stop space 5 times. In total, he had cultivated the serious art for 5 years, which had increased the number of stars he could control to a terrifying 90,000. In the past, even with the support of the primogenitor scripture, a year of cultivating the serious art would only increase the number of stars he could control by 4,000. Now, however, he had gained 80,000 stars in 5 years, which meant that he had gained more than 10,000 stars in a single year. Aside from the fact that he had broken through to become an astral envoy, the comprehension he had gained from the battle with progenitor Chen's clone, and Elder Joshin's explanation, he had also gained the support of the primogenitor scripture. After breaking through to become an astral envoy, the number of words he had to recite from the primogenitor scripture had increased, and the effects of the scripture had increased as well. 90,000 stars was not far from the limit of the 5th level of the serious art, which was 99,000 stars. As long as he entered the time-stop space to cultivate again, he would be able to break through the 5th level of the art of Sirius and reach the 6th level. He wondered if he would be able to benefit from the diagram on the soles of his feet. He would never forget how Elder Gong had piously asked him, "How can you be sure that the planet you are on does not originate from the serious art?" That one sentence had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. When a technique was cultivated to its peak, when the cultivator reached the pinnacle of strength, they could change the heavens and the earth. They could even turn the stars in their orbit into reality. This was the greatest treasure that progenitor Qin had left behind for the Sirius sect. It was the pinnacle of the serious art. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1892. The universe was so vast, so how many stars had been created by the serious art? Maybe 1, maybe 10,000, or maybe even 1,000,000,000. Who knew? The rune progenitor had changed the universe, creating rune lines and giving birth to civilizations. He had also left behind the home of the gods and other behemoths that cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture. Progenitor Qin had also changed the universe and left behind real stars in the universe. Only by cultivating the serious art to its peak would one be able to control the stars that progenitor Qin had left behind. That was the power to change the universe. Xia Ji definitely knew this secret, which was why he had schemed for decades as a half-progenitor. He had not hesitated to go to war with both the Sirius sect and Everlasting Sky Island in order to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus and progenitor Chen's inheritance. If possible, Lu Yin would have loved nothing more than to train his cosmic art to perfection in the time-stop space, but that was impossible as it was far too difficult. Cultivating the cosmic art required more than just simulating the movement of the stars, it also required one's own strength. Breaking through to the star emissary level had allowed his cultivation of the serious art to progress by leaps and bounds. What if he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000? With his current progress, he might be able to reach perfection right away. However, that was still a long way off. The 5th level of the serious art only required 99,000 stars to reach perfection, and the 6th level required 380,000 stars. That was an enormous number. Once he could control 380,000 stars, he would be the equivalent of a universe to many people. As for the 7th level, that was unimaginable. Progenitor Chen's realm was even more unimaginable. Lu Yin had originally wanted to continue his seclusion to break through to the 5th level of the serious art and cultivate the overlaying stacks path, but the 6th mainland had sent people with ill intentions. For experts from the 6th mainland had arrived, the Sword Valley Master, Ancestor Eyeless, Old Man Gnome, and the 3-inch Master. 3 cosmic imprinters and 1 heavenly imprinter. They were all top experts in the 6th mainland, second only to a half-progenitor. Lu Yin had sent many people to welcome them, including himself, the Second Night King, Elder Joshin, Emperor Lu, Master Yuan, and Yamavis. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they were all superior. The two sides faced each other in the heavens. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he smiled as he sized up the 3-inch Master in surprise. On the other side, the 3-inch Master also had a calm expression. He was only 3 inches tall, so he was called the 3-inch Master. His appearance surprised Lu Yin. 3 inches. How could he be so small? There were giants and dwarves among humans. The 3-inch Grandmaster was a typical dwarf, but he was different from the dwarves in the big forest. He had a sage-like temperament. Sword Valley Master's eyes were sharp and filled with a sharp aura. Forefather Eyeless had a solemn expression as he stared at Lu Yin. Old Man Gnome was just as calm as the 3-inch Grandmaster. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he even smiled in a simple and honest manner. However, Lu Yin would not underestimate him. You've all come from afar, but I was in seclusion. I apologize for making you wait, Lu Yin casually said. He no longer considered himself to be a junior, and since they had come with ill intentions, it was destined that nothing good would come out of this discussion. The 3-inch Master was a celestial imprinter, so he should have been the leader, but he did not speak. Instead, it was Sword Valley Master who stepped forward and faced Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain have been fighting for quite some time now, so leave the rest to my 6th mainland. We've already made preparations, and will hand over everything as soon as possible. Alliance Master Lu, rest assured that the Astral Beast Domain will definitely lose, and they will not be able to break into the Outerverse. Lu Yin beamed at him. But they've already broken in. Sword Valley Master replied, we'll beat them back, not just to the Primal Zone, but also to the Astral Beast Domain. My 6th mainland will let them know what the price is. Lu Yin nodded. Then I'm relieved. Actually, when I met with Senior Blood Ancestor, I wanted to ask him to exterminate those beasts, but he's still a progenitor, and that's too much of a bully. Since Sword Valley Master and your group are so confident, I'll leave it to you. The next time I see Senior Blood Ancestor, I'll put in a few good words for you. Lu Yin kept referring to Senior Blood Ancestor, which caused Sword Valley Master and the others' expressions to change. They knew that the Blood Ancestor had descended, and they had also heard that the Blood Ancestor wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple. Thus, their feelings towards Lu Yin were rather complicated. They felt both enmity and fear, just like Su Qing. The 3-inch Master still acted as if this matter did not concern him. Old Farmer pursed his lips, but his expression remained calm. Sword Valley Master said, Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. We'll definitely make the Celestial Beast Empire pay the price. Let's begin the handover as soon as possible. The Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements are on the way, and it won't be long before the war resumes. At that time, the handover won't be as quick. Handover? What handover? Lu Yin was astonished. Sword Valley Master's expression changed, as he had a bad premonition. Of course, we'll take over this war in your Great Eastern Alliance's place. What? Is Alliance Master Lu still willing to continue the war with the Astral Beast Domain? Lu Yin seriously replied, of course. It's my duty to deal with those beasts. They've caused too much blood in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, Grand Forest Weave, and even Frostwave Weave. I'll personally settle this debt. Sword Valley Master stared at Luin. So the Great Eastern Alliance plans to occupy the Eastern Weaves and start a war with the Astral Beast domain? Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Not occupy, but borrow. There's no need for that. My sixth mainland will take over this war, Ancestor Eyeless said without any trace of politeness. He had never had a good impression of Luin. Back when the sixth mainland had invaded the Outerverse through the isolated Astral River, the Eyeless clan had been the main fighting force, but they had been defeated because of Luin. Sword Valley Master looked at Luin. Alliance Master Lu, the Outerverse belongs to my sixth mainland, so this war should be taken over by us. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Don't worry, we'll protect Frostwave Weave well. Of course, you can also retreat to Frostwave Weave without having to fight. Just watch. Luin smiled. Most of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet is stationed at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, so it won't affect the sixth mainland's attack on the Astral Beast domain. From Armament Weave to Flaxen Weave, and then to North Castle Weave, the path is smooth. We won't be affected. Ancestor Eyeless frowned, and his tone was stern. The Great Eastern Alliance doesn't plan to retreat. Are you trying to break the agreement between the sixth mainland and the Hall of Honor? Luin looked at Ancestor Eyeless, and his expression darkened. Are you the one making the decision, or is Sword Valley Master the one making the decision? How rude of you to butt in. Ancestor Eyeless was furious. What did you say? He took a step forward, but Master Yuan and Yamavis stepped forward at the same time. The 3-inch Master, Elder Jiu Shin, and the Second Night King all looked over at the same time. Old Farmer was speechless. They had sent out one person, but the other side had sent out two. Ancestor Eyeless was enraged, and he imprinted an imprint onto the Blood Ancestor, causing his enormous might to sweep out. Luin glanced at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu immediately drew his sword and slashed out. Ancestor Eyeless. No one had expected Emperor Lu to directly attack. Even Elder Jiu Shin and the others had not expected this, as this attack had been too unexpected. Ancestor Eyeless had also not expected his opponent to attack him directly, and he raised a hand to shatter the sword chi. Emperor Lu slashed out with his sword, but Sword Valley Master barked, "Stop." He then slashed out with his own sword. The two swords clashed, and there was a loud bang as the void rippled. A formless sharpness spread out and shattered the heavens. The 3-inch Master stood in front of Sword Valley Master while the Second Night King appeared in front of Emperor Lu. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Sword Valley Master looked at Luin. Alliance Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Your Great Eastern Alliance wants to start a war with my sixth mainland. The first time he had met Luin was at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. At that time, the sixth mainland had held the absolute initiative, and Sword Valley Master had threatened Luin. He had not even taken a junior like Luin seriously. However, Luin had schemed against him, and he had opened up Iron Blood Weave's battlefield for the sixth mainland. He had even almost opened up the second battlefield in the technocracy. Now, when he met Luin again, the situation had completely changed, and Sword Valley Master had been forced into a passive position. The sixth mainland's overall strength surpassed the fifth mainland's, but as time passed, the conflict with the Neo-Human Alliance, the purge of the Secret Progenitor territory, and Secret Progenitor's betrayal had greatly damaged the sixth mainland's strength. The only ones who could suppress the fifth mainland were progenitors. As for half-ancestors, the fifth mainland far surpassed the sixth mainland. Now, the sixth mainland no longer had such a great advantage against the Hall of Honor, and they had even become more passive. They had long since given up on declaring war. If progenitors did not participate, then they would definitely lose. The fifth mainland had too many half-ancestors. In the past, Sword Valley Master would have been able to wantonly declare war, but now, he did not have the confidence to say such words. Another point was that the Astral Beast domain had invaded, and the Celestial Beast Empire was not easy to deal with. They wanted to take over the war with the Astral Beast domain for two reasons. First, they wanted to use this war to resolve their internal conflict with the secret progenitor territory. Second, they had received news that the Celestial Beast Empire had sent reinforcements, causing the Great Eastern Alliance's morale to waver. They were afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately retreat, and if the Astral Beast domain invaded the Eastern Weaves, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. They did not care about the people of the Eastern Weaves, and they had also underestimated how much Luin valued the commoners. They did not dare to gamble. In a person's life, there were many times when they had to gamble, and it all depended on whether or not they could bear the losses. The sixth mainland could not bear the loss of the Eastern Weaves to the Astral Beast domain. They needed to negotiate with the Great Eastern Alliance and use the complete Outerverse to deal with the Astral Beast domain. They had to turn their internal conflicts into external ones, or else they would start fighting amongst themselves. They had thought that this would be an easy task, but it had now developed to such an extent. Luin waved a hand, and the second Night King and the others stepped back. Sword Valley Master, my Great Eastern Alliance has no intention of starting a war. It's just that your people are being too impudent, and you need to teach them how to speak to me. Luin then looked at Patriarch Eyeless. Know your place, or you won't be so lucky the next time you see me. Patriarch Eyeless' face twitched. He was a cosmic imprinter, but he was being threatened by a junior who he believed that he could easily squash to death. This caused the fury in his heart to surge. Old Farmer chuckled and stood in front of Patriarch Eyeless. He looked at Luin. Alliance Master Lu, it's understandable that the young are hot-tempered, but business is more important. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked at Sword Valley Master. I'm not in a good mood. You guys can go back. We'll talk next time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1893. When he heard Lu Yin's words, the Sword Valley Master anxiously replied, Alliance Master Lu, the entire Outerverse belongs to the sixth mainland. What you're doing right now isn't appropriate. Luin left without looking back, as he did not care about Sword Valley Master at all. Not to mention one Sword Valley Master, even if 4 venerables gathered together, he wouldn't care. The sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, and after arriving in the Outerverse, it had been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. It had also been betrayed by the secret progenitor, who had purged the secret progenitor realm. The sixth mainland was currently very weak, and Luin wanted to take the initiative. From the moment that Luin had turned around, it meant that unless a progenitor from the sixth mainland descended, no one would be able to influence his decisions. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet currently possessed the power to directly face off against the Astral Beast domain. Even though they had been at a disadvantage during the past few months of war, with the deaths of the Sword King and the other top-tier experts, it was no longer possible for the Astral Beast domain to break through the Great Eastern Alliance's defenses. A tripartite balance of power had already been formed, but the Sword Valley Master and the others still had not seen this clearly and naively wanted to take over the Eastern Weaves. They didn't understand Luin, but now, they understood him better than anyone else. The Sword Valley Master was sullen. As a cosmic imprinter, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? As he looked at the numerous experts of the Great Eastern Alliance blocking his path, he was actually helpless. The 3-inch master watched helplessly as Luin left. So what if he had the celestial imprint? He still had no right to speak on this battlefield. The Sword Valley Master could only contact the Hall of Honor. Even though he could not directly contact Elder Chan, he could still contact the Board of Governors. Luin naturally received the news that Sword Valley Master had contacted the Board of Governors, but he didn't mind. Those who were familiar with the Hall of Honor knew that the Board of Directors had a lot of power and could even influence the Great Eastern Alliance's battles. However, the Sword Valley Master had never thought that the Board of Directors would be able to influence the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin himself was a member of the Board of Directors, and through Qing Tan, the Sword Valley Master had a deep understanding of the extent of Lu Yin's control over the Board of Directors. The Great Eastern Alliance had accepted this war, and the Board of Governors had been against it from the very beginning. However, it had been useless. He had only wanted to contact Elder Chan through the Board of Governors. In the end, although he managed to get Elder Chan's contact information, he could not get through no matter how hard he tried. The only news he got was that Elder Chan was in seclusion. Sword Valley Master was furious. Seclusion. At this time. How could it be? It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to him. Helpless, he could only contact one of the 4 Supremes, the Medicine Immortal, and ask him to contact Elder Chan. The 6th Mainland's Daosor sect's first sovereigns were practically all celestial imprints, but there was one person whose strength was unfathomable, and that person was the Medicine Immortal. Logically speaking, the Medicine Immortal should also be a heavenly imprint. However, based on what he knew, Half-Martial Ancestor 9-3 could order Mr. Guanqing, Old Man Sangqiong, and the others around, but he didn't show the slightest disrespect to the Medicine Immortal. The Medicine Immortal was very likely to be a half-martial ancestor. Although his strength was unknown, in terms of seniority, the Medicine Immortal was the leader of the 4 Venerables. Most of the time, the Medicine Immortal didn't participate in the decision-making process, but things were different now. The secret ancestor had betrayed the human race, and the Medicine Immortal belonged to the Stone Realm. He was also a member of the Secret Ancestor region. Just like the 3-inch Grandmaster and the Sword Valley Master, the Medicine Immortal also had to do something for the 6th mainland. However, the Medicine Immortal shouldn't be considered one of the 4 Venerables anymore. Half a day later, Medicine Immortal contacted Sword Valley Master and gave him a one-word reply: wait. Wait? Valley Master Sword was puzzled. Elder Chan said that he will contact Luin and have the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Outerverse. He asked you to wait. Sword Valley Master raised his brows. Did this Medicine Immortal really not know? Waiting meant that there would be no results. When the Hall of Honor had contacted them and asked them to immediately send people to North Castle Weave to fight against the Astral Beast Domain, their response had been to wait. Now, it was their turn to wait. Sword Valley Master wanted to say something to the Medicine Immortal, but at that moment, his gadget rang. He glanced at it and was shocked. It was actually half-progenitor Lan Xian. Sword Valley Master hurriedly answered the call and respectfully said, "Half-progenitor Lan Xian, what are your orders?" "Don't take part in the war against the Astral Beast Domain," Lan Xian said. Her voice was much colder, and it didn't have the same numbness that Lu Yin and the others had felt when she had first appeared on the battlefield. Sword Valley Master was astonished. Even Lan Xian was helping Lu Yin. Could it be that this kid was telling the truth? Was the Blood Ancestor intending to take him in as a disciple? Right, Lan Xian was also present when this kid was undergoing his tribulation. She should have seen the Blood Ancestor and even had a conversation with him, so she should know how important Lu Yin was to the Blood Ancestor. Otherwise, why would a half-progenitor speak up for Lu Yin? Since a half-progenitor had spoken up, Sword Valley Master had no choice but to give up. Although the Eastern Weaves were important, it wasn't worth offending half-progenitor Lan Xian over. Although Lan Xian wasn't the strongest half-progenitor, she was the most gifted. Sword Valley Master would never have guessed that Lan Xian had asked him not to take part in the war against the Astral Beast Domain because she wanted to suppress Lu Yin and cause the Great Eastern Alliance to suffer losses, not because she wanted to help him. In Lan Xian's mind, Lu Yin had used the information about progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for the Sixth Mainland taking over the war against the Astral Beast Domain. The Great Eastern Alliance's threat to Lu Yin's survival was the most effective, but Lu Yin had reversed the situation. Furthermore, when he had used the information about progenitor Wushang's hide to lure the Sixth Mainland out, he hadn't actually wanted them to take over the war. Rather, it had just been a rationalization. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's spacecraft, Lu Yin was astonished. The Sixth Mainland has completely retreated. Shui Chuanshao nodded and cautiously replied, "That's strange." They retreated very decisively. Lu Yin pondered this, as something was wrong. This involved the ownership of the Eastern Weaves, so how could the Sixth Mainland retreat so easily? If it was that easy, then why would Sword Valley Master contact the board of directors? Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Was there some sort of conspiracy? Lu Yin felt uneasy, so he contacted Su Qing. "When are you guys attacking the Central Weaves?" Su Qing was stunned, as this was extremely strange. It was normal for wars to be urged, but this was the first time he had been urged by an enemy. "We're currently waiting for reinforcements. It'll be too late if you don't attack now. Let me tell you, the Sixth Mainland has already gathered several cosmic imprinters and even some celestial imprinters. They wanted to threaten me, but I blocked them. Their next opponent will be you, so be careful." Lu Yin ended the call. On the other end, Shui Chuanshao was speechless. The human domain and the astral beast domain had been at war for countless years, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. From Lu Yin's expression, it seemed as if he wanted the astral beast domain to attack the Central Weaves right now. Back when the Sixth Mainland had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw from the Outerverse, Lu Yin had used Iron Blood Weave to open up a battlefield for the Sixth Mainland. Now, he was personally guarding the Eastern Weaves and opening up a path to Armament Weave. At the same time, he was also luring the Astral Beast Domain to the Sixth Mainland. To the Astral Beast Domain, the Sixth Mainland was an enemy that they would definitely go to war with. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, if they could win, they would definitely go to war. If they couldn't win, then there was no need to go to war, as they could still use the Great Eastern Alliance to contain the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland's control over the Eastern Weaves was also in play. This was a three-way check and balance. In the end, Lu Yin had specifically opened up a battlefield for the Sixth Mainland, and the result was the same as before. The situation was moving in Lu Yin's favor, and the result was exactly what he wanted. However, he had not expected the process to go so smoothly, to the point that it made him panic. This was why he had continuously urged the Astral Beast Domain. Finally, after 10 days, the Astral Beast Domain finished gathering and headed towards Flaxen Weave. They were going to attack a weave in the Outerverse. Su Qing's reputation in the Celestial Beast Empire was getting worse and worse. He had not hesitated to conceal his deal with Lu Yin and request reinforcements from the Empire, all for the sake of entering the Central Weaves. As long as they could attack the Central Weaves, regardless of whether they could occupy it or not, they would be able to leave their name in history. Every step they took was another step forward in history. Following the Astral Beast Domain's attack, the Great Eastern Alliance watched from the sidelines, and the Sixth Mainland was forced to passively participate in this war. Valley Master Sword faced Su Qing with an extremely ugly expression. He had originally thought that the astral beast domain would attack the Eastern Weaves and start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had not expected that they would follow Flaxen Weave and attack Armament Weave. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleets that had been stationed in Flaxen Weave and Armament Weave had retreated without warning, and the astral beast domain had not made things difficult for them. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Valley Master Sword was furious, and he slashed at Su Qing. Did the astral beast domain and the Great Eastern Alliance reach an agreement? Su Qing was not stupid, and there was no way he would admit to it. The moment he did, the Empire would know, and he would not be able to achieve his goal. What qualifications do you humans have to make an agreement with us? He then raised a claw and pressed down on Valley Master Sword. Bang! A giant crack spread through space. Ancestor Eyeless and Old Gnome both had their own opponents. The astral beast domain had sent many experts as reinforcements, and they had reached the pinnacle of their battle against the Great Eastern Alliance. Su Qing was not confident that he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance in a short period of time, but the Sixth Mainland was different. Although the Sixth Mainland's experts definitely far surpassed the Great Eastern Alliance's, the Sixth Mainland was not a unified power. Instead, they were scattered. When the Corpse Keeper had fled Iron Blood Weave without caring about the situation, it had led to the collapse of Iron Blood Weave and the deaths of all of the Sixth Mainland's experts. From this incident, one could see just how ruthless the Sixth Mainland was. The Great Eastern Alliance was under Lu Yin's control, and even if Lu Qianjue and the others were not willing to fight to the death, the Great Eastern Alliance would still be able to hold on. However, the Sixth Mainland was different. Once they encountered any adversity, there would be many people like the Corpse Keeper. Unless the Sixth Mainland could completely crush the Astral Beast domain, the situation would only become more favorable for the Astral Beast domain. Furthermore, Su Qing no longer had any plans to invade the Outerverse. All he wanted was to make a name for himself in the annals of history. Even if he lost the territory that he had obtained in the end, it would not be able to conceal his glory. Su Qing had gone berserk this time, and he had thrown caution to the wind for the sake of his achievements. The war had not stopped even after half a month had passed, and many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had begun to doubt their lives. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Elder Lohar was reading through the battle reports from the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland. He sighed. This is how Iron Blood Weave should fight. When did Iron Blood Weave ever stop for even a moment? The war never stops. This is what a battlefield should be like. Passive warfare is never the way to victory, Lu Yin's voice rang out. When Elder Lohar saw Lu Yin appear, he hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Lu Yin helped Elder Lohar up and smiled. Senior took care of me back in Iron Blood Weave, so there's no need to be so courteous. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1894. Elder Lohar had a complicated expression. Back then. No, in his cultivation years, that was just yesterday. A mere dozen years had passed in the blink of an eye, and that youth who could only rely on repairing sourcebox arrays to protect his stronghold had already become a peak figure who could ignore powerhouses with power levels in the millions. A single word from him could decide the fate of Iron Blood Weave, and a single word from him could decide the fate of an entire war. Who could have imagined that back then? Alliance Leader, this war should be over for us, right? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin thought about it. You can say that. Elder Lohar nodded, but he did not say anything. Not long after, Lu Yin received a call from Wang Wen. I thought you were dead, Lu Yin joked. He was in a good mood. Wang Wen replied bitterly, half dead. What happened? Lu Yin was curious. Wang Wen was helpless. I wanted to kidnap an expert for you to take over the Lu Xianjun army, but I almost made a fool of myself. I was ridiculed by that girl, and I was almost skinned by the Sea King. Do you really like Chi-Chi? Lu Yin was curious. Wang Wen sighed. A little, but that girl doesn't like me. He then changed the topic and became much more serious. I've seen the battle report. Your Highness chess piece, you're playing with fire. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I can roughly guess your goal, and I have to say that there's a chance of success. However, it's very dangerous, very dangerous. If you go overboard, the Great Eastern Alliance will be gone, Wang Wen said solemnly. Lu Yin grunted. I know. Then, I want to know your true goal in taking over this war. Was it for this plan, or was it really for the sake of those ordinary people's lives? Wang Wen asked seriously. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Both. I can't give up on those people, but I also can't fight to the death with the astral beast domain in order to help the sixth mainland succeed. Is that why you came up with this plan? If we don't handle this properly, we'll be eaten by both sides. Even if we succeed, we'll be stuck in the outerverse. What about the cosmic sea? What about the neoverse? Most importantly, what about that region of space? Wang Wen asked 3 questions in a row. Lu Yin asked, answer me. What's the difference between the current Great Eastern Alliance and the one before the war? Wang Wen was silent for a moment. So you can see clearly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This war was a baptism of sorts. The Great Eastern Alliance has always been a pile of loose sand. Without this war, my position as alliance leader would have been nothing more than a rallying cry. I can't even fight against an old enemy like the Astral Beast Domain, and I can't even command Lu Qinjue and the other emissaries. How will I fight against stronger enemies in the future? Now, I can say that the Great Eastern Alliance is a fist, a sharp blade. I can pick it up, and I can also let it go. I can even kill my enemies. Wang Wen smiled. Many people say that me, Wei Rong, and Qiong Shi are the 3 smartest people in the outerverse, but they're wrong. Your Highness chess piece, you're even smarter, and you're able to see further into the future. You've reaped more benefits from this war than anyone could have imagined. Congratulations, you now have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, we have the capital to counterattack. The war had caused great losses to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, at the same time, the war had also allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to reap many benefits. An army that had never experienced war and an army that had experienced war were 2 completely different things. Humans were a very mysterious kind of animal. As long as they could command once, they could command a second time. This was especially true for the envoys. However, if Lu Yin could not command them in the face of the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, then how would he be able to use their strength to strengthen the Great Eastern Alliance in the future? Lu Yin had said that he wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that was just a perfunctory response. Lu Yin did not want a perfunctory response. He wanted a truly powerful Great Eastern Alliance that could make everyone tremble, fear, and submit to them. He believed that at this moment, the entire universe recognized the Great Eastern Alliance for what it was. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The Great Eastern Alliance had directly faced off against the Astral Beast Domain. They had more than a dozen envoys, and there were even a few powerhouses with power levels of over 1 million. This strength shocked even the behemoths in the Neoverse. This was a strength that only the Hall of Honor possessed. At this moment, the Great Eastern Alliance truly struck fear into everyone's hearts. Intelligent people like Wang Wen and Wei Rong still could not clearly see the benefits that this war had brought to Lu Yin. The medicine immortal had contacted Elder Chan, but the old man had not contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about the pressure that the Sixth Mainland had exerted on him, as the Hall of Honor had accepted it. This was a subtle change that Lu Yin was not aware of. This change in attitude meant that Lu Xiaoshuan's identity was no longer an obstacle. Not to mention the fact that he had broken through to the envoys that had experienced this war. And now, Lu Yin wanted to reap even greater rewards. Under the Second Night King's protection, he secretly went to the battlefield between the Astral Beast Domain and the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin watched the battle in the distant heavens. Corpses littered the ground, and the darkness of space was dyed a dark red. Lu Yin sighed. Su Qing really has gone crazy. This war has lasted for nearly 20 days, and it still hasn't ended. Both sides have suffered far more losses than we did during the war. If Su Qing had fought against the Great Eastern Alliance in the past like this, then we might not have been able to hold on. The Second Night King asked, "What do we do now? Who do we attack?" Lu Yin glanced at him. "Nobody. Keep an eye on them and see who dies. I'll go select the generals." The Second Night King's brows rose. "You won't attack anyone?" Lu Yin replied, "Nonsense. Even if the Sixth Mainland is an enemy, they're still humans. How can we attack the humans when they're fighting those beasts? I've already sworn that I won't attack the Astral Beast Domain, so neither side will attack. I'll just select the generals." The Second Night King understood, and his heart grew even more fearful. The term general selection was unfamiliar in this era, but back when the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect was still around, it was synonymous with a nightmare. The Lu family's direct descendants' general selection platform was a nightmare of life and death. It described how one would die if they were selected, but they would also be selected by the enemy to continue fighting. Those who were selected were all experts, and they were unwilling to accept it. Their families and friends were also unwilling to accept it. Because of the general selection platform, the Lu family had many loyal retainers, but they also had many mortal enemies. Regardless of friend or foe, the general selection platform was a taboo. The Second Night King had thought that he would never encounter this nightmare again, but he had not expected to see it again so soon. He had seen the endless general selection platform, and he had seen the unparalleled heroism of a single person fighting for an entire country. When he thought of this, the Second Night King felt a chill run down his spine, and his thoughts of rebelling against Lu Yin became even more hazy. "I've got it." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his body disappeared. The Second Night King hurriedly followed, as his mission was to conceal Lu Yin's tracks so that they would not be discovered by the Astral Beast Domain or the Sixth Mainland. At the edge of the planet, a giant beast howled as it collapsed to the ground. Half of its body had melted, and the one who had killed it was an enlighter from the Sixth Mainland. He was also in a miserable state, but he was not on the verge of death. "Die, wild beast." The Sixth Mainland cultivator raised a hand and smashed the giant beast into the planet's ground. Not too far away, many beasts and humans were still fighting. Kill. This planet was on the verge of collapse. Above them, fiery red meteors rained down, and from time to time, corpses would fall to the ground. The Sixth Mainland cultivator sat down and panted heavily. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with panic. How much longer would this battle last? Bang! There was a loud explosion as the Sixth Mainland cultivator's head shattered. It was the Yin Guai. In outer space, 3 swords descended and stabbed towards the Yin Guai. Not too far away, the Yin Guai released a sound wave that restrained the 3 swords. It was the Sound Guai, one of the Astral Beast Domain's twin freaks. Lu Yin arrived at the planet's interior and found the giant beast that had been killed. He raised a hand, and a general appointment platform appeared. "With my blood, I appoint a general." As soon as he spoke, an invisible wind blew past, and the image of the giant beast was imprinted on the platform. This beast had the power of an enlighter, which was meaningless to Lu Yin. However, there were too many of them, which was the true purpose of the general appointment platform. After appointing the beasts, Lu Yin immediately went to the planet's surface and distorted the void to appoint the sixth mainland cultivator who had been killed. In one go, he had appointed 2 enlighters. Following that, Lu Yin moved around the battlefield and continuously appointed generals, all of whom were at least enlighters. In just a few days, he had appointed more than 20 enlighters. Most of them were beasts, and a small portion were sixth mainland cultivators. In a corner of the battlefield, Lu Yin's face was slightly pale. Appointing generals required blood, and he had used up quite a bit of blood over the past few days. It was time to replenish it. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. If he had died, then he would have been appointed as well. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at the second Night King. "What are you thinking about?" The second Night King looked away. "I'm looking for an enlighter who's on the verge of death." Lu Yin asked, "In your memory, what's the situation with the Lu family's strongest general appointment platform?" The second Night King thought about it. "I've never seen it before. Back then, my day-night clan was just a slave of the Bai family of the frigid immortal sect. When the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland fought, the frigid immortal sect left the fifth mainland. That's when we gradually rose to prominence. Before then, we weren't even qualified to meet with the Lu family." "You've never heard of it before?" Lu Yin asked. The second Night King shook his head. "The Bai family is very strict with us, and they frequently use the cage technique to kill us. That's why we don't dare to listen to many things, especially when it comes to the Lu family. The Bai family has never spoken of this to outsiders, but I can sense that they view the Lu family as an enemy." Lu Yin frowned. It seemed that the frigid immortal sect's rebellious intentions had existed since the Daosaur sect's era. The head of the Lu family had been careless, or perhaps too confident. He had not expected the 4 cardinal scales to join forces against them. Otherwise, with the Lu family's strength, they would have been able to suppress the frigid immortal sect. The 4 cardinal scales had only been able to banish the Lu family because of the white dragon's reversal, not because of their true strength. Lu Yin looked up into space. Did the Lu family still exist? They probably did. "An emissary has died," the second Night King reminded him. Lu Yin followed the second Night King's gaze and saw an amethyst beast's head explode from an arrow. The attacker was someone Lu Yin was familiar with, Brute Force. Brute Force was an emissary from the eastern region's Arrow sect. He had been tasked with guarding the 9 cauldron space and had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never expected to see him again on the battlefield. The Arrow sect master was the savage archer god, a heavenly imprinter who had forced the Taima temple into submission. He should have been Lu Yin's greatest enemy, but who would have thought that the savage archer god was actually the corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods? He had been killed by the 6th mainland, and the Arrow sect had fallen into decline. This was especially so after Mystery Progenitor had betrayed the humans, and the entire Arrow sect had been dragged into the battlefield, including Brute Force. If they wanted to live, they had to fight, and no one would care if they died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1895. Brute Force panted heavily, as his injuries were not light. That amethyst beast was not weak, especially in its amethyst form. If brute force had not pulled away, he would have been the one to die. After the amethyst beast's death, brute force did not slaughter the other astral beasts. Instead, he landed on a barren planet to avoid battle. Lu Yin took the opportunity to approach the amethyst beast's corpse. "With my blood, I appoint a general." Lu Yin was delighted when he saw the amethyst beast's form imprinted on the platform. After appointing this beast, he could summon 4 envoys. If he continued to work hard, he believed that one day, he would be able to summon more envoys than the Great Eastern Alliance. That would be truly shocking. With dozens of envoys, who could contend against them? "We've been discovered," the second Night King said in a low voice. It was that giant. Lu Yin looked towards the barren planet and coincidentally met Brute Force's gaze. Brute Force looked at him in shock, as he had not expected Lu Yin to appear and even appoint an amethyst beast. It was normal to look at the corpses of powerful enemies, especially on the battlefield. He had just happened to see Lu Yin appoint a general. When he saw Lu Yin look over, Brute Force's gaze turned cold, and he fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. He had not wanted to attack this fellow, as this was a battlefield between humans and astral beasts. It would not be good to attack a human, but this person had actually tried to kill him. Lu Yin thought back to when the Arrow sect had forced the Temple of Tai Mo and how this person had attacked him in the 9 Cauldron space. Furthermore, he could not allow news of his appointment to spread. Lu Yin did not hesitate any longer. "Kill!" The second Night King looked up and brought Lu Yin to the barren planet. The battlefield between the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain was massive, and it covered countless planets and even multiple star clusters. For envoys, the shockwaves from such a battle were enough to destroy an area that a normal person would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Thus, they usually fought in the astral source universe, and the surroundings of any envoy's battlefield were mostly empty. However, with the perception and vision of an envoys, they could survey the entire battlefield. There were some life forms on the barren planet that could survive in the sand. They were shaped like lizards, and the largest of them all was as large as a mountain. When the second Night King and Lu Yin landed, the lizard spat out its tongue towards them. Suddenly, its body froze, and then it collapsed to the ground, dead. The next moment, countless smaller lizards rushed over to devour its flesh, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spines. Brute Force saw it as well, and his pupils shrank. He looked at Lu Yin, clenched his fists, and then knelt down on one knee with his head lowered. The second Night King had wanted to kill Lu Yin, but when he saw this scene, he subconsciously stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Was this submission? The brute force in front of them had a combat power of over 700,000. Back when he had imprinted the Savage Arrow God, his strength had surpassed that of Zhang Zhou. Even if he were to face Lu Qinjue, he would still be able to put up a fight. Now, even without imprinting, his combat power would still surpass Ling Qiu and the Frost Monarch. Regardless of whether he could win, at least his combat power would surpass theirs. How could an emissary with a combat power of over 700,000 submit so easily? What are you trying to say? Behind him, the second Night King distorted the void around them. No one could see what was happening, at least not on this battlefield. Brute Force looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. He then spoke in a low voice, "I'm seeking refuge. I hope you'll take me in." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Brute Force met Lu Yin's gaze without hesitation. Brute Force's gaze was resolute, and there was even a hint of pleading in his eyes. If he wasn't in dire straits, why would he plead to his former enemy? Just because you're afraid of death? Lu Yin asked. Brute Force's knees shattered the ground as he spoke in a low and vicious voice, "Revenge." "Speak clearly," Luin said. Brute Force gritted his teeth. "My Arrow sect is from the eastern region's Little Giant bloodline. The Savage Arrow God is not the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse god, but rather the corpse god who killed the Savage Arrow God and impersonated him. Ever since Lord Jiao San killed the corpse god, my Little Giant bloodline has been monitored by the Daosaurus sect. No one trusts us, and when Secret Progenitor betrayed us, my Little Giant bloodline was purged. Out of 100 million people, only less than 10 million remain." Luin was shocked. "Purged?" Brute Force continued. "From the start of the war with the Astral Beast domain until now, it has almost always been the Secret Progenitor realm's cultivators fighting to the death. It's not just my Little Giant bloodline. Countless cultivators from the Stone Realm and Fan Realm have been sent to the battlefield, and countless die every day. The Daosaurus sect is afraid that we'll follow Secret Progenitor and betray them, so they want us to become cannon fodder on this battlefield. If we don't find a way out, we won't have a future." Brute Force looked hopefully at Luin and emotionally said, "Alliance Master Lu, please take us in. Please, I beg you. You've taken in the giant bloodline, which proves that you don't have racial prejudice. Please, take us in and give us a future. Please, I beg you." He then bowed and kowtowed, his head repeatedly smashing against the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble. Luin asked, "If you're willing to seek refuge with me, then why did you shoot me just now?" Brute Force looked up and apologized, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I've been on this battlefield for almost a month now, and I've been fighting every single moment of every day. When I saw an enemy, I subconsciously attacked to gain the initiative. When I saw you, Alliance Master Lu, I wanted to strike first without thinking about anything else. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu. Please, I beg you, Alliance Master Lu." The second Night King frowned. If not for the cage technique, the Day-Night clan would have experienced Brute Force's fate much earlier. The Great Eastern Alliance had the Heavenly Sin Army, which was formed from former enemies. The Day-Night clan would have definitely become the main force of the Heavenly Sin Army and become cannon fodder in the war against the Astral Beast domain. At that time, the second Night King had been helpless, and he had been imprisoned in Earth's swamp. Even if the Day-Night clan had been exterminated, he would not have known. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Frozen Immortal sect for creating the cage technique. When he thought about this, the second Night King did not know whether to feel regret or joy. He could completely understand Brute Force's helplessness. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have sought refuge with the enemy. Luin also felt Brute Force's helplessness and despair. "How many of your people are left on this battlefield?" Brute Force was agitated. "Less than 10 million, and some of them have been sent to other places to be exiled." Luin was put in a difficult position. "Even if I'm willing to take you in, I can't take you away from this battlefield." Brute Force's expression froze, and his eyes dimmed. That was right. If the Great Eastern Alliance was willing to take them in, then they would have to reach the Great Eastern Alliance's territory first. With Brute Force's strength, it was impossible for him to take all of the lesser giants away from the battlefield. Luin and the second Night King could not act either, and even if they could, they might not be able to take them away. The Sixth Mainland's experts would not allow them to leave. "Actually, there's a way." Luin looked at Brute Force. "Have your people gather here. I can take them into Mount Supreme and put them into a cosmic ring." Put them into a cosmic ring. Brute Force was confused. A cosmic ring could store people? Luin took out Mount Supreme and brought Brute Force into the ring. Only then did he relax. "Alliance Master Lu, I'll inform everyone from the Arrow sect to gather here," Brute Force said excitedly. As long as there was a chance to leave this battlefield, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the entire tribe of lesser giants would be wiped out. Luin said, "Think about it carefully. I might not be able to take all of the lesser giants away. Take as many as you can before you're discovered. The rest are not only targets of the secret progenitor's betrayal, but also traitors from the sixth mainland who have sided with the fifth mainland. There's no way for them to survive." Brute Force clenched his fists and bitterly said, "There was no way to survive in the first place. This path is only for the sake of preserving the seeds of the lesser giants." "Thank you, Alliance Master Lu." Luin nodded and watched Brute Force leave. Luin did not care what method Brute Force used to inform the Arrow sect. In any case, as long as they were discovered, they would immediately leave. "Aren't you afraid that one of them will betray us? After all, they're all from the secret progenitor realm, and the savage archer god is a corpse god who was once an enemy," the second Night King said. Luin calmly replied, "If even you have misgivings, then the sixth mainland will have even more misgivings." However, they still allowed them to appear on the battlefield instead of directly killing them. If there were any traitors, they would have been killed long ago and would not have lived long enough to appear on the battlefield. They could have sided with the Eternals or the Astral Beast domain, and the sixth mainland could not afford to take that risk. The fact that they appeared on the battlefield proves that there are no problems with them. However, the Daosaurus sect needs to give the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms an explanation, as well as give them a warning. At the end of the day, these cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm were implicated, and it's possible that they were sacrificed for the sixth mainland's internal strife. The second Night King's eyes flashed. Sacrificed. Luin looked at the second Night King. Equivalent to the White King's bloodline. The second Night King's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. Compared to the cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm, the White King's bloodline had been in an even more miserable state back in the Day-Night clan. Not only had they been cannon fodder, but they had also been slaves. At this moment, the sixth mainland's secret progenitor realm could not all be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Although the remaining people were oppressed and discriminated against, they could still live normal lives, which was much better than the White King's bloodline. The Arrow sect was only the starting point. After the secret progenitor realm's upheaval, even if the remaining people had not been purged, their resentment would not be small. The sixth mainland had already passed its golden age and was gradually weakening. It was time to add fuel to the fire. Over the next period of time, Luin continued to count the dead powerhouses under the second Night King's protection while the Arrow sect's smaller giants continued to gather towards the savage planet. On the huge battlefield, the sixth mainland and the Astral Beast domain had engaged in close combat for tens of millions of people. The scale of the battle exceeded the total number of people fighting between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain, and it was still being replenished. The smaller giants' movements did not attract much attention, but some of them were destined to be unable to reach the savage planet, as the distance was simply too great. Another half a month passed, and Luin now had more than 2 million smaller giants within Mount Supreme. During this period of time, many smaller giants had died, which made Brute Force anxious. However, he could not show himself, as he would definitely be targeted by the emissary beasts. During this period of time, Luin had also selected a dozen more enlighters and an emissary, who was a cultivator from the sixth mainland stone realm. The sixth mainland stone realm was different from the other realms. Whether it was the progenitor of blood realm or the progenitor of martial realm, they all had their own powerful organizations. Even the Eastern and Brahmin realms, which were also part of the secret progenitor realm, had their own powerful organizations. Only the stone realm did not. There was a small car accident, but fortunately, nothing happened. My car was impounded, and I'll probably be very busy for the next few days. It won't be convenient for me to get to and from work. Brothers, you have to be careful when you go out. The rapeseed flowers are too tall, and your vision is obstructed. You can't even go 10 kilometers per hour at a crossroad, and you still got into an accident. Fortunately, your speed is slow, so you're fine. Be careful when you go out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1896. The Stone region was truly a region of independent cultivators. There were very few powerful forces, and even if they did, they would be destroyed by other independent cultivators. This was a very strange phenomenon. It wasn't that the great powers of the other domains hadn't thought of conquering the Stone domain, and the secret ancestor didn't care either. However, the Stone domain had many experts, and there were 2 celestial imprints. They were the 3-inch Grandmaster and the Medicine Immortal. The Medicine Immortal was ranked 4th, and his strength was unfathomable. It was also because of this that no one in the Stone region could manage them. Everyone was a loose cultivator. In this war with the Astral Beast domain, there weren't many people from the Stone domain participating in it. After all, there weren't any powerful forces ruling over them, so there wasn't much chance of rebellion. The cultivators from the Stone realm who had been selected by Lu Yin only had a power level of around 500,000, and they all died at the hands of the beasts. Beep beep beep, his gadget beeped, and Lu Yin glanced over. He raised a brow. It was Su Qing. The call connected. Commander Su Qing, why are you contacting me? Lu Yin teased. Su Qing said in a deep voice, Alliance Master Lu, didn't you say that the 6th mainland is about to undergo a great change? Where was the great change? What I see are countless cultivators from the 6th mainland. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Yin laughed. Commander, why do you insist on continuing the war? Su Qing said sternly, even if I wanted to stop, the 6th mainland has no intention of stopping. The ones participating in this battle are all from the secret progenitor realm, and they were sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder to fight to the death with us. The 6th mainland is using us to eliminate internal threats. Don't worry, Commander. It won't be long before the big changes come. All right. Lu Yin rubbed his head. I hope that's the case, Alliance Master Lu. If I can't hold on and retreat, then I won't be able to invade the Outerverse, but I can still defend Iron Blood Weave. At worst, I'll just have to retreat back to the Primal Zone. But you're different, as the 6th mainland's next target is you. The secret progenitor territory has an endless supply of cannon fodder, and the 6th mainland should be very willing to use your Great Eastern Alliance to help them clean up. Lu Yin felt helpless, as it seemed that they would not be able to wear each other out for much longer. Void Green's words were definitely exaggerated, but even if Lu Yin forced it to endure, it would not be able to last for much longer. There's an expert here, the Second Night King warned. Lu Yin looked up into the heavens. Anyone who could be called an expert by the Second Night King would have a power level of at least 1,000,000. In outer space, a figure walked out and looked towards the savage planet, towards Lu Yin and the Second Night King. The person who had arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a calm expression on his face and did not appear to be anything special. However, the number of rune lines that this person had was incomparably terrifying, comparable to that of Emperor Lu. The Second Night King took a step forward and stared at the man with a frown. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should not be afraid of this person, but for some reason, this person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man, especially his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. Ancestor Ling Tong. The middle-aged man was none other than Ancestor Ling Tong. He had seen the true face of the savage archer god with his pair of eyes and plotted to kill the corpse god, one of the 7 heavenly gods. Back when he was still a world imprinter, he was able to join forces with Ancestor Wuya to deal with the Corpse King. He was a ruthless person. Lu Yin had contacted Su San before and knew about the situation of Ancestor Lingtong's tribulation. This person had started planning from the moment he saw Su San, all for the sake of successfully passing the tribulation. Su San had almost been killed by the Origin tribulation, so this person was far from being as peaceful and harmless as he seemed. Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. Alliance head Lu, Ancestor Lingtong said as her body descended onto a savage planet. Her dual pupils looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I've heard of Ancestor Lingtong's fame since a long time ago. You even managed to find one of the 7 sky gods after stepping into the cosmic imprint. I'm impressed. Ancestor Lingtong smiled and then looked at the Second Night King. Senior Second Night King, you're a character from ancient times. The Second Night King did not speak, as this person was very dangerous. The Arrow Sect's little giant kept moving towards this place, even though he knew that there was danger ahead. I found it strange at the time, but it turns out that Alliance Head Lu was waiting for them. Is Alliance Head Lu planning to help the Astral Beast Domain deal with the 6th mainland? Ancestor Lingtong asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. Of course not. I can't do something like helping those beasts deal with humans. I'm just taking the Arrow Sect away. Ancestor Lingtong's brows rose. The Arrow Sect holds a lot of weight in this battlefield. Taking them away will be disadvantageous to us. Lu Yin did not mind. You have too many cannon fodder, and you don't care about a single Arrow Sect. If worse comes to worst, why don't I help you destroy an emissary beast? So that I can relieve some of your pressure. Ancestor Lingtong stared at Lu Yin. Why does Alliance Head Lu want to take the Arrow Sect away? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, the Arrow Sect forcefully captured a disciple named Sheazisong from the Great Eastern Alliance's Taima Temple. That disciple knew many of the Great Eastern Alliance's secrets, and he even knew about the Taima Temple's inheritance. The Taima Temple entrusted brute force with taking him away, along with the Arrow Sect's little giants. Ancestor Lingtong had not expected such a thing to happen. Really? Senior, you can investigate, Lu Yin said. Brute force had indeed taken Sheazisong away from the Taima Temple, but Sheazisong had died during a purge of the secret progenitor realm. The dead told no tales, so whatever Lu Yin said was the truth. In any case, it was a fact that Sheazisong had been taken to the Arrow Sect. Ancestor Lingtong's eyes flickered, but she did not linger on this topic. Even if Alliance Head Lu wants to denounce us, it shouldn't be now. The 6th mainland is at war with the Astral Beast Domain, and if we take the Arrow Sect away, how will the rest of the people participate? Lu Yin coldly replied, it has nothing to do with me. If the 6th mainland isn't at war with the Astral Beast Domain, how would I take the Arrow Sect away? How would I do that, brute force? This was an unsolvable question. If the war had not started, how could the 6th mainland have allowed Lu Yin to take the Arrow Sect away? Ancestor Lingtong's eyes flickered. If Lu Yin had been alone, she would have attacked long ago, but the Second Night King's existence made her apprehensive. At that moment, brute force descended from outer space and crashed onto the ground. Just as she was about to speak to Lu Yin, she suddenly saw Ancestor Lingtong, and her expression changed. Ancestor Lingtong frowned when she saw brute force. Brute force, have you ever captured a disciple from the Taima Temple? Brute force was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained expressionless. Brute force, I'm asking you a question. Ancestor Lingtong's tone was low, and her dual pupils gave off an indescribable pressure that made brute force fearful. Yes, I have. Name. Ancestor Lingtong continued. Brute force glanced at Lu Yin again and replied, Shaizisong. Ancestor Lingtong frowned, as this was true. Lu Yin could not have known about her arrival in advance, and it was also impossible for him to have colluded with her beforehand. It seemed like it was true. Although it was against the rules for Lu Yin to take the arrow sect away from the battlefield, he had a reason to do so. Furthermore, if the war had not started, he would not have been able to take the arrow sect away. Everything made sense. The only thing that did not make sense was that it was not worth it to come to this battlefield for the sake of the Taima Temple's inheritance. Brute force saw Ancestor Lingtong frown and relaxed. He knew that he had not said anything wrong and retreated to Lu Yin's side. Alliance Leader Lu. What you're worried about is that disciple of the Hall of Taimo leaking the secrets of the Great Eastern Alliance and the inheritance of the Hall of Taimo. I can guarantee you that no one from the Arrow sect will be able to leave this battlefield alive. What do you think about keeping them here? His tone was very calm, but the words he said were incomparably ruthless. Brute Force's eyes went wide. Ancestor Lingtong, what did you say? Ancestor Lingtong did not care about brute force at all. He was not even a world imprinter and had lost his imprint, so he was no threat at all. Lu Yin looked deeply at Ancestor Lingtong. I must take them away. Ancestor Lingtong replied, wouldn't it be better to let them use their remaining strength and perish together with those beasts? Brute force was furious, and he glared at Ancestor Lingtong. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I said that I must take them away. Ancestor Lingtong's polychoria rotated, and for a moment, the atmosphere became tense. The second Night King's feet moved without any wind, and his spiritual force extended outwards. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he stared at Ancestor Lingtong. Ancestor Lingtong looked deeply at Lu Yin and then laughed. Since Alliance Leader Lu insists on taking those giants away, then do as you wish. I'll give Alliance Leader Lu face. Lu Yin replied, thank you. Ancestor Lingtong smiled. You're welcome. If I can discover it, then others can as well. Perhaps that old fogey Eyeless has already discovered it. Alliance Leader Lu, be careful. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Ancestor Lingtong turned to leave, but before she left, she said, I'm very satisfied with Su San as my disciple. She then looked back at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Alliance Master Lu, we're fated to meet. Lu Yin frowned slightly, as it seemed that Ancestor Lingtong was aware of Su San's situation. Su San thought that he was smart, but how could he not have been discovered by Ancestor Lingtong? What did he mean by that last sentence? Man Li's eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness. Ancestor Lingtong's attitude actually represented the attitude of the Sixth Mainland. No one cared about the Arrow sect and the little giant. Dying on the battlefield was their final destination, and no one cared. Brute force, let's go. We can't wait any longer, Lu Yin said. Brute force knelt down on one knee again. Alliance leader, thank you. Thank you for taking us in. Thank you. Lu Yin looked at him. How many giants are left on the battlefield? Brute force's body trembled. There were about 4 million giants gathered here, and with 1 million dead, there were at least 4 to 5 million left. There aren't many left, Alliance leader. Let's go. These words were equivalent to giving up on the giants, and Brute force's voice was filled with bitterness. Lu Yin sighed. He knew that there were still many giants left on the battlefield, but they really couldn't wait any longer. If Ancestor Lingtong could discover them, then the other experts could as well. Even if they didn't attack them, they could still stop the giants. There was no point in waiting. "Let's go," Luine said, and then put brute force back into Mount Supreme. Under the Second Night King's protection, they headed east. Not long after they left, dozens of giants in a spacecraft stumbled onto the savage planet. They rushed over excitedly, thinking that they could finally see hope for survival. However, all they saw was a boundless desert and those lizards burrowing into the ground. They couldn't see brute force, but they did see anyone. Such was fate. One step earlier and one step later were two completely different things. In outer space, Ancestor Eyeless also arrived and looked at the savage planet. Strange, those giants were all gathered here, but where were the people? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1897. The Sixth Mainland had been at war with the Astral Beast Domain for more than a month, and the Great Eastern Alliance had also finished changing its defenses. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Allied armies were replaced, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Allied armies continued to defend the eastern weaves and pay attention to the war in the west. Luine disappeared for more than a month and announced that he was going into seclusion. No one knew where he had gone, not even Shui Chuanxiao. He only knew that Luine had gone out. When he returned, he had brought with him more than 4 million small giants. Shui Chuanxiao stared blankly at the 4 million giants. "You went out just to poach the Sixth Mainland?" Luine rolled his eyes. "Of course not. It was just a coincidence." "So coincidental that you brought back 4 million giants." Shui Chuanxiao found it strange, as he looked at Luine like a thief. Luine waved his hand and handed the 4 million giants over to Shui Chuanxiao. He could not put them into the army for the time being, but he could still choose a unit to defend. These giants all belonged to the Arrow sect, and they all had a certain level of cultivation. Of course, most of them could not explore the universe, so those who were selected were all explorers and above. Brute force had also officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance, making up for the losses caused by Emperor Luo's death. The appearance of the small giants attracted the attention of the larger giants. They were all giants, and they seemed to be quite close to each other. Nearly half of the Arrow sect's forces had left the battlefield, which weakened the Sixth Mainland's power level and put pressure on them. However, the battlefield was in the central weaves, and the Sixth Mainland could send reinforcements at any time. A few days later, Su Qing contacted Luine again to ask about the changes. Luine could only comfort him, and Su Qing threatened him again before hanging up. A few more days passed, and Su Qing contacted Luine once more. He was truly anxious. Luine had no choice, so he turned on his gadget. "Old man, we can begin now." Kuei Luo's voice sounded from the other end. "You owe me a big favor, kid." He then hung up. The Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain continued their battle for 2 months without a single day of rest. The entire Fifth Mainland was focused on this war. Only the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain could hold on. If it had been the Great Eastern Alliance, they would not have been able to hold on for even half a month, let alone 2 months. The Astral Beast Domain had received many reinforcements from the Celestial Beast Empire, and the Sixth Mainland hoped to use this war to divert some of their internal conflicts. At the same time, they would also eliminate some unstable factors in the secret progenitor territory. The war continued, and there was no end in sight. In the Outerverse, in the Sky Saint Weave, this place was occupied by the Dream Manor of the Martial Immortal Realm. The Dream Manor was a mystical place that cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra. Most of the people there cultivated in their dreams. It was normal for Dream Zhuang. Dream 7th woke up from his sleep. Someone had reported to him about the situation at Armament Weave, which gave him a headache. If the war continued, then his dream manor would definitely send people over as well. This war was not as simple as he had thought it would be. This was the first time in countless years that the astral beast domain had the opportunity to invade the outerverse, and they had also encountered internal instability in the sixth mainland. The astral beast domain would definitely go all out, and whoever went to the battlefield would be unlucky. Second Master Meng had disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Now, the entire dream manor was under his care. The life he once had was gone. Ding! His gadget sounded. Dream the seventh elder frowned. He was not used to this communication tool, but he had to admit that it was very convenient. He looked down and his pupils shrank. Then, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire dream manor was alarmed, including its master, Dream Master. Meng Fuzi quietly looked at the screen on his gadget. There were two old men on the screen. They were walking around in a very natural manner. Then, they opened the door of their respective rooms. There was a woman sleeping on the bed in the room. The old man let out a strange laugh and took off his clothes. The other old man did the same. They were walking through Dream Manor. Logically speaking, although Dream Manor's cultivators were asleep, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. They would immediately wake up if there was any movement, and it was impossible for them to be bullied and humiliated like this. However, these two old men had done so, and no one in the Dream Manor had noticed. The two old men walked out of one room and entered another as if they were returning to their own home. Dream Master trembled as he watched, and he was so angry that he moved. This Dream Manor is really a blessed place for us brothers, ha 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 ha. This is fate. If you and I didn't cultivate the silent meditation technique, how could we be so free and unfettered? Even that old bastard Meng Fuzi didn't notice. For many years, all the beautiful girls in Meng Zhuang were played by us. I wonder how many of them were our children. Ha ha ha. There's no point. That old bastard Dream Master isn't too far away from becoming a cosmic imprinter. Once he breaks through, he might discover our whereabouts. Let's go to the Mo Jiang family. That little girl has grown up, and she's quite interesting. We can also go to the memorial hall again. You have such strange tastes. Those women in the memorial hall are guarding the corpses. That's not normal, ha. Pfft. Dream Master spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was enraged. Green and white sages, I'll kill you. Pfft. Manor Master. Dream Seventh was shocked and quickly went to support him. Dream Manor's people weren't the only ones who had received this message. Almost all of the important people in the sixth mainland had received it, and everyone felt their scalps go numb after reading the message. The two old men were attendants of the Daosaur sect. Because they were adept at working together and wore green and white robes, they were known as the Green and White Sages. They usually looked simple and carefree, but as universe imprinters, they gave off the feeling of otherworldly experts. No one had expected them to be such people. Not only had they attacked Dream Manor, but they had also mentioned the Majiang family. The memorial hall was definitely not their only target. How many families in the sixth mainland had suffered such misfortune? The most panicked were the families that had been visited by the Green and White Sages. Who knew what had happened at that time? This message sent the sixth mainland into an uproar. The Green and White Sages, who were far away in the border regions, had also received the message. After reading it, their expressions changed, and they immediately fled the Daosaur sect. Who was watching them? Not only had they recorded the scene of them entering Dream Manor, but even their voices had been recorded. An absolute powerhouse was watching them. On an ordinary planet in the outerverse, in a small restaurant on a bustling street, Kuei Luo cackled strangely. His laughter was so exaggerated that it scared many people away. Even the restaurant owner came out and reminded him to be quiet. 4 people sat across from Kuei Luo: Madame Red, Little Qing, Second Master Meng, and Yang Kong. No, after the secret progenitor's betrayal, Yang Kong's identity had been revealed, and he was none other than Yang Kong. At this moment, Second Master Meng's entire body was trembling from anger. He had also seen the recording, and he was furious. Little brat, stop shaking the table. You're disturbing this old man. Kuei Luo cackled again. Second Master Meng clenched his fists. Senior, can you let this junior go? Go. Senior exposed those 2 bastards, and my dream manor will definitely repay you. Kuei Luo sneered. A mere dream manor, what ability do you have to repay this old man? Who knows, you might even be the child of those 2 old things, haha. Second Master Meng was furious, and he glared at Kuei Luo, but he did not dare to say anything. Yang Kong remained calm, as he did not care about such matters. After the news of the secret progenitor's betrayal had spread, his identity had been exposed, and he had become a target for everyone in the 6th mainland. However, that did not matter, as long as he could cultivate to a higher level, betraying the human race was not a big deal. This had always been his choice. Now, his biggest headache was how to escape from this old thing. This old thing was a half-progenitor. Little Qing's face flushed red, but she also relaxed. Fortunately, she had not stayed in Dream Manor for too long, and her master was one of the 4 sovereigns. Those 2 old things would not dare to make a move, or else how could they survive? Kuei Luo suddenly stared at Madame Red. Girl, your expression doesn't look right. What happened? Did those 2 old things succeed? When he asked this, everyone else looked at Madame Red. Madame Red hurriedly replied, No, I've never interacted with the green and white sages. Really? Kuei Luo was interested. Madame Red was helpless. Really, but this matter is too shocking. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. Shocking? That's not enough. Ha ha ha, continue. He then sent out another message. The matter of the green and white sages infuriated the Dream Manor, and Master Meng headed towards the Daosor sect, determined to kill the green and white sages. He was not the only one, as all the powers who had interacted with the green and white sages headed towards the Daosor sect to get to the bottom of this matter. When 9 Brilliants found out about this matter, the green and white sages had already escaped from the Daosor sect. Kuei Luo had first sent the message to the green and white sages before sending it to the others. His goal had been to let the green and white sages escape and create chaos. 9 Brilliants was furious. If he had known about this earlier, he would have captured the green and white sages as an explanation to the others. Now, he did not know where the green and white sages had escaped to, and both of them were world importers, so it would not be easy to capture them. At this moment, another message spread. It was also an image, but an old man and a middle-aged man had appeared. Many people recognized that the middle-aged man was the current head of the Fan family, Fan Yu, and he was also an imprinter. As for the old man, no one recognized him except for a few powerhouses from the older generation. That old man was the Fan family's grand elder, Fan Chen, and he was also a cosmic imprinter. The Fan family's lack of manpower had occurred during Fan Yu's generation. It's been so long, but you still haven't broken through to become a world imprinter. Haven't the family given you enough resources? How many times have I taught you how to absorb astral sources? You liked women, so the family gave you thousands. You liked sword techniques, so I searched the entire sixth mainland and asked my friends to help me find suitable sword techniques for you. For this reason, I even secretly imprisoned the previous Valley Master of Cloud Valley, Jian Jibei, and forced him to pass on the Cloud Valley sword technique to you. What else do you want me to do? Now that the secret progenitor realm has been purged, the family is in a precarious situation. If something happens to me, you won't even have the strength of a world imprinter. How will you protect the Fan region? The middle-aged man was terrified. Elder, the Cloud Valley sword technique is indeed not suitable for me. Perhaps the Upper Temple sword technique is more suitable. Fan Chen was furious. The Upper Temple has Mr. Guanxing, one of the four sovereigns. You want me to touch his people? The middle-aged man whispered, rumor has it that Mr. Guanxing entered the burial grounds and has yet to return. Now that the burial grounds have been sealed, no one can enter or leave. The Upper Temple only exists in name. Fan Chen muttered to himself for a moment. Wait a little longer. If Mr. Guanxing still hasn't returned in a year, I will go to the Upper Temple and retrieve the sword technique for you. Thank you, Elder. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1898. Once this information was released, Yungu exploded. Far away in Armament Weave, Sword Valley Master was furious, and he immediately contacted the Daosaur sect to request for Fan Chen's trial. Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance had just been troubled by the matter of the green and white sages, and now, something like this had happened. Fan Chen had actually secretly captured Yungu as the new Valley Master. Yungu would definitely not let this matter rest, and Fan Chen would not resign himself to death either. No matter who they attacked, they would lose a cosmic imprinter and a powerful family. Who was it? 9 Brilliance's gaze turned cold, and he ordered a thorough investigation into who had released this information. As long as there were people, there would always be grudges. For countless years, the sixth mainland had been embroiled in constant battles, and there were too many grudges to count. It was the same for the fifth mainland, but most of the grudges had been suppressed in the dark and had never been exposed. Now, however, these matters had been exposed, and there were even real images of them. It would have been fine if the green and white sages had been captured, since they were only world imprinters. However, Fan Chen was a cosmic imprinter who had lived for a long time, and yet he had not even noticed that he had been captured. This meant that the attacker was at least a celestial imprinter, or even a half-ancestor. 9 Brilliance's eyes flickered. It should be a half-ancestor, as even a celestial imprinter might not have the ability to capture Fan Chen without him noticing it all. But which half-ancestor would be so bored as to do such a thing? Those who had reached the half-ancestor level were all preparing to break through to the progenitor realm, and they generally did not interfere with worldly affairs. Forget about the disputes between these powers, they would not even interfere in large-scale wars. This half-ancestor had no intention of interfering with Armament Weave's war. However, if there really was a half-ancestor who specialized in such matters, then it would be troublesome, and it would be a huge disaster for the sixth mainland. Suddenly, 9 Brilliance thought of someone. Previously, the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods had attacked the Daosaur sect and killed Jiu San. After that, another half-ancestor had barged in. Could it have been him? Where had that half-ancestor come from? If he was hostile to the sixth mainland, could he be from the fifth mainland? When he thought of this, 9 Brilliance immediately contacted Elder Chan, as he needed to know the identity of that half-ancestor. With a half-ancestor's ability, if he wanted to annoy them, then the entire sixth mainland would be in chaos. Elder Chan was naturally the first to know about the sixth mainland's troubles. He had also seen the video. The first person he thought of was Kuei Luo. Other than Kuei Luo, who else would do such a thing? He had learned of Kuei Luo's reputation through the flying willow leaves. Everyone in the starry sky of the trees wanted to beat him up. Even the 4 cardinal scales were disgusted by him. Several half-step ancestors did nothing but hunt him down. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Even after coming to this part of the universe, Liu Yefei still wanted to ask Liu Yin about Kuei Luo. One could imagine how angry that old man was. Watching the video, Elder Chan heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Kuei Luo hadn't come looking for trouble with them. Otherwise, they would have had to join forces to hunt down that old man, and they might not have succeeded. Even Elder Chan, who had a good temper and had been cultivating for a long time, was disgusted. Beep beep beep, his gadget rang, and Elder Zen looked over. It was 9 Glories. Amused, he answered the call. Elder Chan, I want to know who did this, said Zhou Yao. Even the martial ancestor is paying attention to this. Elder Chan said helplessly, I'm not sure either. In any case, it's definitely not someone from our side. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed. Not someone from the 5th mainland. Elder Chan replied, the gravekeeper can't leave the burial garden, and Lingji died after breaking through to the progenitor realm. Elder Gong, the sage celestial master, Xia Ji, and drunkard, who do you think is the culprit? Zhou Yao thought about it. Would drunkard do it? He loves wine, but he won't get drunk. It's definitely not him, I can guarantee that. Zhou Yao replied, Elder Chan, I'm not trying to scare you. The martial ancestor and the blood ancestor are both paying attention to this matter. Once we catch that person, we'll kill them without mercy. I hope that this isn't the start of a war between us. Elder Chan solemnly replied, don't worry, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. All right. Zhou Yao ended the call with a frown. Who could it be? It seemed like it really wasn't a 5th mainland's half-ancestor. Could it be someone from the astral beast domain? Impossible, as the astral beast domain's half-ancestors were all Yao emperors. How could a dignified Yao emperor enter the outerverse to do something like this? Zhou Yao felt a headache coming on. In the eastern weaves of the outerverse, within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Liu Yin was laughing as he watched a video. Shui Chuanshao and Wei Rong were also present, as well as Elder Jiu Xin and the Second Night King. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Who would do something like this? Wasn't this secretly recording someone's private matters? They had cultivated for many years, but they had never seen anything like this before. Liu Yin finally understood how the people from the cosmic tree domain felt. At this moment, the 6th mainland's 3 half-ancestors were probably the ones who understood this the most. A dignified half-ancestor was actually doing something like stealing someone's private matters. Who could tolerate this? The 6th mainland was in deep trouble. The green and white sages had sent out the Dream Manor and the Righteous Manor to search for Liu Yin. Yungu would definitely not let the Fan family off, and there would definitely be more to come. That old bastard Kuei Luo would not be so lenient with his actions. Sure enough, not long after, Liu Yin received a message. It was a list of spies. The 6th mainland was not a monolithic entity. The 5th mainland had its own wars, and the 6th mainland was no exception. It was normal for certain people to plant spies in certain families and powers, and everyone had done something like this before. However, once exposed, it would be abnormal. The first batch of people to receive the message were not the leaders of the various families, but rather the spies. They looked at their own list, which even had a note stating the mission's objective. They froze, and without a second thought, they immediately fled. They wanted to escape and return to their own organizations, so they naturally had to bring back some valuable items or information. These items and information were naturally very important to the organizations that had been spied on. When the various great families received the message, they immediately tried to capture the spies, but it was too late, and they could only chase after them. In just half a day, the sixth mainland was thrown into chaos. Not long after, many of the sixth mainland's cultivators received another message. This time, it was a list of people who had died. The list contained records of who had died and who had killed them, and the list was exceptionally clear. This list was even more powerful than the list of spies, and many people knew who to take revenge on and who to guard against. The one with the greatest influence was half-ancestor Shuigui. The sixth mainland's Daosaur sect currently had 3 half-ancestors, Jiu Yao, Lan Xian, and Shuigui. Shuigui was not a descendant of the blood progenitor, but he had a blood feud and had massacred countless people, which was why he was known as Shuigui. On the list that Kuei Luo had given them were the powers that had once held a grudge against Shuigui, and one of them was the War Martial Realm's weaponsmithing family. The weaponsmithing family's history far surpassed Shuigui's, and most of Shuigui's grudge stemmed from that family. Shuigui had not known about this at first, and he had thought that he had already taken his revenge. Now, he had left the Daosaur sect and headed straight for the weaponsmithing family, causing a calamity to befall them. The first order that half-ancestor Jiu Yao issued after the incident was to turn off all gadgets. No one in the sixth mainland was allowed to turn on their gadgets or cut off the internet, lest another message spread. News spread. The Outerverse was currently in chaos. Dream Manor, Memorial Manor, and many other powers were searching for the green and white sages. Yungu was seeking revenge against the Fan family, and the various great families were eliminating spies to recoup their losses. Even half-ancestor Jiu Yao could not stop these things from happening. Half-ancestor Jiu Yao only wanted to find the person who had spread the news and then skin them alive. As the Outerverse descended into chaos, the astral beast domain's attacks intensified. Su Qing had also seen the news, and he was both shocked and excited. The more chaotic the sixth mainland's rear became, the greater their chances of success. Lu Yin had not lied to him, and the sixth mainland had undergone a huge change. But at the same time, he became even more fearful of Lu Yin. What kind of power was behind this kid? He was certain that there was a half-ancestor behind him, which made him shudder. Su Qing's opponent was the Sword Valley Master, but the Sword Valley Master was not in the mood to fight him. He only wanted to rescue Jian Jibei and destroy the Fan family. Because of the internal strife in the sixth mainland, their rear was not stable, and reinforcements were not able to arrive in time. As a result, the Astral Beast domain pushed the sixth mainland out of Armament Weave and towards the west. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Lu Yin was currently speaking to Kuei Luo. This old man hasn't even done anything, but the sixth mainland is already panicking. Ha 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 ha. How about it? This old man owes you a big favor, right? Kuei Luo was pleased with himself. Across from him, the Red Madam and the others were numb. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Ruthless enough, but not enough. Kid, are you still not satisfied? Almost. Hee, that old bastard Nine Lights reacted quickly, but this old man still has a trick up his sleeve. Say, what would happen if I told the Lingtong clan the cultivation method of the Eyeless clan, told Yungu the sword techniques of the Upper Temple, and broadcast the Dream Sutra to the entire universe? Kuei Luo said word by word. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's interesting. Ha 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 ha. Stop dreaming. This old man would never do something like that. That's too wicked. Kuei Luo shouted. Lu Yin was speechless. This isn't the first time you've done something like this. What do you know? This old man will be found one day, and these are my life-saving methods, Kuei Luo said smugly. This old man had been hunted down in the astral tree domain for so many years, and he had experienced all sorts of situations. Lu Yin was not surprised that he had all sorts of methods. I'm curious. When do you plan on breaking through to the progenitor realm? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo fell silent for a moment. Why are you asking? What a bummer. With that, he hung up. Lu Yin was confused. Disappointing. Not planning on breaking through. If he didn't want to break through, then why had he taken away his origin item? Lu Yin didn't know what this old man was thinking. He put down his gadget and looked to the west. This time, the sixth mainland was going to be lively. Kuei Luo's actions had not only caused the sixth mainland to be lively, but they had also led to a rapid defeat on the battlefield. Countless people had left the battlefield in search of their enemies, and many had discovered that their enemies were on the same battlefield as them. Instead of fighting astral beasts, they had turned to fight their own enemies. When hatred reached a certain level, it could transcend race, region, and even life and death. Many people had been blinded by hatred, causing the battlefield to change drastically. The astral beast domain continued to advance westward, and the sixth mainland could not stop them at all. Those from the secret progenitor realm did not want to throw their lives away. Thus, the astral beast domain even fought their way into Tyrannical Weave and into the Memorial Hall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1899. The entire morgue had been relocated to the west, and the war had temporarily ended. At this point, the astral beast domain had conquered 10 weaves of the outerverse, shocking both the fifth mainland and the celestial beast empire. Who in the celestial beast empire had been able to penetrate so deep into the outerverse? Su Qing was the first to do so. Su Qing was in high spirits as he looked to the west. He would be recorded in the annals of history as the only commander in the celestial beast empire to reach Tyrannical Weave. No matter how many losses they had suffered in the previous battles, this moment of glory was enough to erase everything. Commander, why did we stop? The sixth mainland has already been defeated. We can go deeper and reach the western weaves, the celestial beast emperor said excitedly. His name would also be recorded in the annals of history after participating in this war. Many astral beasts wanted to go deeper and continue fighting, as everything had gone too smoothly. However, Su Qing shook his head with a solemn expression. That's enough. There's no need to fight anymore. The celestial beast emperor did not understand. Why? Are you worried about the sixth mainland's half-ancestors? Su Qing replied, that's part of the reason. Although half-ancestors aren't too willing to interfere in the war, if we go too far, we'll attract their attention. Furthermore, we've already reached our limit. If we go any deeper, the sixth mainland will retaliate, and will be defeated. As the commander, Su Qing would not be fooled by appearances. Most importantly, this was enough for him. Their current accomplishments were enough to erase their previous decline. He had never believed that the astral beast domain could truly conquer these weaves. The sixth mainland was too powerful, and once the internal chaos ended and they reacted, they might not be able to stop them. Any random half-ancestor would be enough to slaughter them. Beep beep beep. Su Qing's gadget beeped, and he raised his brows when he saw that it was Lu Yin. Congratulations, Commander Su Qing. You've reached Tyrannical Weave and left your name in the annals of history. If you go any deeper, you'll reach the western weaves. The central weaves are completely different from the western weaves, so I'll congratulate you in advance. Lu Yin smiled. Su Qing replied, "Thank you for your concern, Alliance Leader Lu. I need to rest, and we'll talk later." He then hung up. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and Shui Chuanxiao said, "The astral beast domain has stopped. They probably don't plan to attack." Su Qing's smart. Lu Yin laughed. "Yes, they're smart. They weren't tempted by the Western weaves, but that's enough for us. The sixth mainland should have reacted as well. It's our turn to act." Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin. One trap after another. If I were Su Qing, I wouldn't be able to break through this trap. Lu Yin raised his head. It has to join us. Otherwise, it won't be able to bear the losses when it returns to the Celestial Beast Empire. Now, it's our turn to make the decision. He then contacted someone. "Sword Valley Master, I have a suggestion." Not long after, Lu Yin put down his gadget and his gaze turned cold. "Go to war." Following Lu Yin's command, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet headed towards Flaxen Weave. In the west, in Tyrannical Weave, Su Qing was looking at a star chart and thinking about how to gradually retreat while facing the sixth mainland's counterattack without suffering too many losses. Every step he took was a new chapter in the history of the Celestial Beast Empire's invasion of the Outerverse, and he wanted to take the final step. Suddenly, Yin Guai reported, "Commander, the Great Eastern Alliance is acting strangely." Su Qing was shocked. What? The Great Eastern Alliance had halted the Astral Beast Domain's invasion of the Outerverse for 2 months. However, they were not attacking the Astral Beast Domain, but rather occupying 6 planets in Flaxen Weave. These 6 planets were evenly distributed along the Astral Beast Domain's path towards the west, and the distance between each planet was just enough for Yuan Shi and the others to quickly cross over to form a solid line of defense that would cut off the Astral Beast Domain's path back to the Primal Zone. Su Qing was informed of the Great Eastern Alliance's actions, and when he saw the 6 planets that the Great Eastern Alliance had occupied, his expression turned ugly. He immediately contacted Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, you've violated the agreement." Lu Yin was confused. Violated the agreement? When? Su Qing was furious. "You've cut off the Astral Beast Domain's path of retreat. Are you going to join forces with the sixth mainland?" Lu Yin smiled. "Commander Su Qing, you've misunderstood. I'm not cutting off your path of retreat. This is just a normal military deployment. Flaxen Weave is also part of the Eastern Weave, so we don't need to discuss our deployment with you. Besides, our original agreement was that the Great Eastern Alliance would never act against you. Don't worry, I won't break this agreement unless you break it first." Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Alliance Master Lu, your actions are despicable." He had fallen for Lu Yin's verbal trap. Their original agreement was that the Great Eastern Alliance would not act against the Astral Beast Domain, but now that Lu Yin had cut off their path of retreat, they had to act if they wanted to return to the Primal Zone. Once they acted, Lu Yin would not be considered to have violated the agreement. "Alliance Master Lu, the sixth mainland has a deep grudge with you. Why are you helping them? Is it just because of racial prejudice?" Su Qing suppressed his anger. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I reminded you that you could attack the Western Weave, but you didn't listen. I can only give you some encouragement, but I have no intention of helping the sixth mainland." Su Qing understood. If the Astral Beast Domain had continued to attack the Western Weave, Lu Yin would not have acted. However, they had stopped, and Lu Yin had seen that they wanted to retreat. If they retreated, the sixth mainland would not suffer too many losses, and neither would the Astral Beast Domain. What was the point of this war? Was it just to help Su Qing erase the negative influence in the Celestial Beast Empire? Was it just to help the sixth mainland shift its internal conflict? Lu Yin had paid such a huge price, so how could he allow the astral beast domain to retreat? If they retreated, the Great Eastern Alliance would have to face the sixth mainland. How would they defend the Eastern Weave? Su Qing was inwardly annoyed, as he had been too obvious. He should have taken things one step at a time, attacking the Western Weave on the surface while secretly retreating to the primal zone. Not only would that have reduced their losses, but it would also have been able to explain to the Empire that the Great Eastern Alliance was preparing to join forces with the sixth mainland to ambush them. That would have been a perfect excuse, but he had failed because of his own carelessness. Alliance Master Lu, there is a principle that you should understand. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. If the astral beast domain and the sixth mainland came to an agreement to retreat to the primal zone and not invade again for 1,000 years, do you think the sixth mainland would agree? Or rather, if we joined forces with the sixth mainland to wage war against the Great Eastern Alliance, would you be able to handle it? Su Qing threatened. Lu Yin laughed. As expected of the Celestial Beast Empire's commander. Your thoughts are bold. We just fought the sixth mainland to the death for 2 months, and now you're fantasizing about cooperating with them. Has the commander forgotten about my tribulation? Don't forget that the blood ancestor met me. Su Qing's expression changed, and his expression turned even uglier. When Lu Yin had been undergoing his tribulation, the blood ancestor had appeared, and in Lu Yin's words, the blood ancestor had wanted to accept him as a disciple. Su Qing was not the only one who knew about this, as the sixth mainland's half-progenitor Lan Xian also knew about this. The sixth mainland did not force Lu Yin to hand over the Eastern Weave. Under such circumstances, only an idiot would agree to have the sixth mainland cooperate with their enemy to deal with the blood ancestor's disciple. In any case, it did not matter if the sixth mainland cooperated with the astral beast domain or the Great Eastern Alliance. If the sixth mainland wanted to take the Eastern Weave, they did not need to cooperate with the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain was forced into a passive position. At this moment, another giant beast reported that the sixth mainland had launched a counterattack. This time, the 2 heavenly imprints, Qinghua Shangren and the Medicine Immortal, had appeared. Even though the sixth mainland was internally unstable and in turmoil, the 2 heavenly imprints were enough to make up for the many cultivators who had retreated from the battlefield. The astral beast domain was naturally able to deal with the situation at first, but as time passed, they could not stop the sixth mainland's endless reinforcements. After all, this was the outerverse and the sixth mainland's territory. Any random weave could send reinforcements, and a half-progenitor could appear at any time. A few days later, Su Qing looked back at the east, intending to retreat. If this continued, they would all die. As the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire, who could fight against Shui Chuanshao, Su Qing would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. No matter what Lu Yin had said, he had already prepared for the worst. The route to Flaxen Weave had been sealed, but there was another way to return. That way was in the astral wilderness. The astral beast domain had been trying to invade the outerverse for countless years. Aside from the primal zone, they had also explored the astral wilderness. After so many years, they had finally found a way to use it. They had originally planned to use this route to launch a surprise attack on the outerverse Western Weave, but they had been forced to use it. Alliance Master Lu, we've both won and lost in our battles. This war ends here, and I look forward to our next meeting on the battlefield. Lu Yin frowned when he saw the message that Su Qing had sent him. He's confident that he can return. After all, it's Su Qing, and it's a taboo to venture in alone. He won't make such a mistake, Shui Chuanshao said when he saw the message. Lu Yin opened his star chart and looked from Tyrannical Weave to Armament Weave and then to Flaxen Weave. Suddenly, he looked at the astral wilderness. If there was anything that he could not control, it would be the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness was a region that humans did not understand. Although many people had explored it over the years, it was not a suitable place for living. The star energy was thin, and there was no way to connect to the signal. There were also unpredictable dangers lurking around. Otherwise, how could humans have allowed such a region to exist? This was true for both humans and astral beasts. It seemed that the celestial beast empire was ahead of the humans when it came to developing the astral beast domain. Commander Shui, how big do you think the astral wilderness is? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Shui Chuanshao shook his head. No one knows. Does it belong to the fifth mainland? Lu Yin asked. Shui Chuanshao fell silent, as he naturally did not know. He did not know as much as Lu Yin when it came to ancient secrets. In ancient times, there had been 6 continents in the universe. Then, what about beyond those 6 continents? Was it the astral wilderness? Su Qing was very decisive, and he left behind a few astral beasts to cover their retreat while he led most of them towards the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness was unpredictable, and the 6th mainland was not willing to take the risk of chasing after them. They followed the route to Flax and Weave. They wanted to clear out the outerverse astral beasts, reclaim Iron Blood Weave, and even attack the primal zone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1900. The 6th mainland's cultivators arrived in Flax and Weave without any obstructions. On a planet in Flax and Weave, Lu Yin watched as countless 6th mainland's cultivators boarded various spacecraft and headed towards Iron Blood Weave. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The 6th mainland's potential for war was too great. If not for the Eternals destroying the 6th mainland, Secret Progenitor's betrayal, and the cleansing of Secret Progenitor territory, the 6th mainland would not have ended up in such a state. Back then, half of the 6th mainland had been able to attack the entire 5th mainland, which showed just how powerful they were. In the end, the 6th mainland's decline was largely due to Progenitor Hui. Progenitor Hui had schemed against the 6th mainland over the years, causing it to end up in its current state. The Sword Valley Master flew through space and saw Lu Yin. He stopped and landed. I've helped the 6th mainland. How do you plan on thanking me, Senior? Lu Yin smiled. The Sword Valley Master did not like Lu Yin, but when he thought about how Lu Yin might be accepted as a disciple by the Blood Progenitor, and how Lan Xian had specifically told him not to take over the Eastern Weaves, it was obvious that she wanted to gift the Eastern Weaves to Lu Yin. Even a half-ancestor had expressed goodwill, so the Sword Valley Master did not dare to show any displeasure. He forced a smile. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance cutting off the Astral Beast Domain's escape route, we would not have been able to break through so easily. Lu Yin laughed. Senior is too polite. I just hope that the 6th mainland can defend Iron Blood Weave well and that this will not happen a second time. After all, past Iron Blood Weave is my Great Eastern Alliance's territory. The Sword Valley Master's face twitched. He wanted to say that the entire Outerverse belonged to the 6th mainland, but after some thought, he decided against it. He remembered that even a half-ancestor had to give Lu Yin face, so he could only force a smile. No, they won't. This time, we'll even occupy the primal zone. Lu Yin praised, that's bold. Then, I won't disturb Senior any further. The Sword Valley Master hurriedly left. No one from the 6th mainland had ever thought that someone would refuse the temptation of being accepted as a disciple by a progenitor, even if that person was a genius from the 5th mainland. Luin had spoken to the Sword Valley Master just now because he wanted to confirm the Sixth Mainland's attitude. He had always felt that the Sword Valley Master and the others were retreating too quickly. Did they really not care about the Eastern Weaves? Or were they certain that he would be accepted as a disciple by the progenitor? Was there something that even he didn't know about? Regardless of what Luin was thinking, the tide of the battle had turned. Su Qing had led the Celestial Beast Empire's expeditionary army to flee to the astral wilderness. From the tyrannical weave to the primal zone, there weren't many astral beasts along the way that could stop the Sixth Mainland. Even if there were, they were easily destroyed. In a month's time, the Sixth Mainland had been unstoppable, and they had already reached Iron Blood Weave. Soon, they would enter the primal zone. In the outerverse, outside of a very ordinary planet, a ball of red appeared. It looked like magma, and it distorted the void as it gradually burned everything around it. The lava transformed into a human form. It was an old man with a gloomy expression. The man looked at the planet for a long time. Finally, he turned into magma again and smashed into the surface of the planet like a meteor. On a beautiful scenic spot on the planet, Kuei Luo, Little Qing, Bukong, and Second Master Meng were sightseeing like a family. When the lava smashed down like a meteor, Kuei Luo glanced at him and smiled. Take a picture, take a picture. I'm not free, grandson. Hurry up and take a picture of your grandpa. Bukong's face twitched as he felt extremely sullen. There were not many giant beasts in Iron Blood Weave, but things were different in the Primal Zone. The Primal Zone was directly connected to the Astral Beast domain. When the Sixth Mainland's countless cultivators attacked, a great battle broke out in the Primal Zone. The Sword Valley Master and the others had originally thought that without Su Qing and the other experts, the Primal Zone would be easily conquered, and they might even invade the Astral Beast domain. However, they had not expected to encounter such a predicament. The humans had their own rules, and the Astral Beast domain had its own rules as well. In the Fifth Mainland, there was a place called Kuan Swamp that imprisoned countless prisoners. These prisoners were very powerful, and any one of them could cause chaos in an entire region. There were even powerhouses like Emperor Lu, who had a power level of over 1,000,000. In the Astral Beast domain, there was also a place called the 10,000 Beasts Cage. As the name implied, it imprisoned 10,000 beasts. The astral beasts that could be imprisoned in the 10,000 Beasts Cage were like the people imprisoned in Kuan Swamp. At this moment, the 10,000 Beasts Cage stood between the Primal Zone and Iron Blood Weave. The 10,000 Beasts Cage was different from Kuan Swamp in that it could be moved. It was shaped like a birdcage, but it was abnormally large and could even be spread out to form a fence. The border between the Primal Zone and Iron Blood Weave was not very large, and when the 10,000 Beasts Cage was spread out, it could cover more than half of the area, which was just enough to stop the Sixth Mainland from invading the Primal Zone. The astral beasts imprisoned in the 10,000 Beasts Cage viewed the Celestial Beast Empire as their enemy, and they would rather let the Sixth Mainland pass through. However, the Celestial Beast Empire had stimulated their bestial nature, and everything they saw was their enemy. Now, they only knew how to kill. Among them, there was no lack of astral beasts with power levels of over 1,000,000. Because their bestial nature had been stimulated, they did not fear death or even pain. They were like a mountain blocking the Sixth Mainland. If that were the case, then Lu Yin and the 3-inch Grandmaster would be able to deal with the celestial imprints, but the 10,000 Beasts Cage was the most troublesome. The human Kuan Swamp was corroded by death energy, while the 10,000 Beasts Cage was made of a strange metal that was unique to the Astral Beast domain. It could devour flesh and change its hardness, and it was a very mysterious metal that had a life of its own. The more flesh it devoured, the harder it would become. This was the most troublesome aspect, as even the celestial imprints would find it difficult to destroy the 10,000 beasts cage. Lu Yin looked at the images taken from the border between Iron Blood Weave and Primal Zone and raised his brows. What's with this 10,000 beasts cage? Even the celestial imprints are troublesome to deal with. Yamavi's expression turned solemn. According to the ancient records, the fourth mainland once experienced a calamity that killed countless astral beasts, and even half-ancestor astral beasts were killed. In the end, a progenitor had to take action to resolve the situation. The source of that calamity was a strange metal, and if I'm not mistaken, the 10,000 beasts cage is made out of that metal. Lu Yin was shocked. Even half-ancestor astral beasts were killed. More accurately, they were devoured. Yamavis was apprehensive. Do you know why the humans established the Daosaur sect? One theory is that in ancient times, there were endless disasters, and the humans had no choice but to band together to deal with them. Just like how ordinary people face storms and tsunamis, cultivators face disasters that are similarly unsolvable. Lu Yin understood and looked at the images. Your Mavis family has records of that metal. Don't the Celestial Beast Empire have any? If they did, why would they dare to use it? Yamavis replied, the 10,000 beasts cage is very small, and according to the records, the metal that caused the calamity is large enough to cover half of the outerverse. It might have been discovered too late back then. The celestial imprints can deal with something of that size, but the astral beasts within the 10,000 beasts cage are troublesome. Killing them will make the metal even larger and harder. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to enter the primal zone. The outerverse has paid a huge price for this invasion. But it shouldn't be able to stop them for long. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. It was actually Vice City Lord Little Bear from Ebo City. They had not contacted each other in a long time, and Ebo City had only recently sent someone to deliver some ancient items to Lu Yin so that he could help break them down. Alliance Master Lu, a rare metal has appeared in the primal zone. Ebo City hopes that you can help us obtain it, Vice City Lord Little Bear said anxiously. Lu Yin was surprised. The 10,000 beasts cage. That's right. This metal is very rare, and we hope that Alliance Master Lu can find a way to bring it to Ebo City. Feel free to state any conditions you have, Vice City Lord Little Bear said seriously. Lu Yin glanced at Yamavis. Without her explanation, he would not have known where the 10,000 beasts cage had come from. Vice City Lord Little Bear, may I know why you care so much about this metal? Vice City Lord Little Bear replied, this metal comes from ancient times and has the ability to devour flesh and blood to increase its hardness. It can also increase the strength of my modified bodies. I thought that it had disappeared a long time ago, but who would have thought that the Celestial Beast Empire's 10,000 beasts cage was made from this metal? Alliance Master Lu, I'll have to trouble you. I can only do my best. If you can see how precious this metal is, then the sixth mainland should be able to as well. They might not be able to obtain it, Lu Yin said. Vice City Lord Little Bear said gratefully, please do your best to help us. Feel free to state any conditions that Ebo City can fulfill. Lu Yin put down his gadget. He was not surprised that the technocracy knew about the battlefield, but they had contacted him too decisively. It seemed that they valued the 10,000 beasts cage greatly. Do many people know where this metal came from? Lu Yin asked. Yamavis replied, not many. After all, it's been too long, and the fifth mainland went through a war that even changed the sky. The Hall of Honor might not know. The Hall of Honor might not know, but Ebo City might also know. If they did not know, why would they care so much? Lu Yin looked towards the north, intrigued by the 10,000 beasts cage. The fact that it could bring disaster to the ancient fourth mainland and force a progenitor to take action proved that this metal's upper limit was very high. If it could be improved further, Liu Yin did not know how powerful it could be. At the border between Iron Blood Weave and the Primal Zone, the 3-inch master and the other imprints slaughtered all of the beasts within the 10,000 beasts cage. Fresh blood mixed with flesh and blood were devoured by the cage, causing it to expand at a visible rate. At first, it had covered more than half of the border, but now, it covered the entire border and even extended towards the Primal Zone and Iron Blood Weave. The flesh and blood seemed to stimulate the metal, and regardless of whether it was beasts or humans, they were immediately devoured upon contact. Its hardness also gave the imprints a headache. Fortunately, it was not unbreakable. The 10,000 beasts cage held off the 6th mainland for 5 days. 5 days later, the 10,000 beasts cage shattered, and the 6th mainland charged into the Primal Zone to launch a counterattack against the Astral Beast Domain. Countless beasts from the Astral Beast Domain entered the Primal Zone as reinforcements. However, these reinforcements could not stop the 6th mainland. Gradually, the 6th mainland reached the border between the Primal Zone and the Astral Beast Domain. Once they crossed the border, they would officially enter the Astral Beast Domain. Elsewhere, Liu Yin had arrived at Iron Blood Weave under the Second Night King's protection. He wanted to collect the 10,000 beasts cage. The 10,000 beasts cage was extremely large, and it covered the entire border between the Primal Zone and Iron Blood Weave. After it had been destroyed, its fragments were scattered everywhere. Liu Yin was not the only one collecting them, many others were doing the same. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1901. Those people had collected the fragments of the myriad beast cage to create weapons. Since even a celestial imprinter would find it difficult to shatter this metal, the weapons it could create would definitely be powerful. However, the results had disappointed them. The shattered myriad beast cage was like a lifeless corpse. Even an explorer could easily crush it, let alone a celestial imprinter. Although it was still quite sturdy and could be used to create weapons for a Lemmeter, it was useless against space-exploring powerhouses. Liu Yin held a giant fragment of the myriad beast cage that still reeked of blood. He didn't even need to use any strength to shatter it. Why would a city need something like this? He contacted Vice City Lord Little Bear and told him about the situation, but the Vice City Lord was still adamant about wanting it. Since the Vice City Lord wanted it, Liu Yin would collect it. However, the fragments were too large, and there was no way his cosmic ring could hold them all. Helpless, Liu Yin contacted the Sword Valley Master and asked him to send some cultivators from the 6th mainland to help collect the fragments. When the Sword Valley Master heard Liu Yin's request, he thought that he had misheard. They were still at war and were still invading. Sending people to help him collect these metal fragments? What was he thinking? If it had been anyone else, even a cosmic imprinter, the Sword Valley Master would have cursed them to death. However, this was Liu Yin, and the Sword Valley Master had to give him face. Left with no other choice, the Sword Valley Master sent a few spacecraft with no combat capabilities to help Liu Yin collect the floating metal fragments and toss them to Frostwave Weave. Liu Yin felt strange, as the Blood Ancestor had actually agreed. Something must have happened. Could the Blood Ancestor have contacted the 6th mainland? That shouldn't be the case. Where was Lan Xian? That woman would love to see him suffer as many losses as possible. What exactly had happened? Besides the fragments of the myriad beast cage, there was one more thing that Liu Yin wanted back. It was the piece of progenitor Wushang's hide that had covered the face of the corpse that had chased after him. That piece of hide had come from the ghost monkey, and it had been very small. It had been used to cover the corpse's face in the primal zone, which had allowed him to escape. Now, he was going to the primal zone to retrieve it. Now that the bigger piece of hide was gone, the smaller piece had to be retrieved. In the outerverse, on that ordinary planet, Kuei Luo greedily looked at the delicacies on the table and licked his lips. Come, grandsons. Let's eat. Grandsons. Empty. Kuei Luo was used to it. Grandpa Kuei Luo, Grandpa Kuei Luo. Second Master Meng also looked on with anticipation. Kuei Luo enjoyed a mouthful of the refreshing side dish and exhaled. Go. Grandpa, don't treat you, are you unhappy, Grandpa? Why did you leave? Xiaoqing felt wronged. But I want to cultivate. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. What's the point of cultivating? Young people should enjoy life. Cultivation is boring. Little Qing gritted her teeth. This old thing. Now that he had become a half-martial ancestor, he no longer cared about them. This was a classic example of flipping the table after eating his fill. He deserved a beating. At the door, an old man in a crimson robe appeared and walked in. Many people looked at the old man. His clothes were too strange. Very few old people would wear clothes of this color. The red-robed old man walked directly behind Kuei Luo and looked down at him. Kuei Luo didn't seem to notice. He continued to enjoy his meal. On the opposite side, Madame Red and the others looked at the old man. Their expressions gradually turned ugly. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but they were cultivators. When they looked at the old man in red, an unimaginable pressure descended. The old man in red's figure was infinitely tall. He replaced the sky and everything they knew. Following the red-clothed old man's gaze, Madame Hong looked over. He spat out a mouthful of blood all over the table. Following that, Second Lord Meng, Bukong, and Xiaoqing all vomited blood. The restaurant owner was shocked. Vomiting blood while eating? It's over. I can't do business anymore. Kuei Luo was just about to take a bite of food. All of the dishes were stained with blood, and he slammed his palm on the table in dissatisfaction. The restaurant owner hurried over to apologize, but Kuei Luo turned around and stared at the red-robed old man. Looking for trouble. The old man stared at Kuei Luo. Who are you? Kuei Luo sneered and stepped on a stool. And who are you? Old Shuigui, the old man said. Madame Hong was shocked. A half-ancestor. Second Lord Meng and the others hadn't heard of old Shuigui, but too many things had happened in the Sixth Mainland during this period. There had even been the incident of the 7 sky gods attacking the Daosaur sect, and the name of the half-ancestors hidden in the Daosaur sect had inadvertently spread. Old Shuigui was one of the 3 half-ancestors. A half-ancestor had actually come. Bukong's face turned ashen. It's over. Kuei Luo stared at old Shuigui for a long time. You've made a mistake. Old Shuigui raised his brows. Speak. You can't catch me. Kuei Luo's body suddenly vanished. A cold glint flashed in old Shuigui's eyes. He didn't even look at Second Lord Meng and the others as he tore through the void and left. The restaurant owner looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face went pale. Where is he gone? Second Lord Meng and the others looked at each other, and Bukong subconsciously tried to escape. However, Second Lord Meng pressed down on his shoulder. Traitor, come with me. He then left with Bukong and Xiaoqing, leaving only Madame Hong behind. Kuei Luo left, and Second Lord Meng and the others regained their freedom, but Madame Hong did not. She had been sealed by Kuei Luo's astral origin cyclone, and if she wanted to break free, she would have to find Kuei Luo. Helpless, she could only wait on this planet. In outer space, red replaced the sky. Old Shuague waved his hand, and the red magma that had filled the entire universe suddenly turned white. The terrifying heat reduced countless planets to ashes and incinerated the void, revealing the astral origin universe. Its destructive power was terrifying. Kuei Luo shrieked and rushed out while patting his clothes. Old thing, don't destroy the environment. You have no manners. Old Shuague's gaze turned cold. Come with me, and I might not kill you. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You're young, but you talk big. Catch me if you have the ability. He then streaked across space and headed east. Old Shuague snorted coldly, and the white magma transformed into a thread that shot into the distance. Everything it touched along the way was reduced to ashes, as if it had cut through space. Once one reached the half-ancestor level and had an inner world, they did not need to worry too much about the astral origin universe. They could use the astral origin universe without restraint within their inner world, and the inner world was a phenomenon that manifested when one cultivated to this level. A person's inner world basically reflected everything that they possessed, whether it was battle techniques, cultivation techniques, or spiritual force. Old Shuague's inner world was magma, and the endless magma burned without restraint. Even Kuei Luo was wary of it, as the heat was enough to reduce everything to ashes. It was not the temperature of life, but the temperature of death. Behind him, the white magma thread moved faster and faster, and wherever it passed, the starry sky was torn apart. Kuei Luo turned around and tapped out with a finger. His fingertip came into contact with the white magma, but he quickly retracted it as if he had been electrocuted. He kept blowing on it. So hot, so hot, so hot. Old Shuague's expression froze, and he looked at Kuei Luo with an unprecedented amount of fear. No, something was wrong with this old man. Kuei Luo had just touched his white magma, which was equivalent to colliding with his inner world. However, Kuei Luo had not been injured at all. When half-martial ancestors fought against each other, it was sometimes a battle of inner worlds. For example, the Forgotten Ruins god had fought against the head inquisitor, and Lan Xian had fought against the drunkard. The drunkard had used a single drop of alcohol to break Lan Xian's cherry blossom, and that was his inner world. However, Kuei Luo had not revealed his inner world, nor had he used any battle techniques. Just the touch of his finger had caused Old Shuague's inner world to be helpless. Old Shuague had only experienced such a situation with 9 luminaries. For a moment, Old Shuague stopped and looked at Kuei Luo with an extremely solemn gaze. You've broken through 3 stages. Kuei Luo was still blowing on his finger, but when he heard Old Shuague's question, his lips curled up. No. If Kuei Luo had said that he had, Old Shuague might not have believed him, but when Kuei Luo said that he had not, Old Shuague believed him. This old man had definitely broken through 3 stages, just like the 5th mainland's half-martial ancestors and 9 luminaries. This was troublesome. The 6th mainland had been wary of the 5th mainland because those half-martial ancestors had the possibility of breaking through. They did not know where the 5th mainland had gotten so many Genesis items, but those half-martial ancestors did indeed have the possibility of breaking through. Old Shuague was different. Without breaking through 3 stages, he would never be able to break through. Old Shuague had to admit that he was no match for a half-martial ancestor who had broken through 3 stages. Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting the 6th mainland? Kuei Luo gave Old Shuague a deep look. You should be thanking me. If it weren't for me, how would you know who your enemy is? Old Shuague frowned. Indeed, he had gotten his revenge. Thanks to Kuei Luo's information, he had found the blacksmithing clan and destroyed them. However, due to the negative impact of this matter, he had been punished by the 9 luminaries. Why are you causing trouble for the 6th mainland? Causing trouble? No, I'm not. I'm just upholding justice. How many people have I saved with that information? Especially a place like Dream Manor. They should worship this old man. If it weren't for this old man, it wouldn't have been long before the entire Dream Manor would have been the offspring of those 2 bastards. Don't you think they should thank this old man? Kuei Luo said matter-of-factly. There's also Yungu. If it weren't for me telling them, they would never have known that the previous Valley Master had been captured by the Fan family. They should be worshipping this old man. Right, the ones who should be thanking me the most are 9 ministers and Shuai Lai. Old Shuaigui's expression changed, and he barked, "Shut up. Don't be rude to a progenitor." Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. If it weren't for me exposing those 2 bastards, who knows how many girls in your Daosaur sect would have suffered. Right, go back and check on your granddaughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. See if there are any abnormalities. Old Shuaigui was enraged, and white lava instantly covered the entire region. The lava poured down and incinerated the entire region. Kuei Luo was displeased. What are you talking about? Old man, it's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you're being rude. Remember, go back and check. Who knows, you might have the children of those 2 bastards. Old Shuaigui was enraged, and large hands reached out from the white lava towards Kuei Luo. Each hand was powerful enough to incinerate a celestial imprint powerhouse. Kuei Luo shrieked, "It's so hot. Run!" He then disappeared. Old Shuaigui continued to chase after Kuei Luo. He knew that he was not Kuei Luo's opponent, so he had to keep an eye on Kuei Luo and wait for 9 lights. Not only had Kuei Luo wreaked havoc in the 6th mainland, but he had also barged into the Daosaur sect and seen things that he should not have seen. This was what old Shuaigui was most afraid of. If Kuei Luo revealed anything, it would expose the Daosaur sect's greatest secret, so he could not be let off. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1902. One day later, Lu Yin arrived at the Primal Zone. At this moment, the 6th mainland Sword Valley Master and the other cultivators were already heading towards the east of the Primal Zone. He wanted to find the planet that had suppressed the mummy and dig out progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Suddenly, Lu Yin and the Second Night King stopped at the same time and looked at each other. They both sensed that something was wrong, as if they were being watched. The Second Night King's spiritual force was powerful, and his body was powerful as well, so it was normal for him to be able to sense it. As for Lu Yin, it was purely his intuition. Ever since he had become an emissary, his senses had become much sharper. "Who are you? Come out," he said as he looked around. The Second Night King's expression turned solemn. If he had sensed someone at the same time, then there had to be someone there. For someone to be able to avoid being seen by the Second Night King meant that their strength was unfathomable. Not too far away, the void distorted, and a kind-looking old man walked out. He smiled faintly at Lu Yin, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. The old man was simple and unadorned, giving people a very comfortable feeling, especially when accompanied by a strange fragrance that made people feel refreshed. This was the fragrance of medicine. "If I'm not wrong, Senior should be one of the 4 sovereigns, the medicine immortal," Lu Yin said respectfully. The elder nodded. "Alliance Master Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. I've heard a lot about you." Lu Yin was apprehensive. "I wouldn't dare. In front of you, I'm just a junior." "Haha, there's no need to be humble. You're the only one in the universe who can sense me even though you've just become an emissary. Even the Day-Night clan member beside you only sensed me at the same time as you did, the medicine immortal said with a smile. Lu Yin stared at the medicine immortal. No matter how benevolent this person was or how much he praised him, he was still one of the 6th mainland's 4 sovereigns. The fact that he had not been discovered by the Second Night King spoke volumes. The Second Night King stared at the medicine immortal. You must be a half-step progenitor. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the immortal alchemist. Medicine immortal smiled. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Alliance leader Lu, rumor has it that you are a direct descendant of the Lu clan and have the talent to appoint generals. Can you show it to me? Senior, what do you mean? I don't have any other intentions, I was just curious. After all, the general appointment stage's reputation is too great. When I was young, I heard about it many times, but I never had the chance to see it. Now, half of my body is in the ground, and I don't know when it will be gone, so I wanted to fulfill my wish. I hope Alliance leader Lu doesn't take offense. Lu Yin did not know if the medicine immortal was telling the truth. He glanced at the Second Night King, who took a step forward and became even more vigilant. The medicine immortal continued to smile at Lu Yin. He did not show any hostility from the beginning to the end. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Since Senior wants to take a look, then let's take a look. The general appointment platform then appeared in front of him. Seeing the appearance of the general appointment platform, Medicine Immortal's eyes widened as he looked at it in amazement. This is the Lu family's talent, the general appointment platform that was once known as the one man for an entire country. Is the imprint on it the person who was chosen? Lu Yin hurriedly put away the platform. It's just some patterns. He did not have the habit of revealing his trump cards. During this time, he had chosen quite a few people, and he did not want to be discovered. The medicine immortal smiled and sighed. Back in the day, the Lu family's general appointment stage was invincible, and one person could suppress an entire battlefield. Anyone who heard of the Lu family's appearance and saw the general appointment stage was scared out of their wits. Regardless of whether they were enemies or comrades, the invincible strength of the general appointment stage intimidated both enemies and allies. Lu Yin did not understand. Back in the day, the medicine immortal raised a hand and tossed Lu Yin a very thin, almost transparent piece of paper. No, it was a skin. The Second Night King caught it. This is a pill skin that I accidentally refined. That pill was ruined, but I accidentally refined this thing. It's not very useful, but its defense is decent. It can withstand a power level of 1,000,000. I'll give it to you. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, the medicine immortal said. Lu Yin was surprised, and he took it from the Second Night King. His eyes turned into runes as he looked at it. The thin pill skin in his hand had a terrifying number of rune lines that were similar to Master Yuan's. Lu Yin tried to tear it apart, but he could not tear it apart. It really could withstand a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin immediately thought of clothes. If he had a lot of this pill skin, he could use it to make clothes that would allow him to go anywhere. He looked up and was about to say something when he realized that the medicine immortal had disappeared. Where did he go? Lu Yin asked. The Second Night King replied, he left. Obviously, he knew that the medicine immortal had left. Which direction did he go? The Second Night King looked to the east. Lu Yin pursed his lips and put away the pill skin. He thought back to the medicine immortal's words. Back then, he had spoken as if he had seen it before. Wait, what if he had? The medicine immortal had come from the stone realm, and Maiden Axayan had said that many people from the stone realm had been sealed in stones. Could the medicine immortal have also been sealed in stones during the ancient war? However, he had come out much earlier than Maiden Axayan, so the two might have come from the same era. It was not impossible. Let's go. Just as Lu Yin and the second Night King were about to continue searching for the planet that had suppressed the corpse, a terrifying fluctuation came from the east. It shook the entire primal zone and even caused the entire iron blood weave to tremble. Lu Yin looked to the east in shock. The power of a half-progenitor. To the east of the primal zone, the sixth mainland was preparing to charge into the astral beast domain and take the first step in their counterattack when a person appeared in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in long black robes. The moment he appeared, the medicine immortal appeared as well. Two terrifying powers tore through space and collided in the dark sky. The shockwaves from the collision between two half-progenitors were terrifying, and they swept through the primal zone. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators retreated. The medicine immortal was also forced back, and his expression changed. The Yao Emperor. The black-robed man who had appeared outside the primal zone was the Celestial Beast Empire's Yao Emperor, the only known half-progenitor in the astral beast domain. The Yao Emperor's appearance was not unexpected. Su Qing had lost contact with them, and the sixth mainland had invaded the primal zone and invaded the astral beast domain. Aside from the Yao Emperor, no one could stop the sixth mainland's advance. At this moment, the medicine immortal revealed his half-progenitor strength, which confirmed the rumors about him. He was indeed a half-progenitor. However, even a half-progenitor could not stop the Yao Emperor. In just a single clash, the Yao Emperor suppressed the medicine immortal. Retreat from the primal zone. The war ends here. The Yao Emperor was a middle-aged man who was as handsome as Yao Xian. He had a scholarly temperament that was not lacking in dominance, and his gaze was dignified. He towered in space like a mountain, blocking the advance of all of the sixth mainland's cultivators. The medicine immortal raised his head. The astral beast domain has invaded the outerverse. You think too highly of yourselves, Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor looked at the medicine immortal. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. The medicine immortal's eyes flashed. You can try. He then made a hand gesture, and behind him, Qinghua Xiangren and the rest retreated. This was a battlefield for half-progenitors. Terrifying spiritual force materialized into a storm that swept through space and wreaked havoc in the medicine immortal's direction. The space in front of the medicine immortal distorted as he used his famous battle technique, Medicine King Scatter. In the past, Medicine King Scatter had not been seen. Anyone who fought against Medicine King Scatter knew that entering Medicine King Scatter was equivalent to losing. Now, Medicine King Scatter had materialized and collided with the Yao Emperor's terrifying spiritual force. A gale whistled past, and Medicine King Scatter collapsed upon contact. The medicine immortal's face paled, and his body was pushed back into the primal zone. Qinghua Xiangren and the rest were shocked. How was this possible? They were both half-progenitors, but the medicine immortal could not withstand the Yao Emperor's spiritual force. The Yao Emperor raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The spiritual force that had been like a storm gathered together, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. The medicine immortal's pupils shrank as a furnace appeared in the void and sealed all of the Yao Emperor's spiritual force. This was the medicine immortal's inner world, and once it was sealed by the furnace, it would be incinerated. The Yao Emperor frowned. Divine burst. As soon as he spoke, the furnace's interior trembled, and a crack spread out. The medicine immortal spat out a mouthful of blood, as the difference was too great. Compared to the Yao Emperor, he was as powerless as the celestial imprint against a half-progenitor. The Yao Emperor was definitely a powerhouse who had broken through 3 stages. There was only one half-progenitor in the entire astral beast domain, and he had inherited the 4th mainland's legacy. It was not impossible for him to break through 3 stages. The medicine immortal's face was ashen. Was he going to die here today? Only the 9 glories could fight the Yao Emperor head-on. I told you that killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand, the Yao Emperor said calmly. The crack in the furnace expanded, and spiritual force spread out. The Yao Emperor waved his hand, and the spiritual force gathered once again, forming a single point that collided with the medicine immortal. This single point was able to control everything, and the entire starry sky was being pulled toward the medicine immortal like a curtain of water. From the perspective of Qinghua Shangren and the rest, it was as if the entire astral beast domain had turned into a single point that was crashing into the medicine immortal. The furnace suddenly retreated and blocked in front of the medicine immortal. The spiritual force pierced through the furnace and continued to crash into the medicine immortal. Just as the medicine immortal thought that he was going to die, he heard a gasp. Is this the spiritual force of a heavenly monster? It is indeed terrifying. Boom! Countless people stared in shock at the shattered starry sky outside the primal zone. Cracks spread out, cutting both the primal zone and the astral beast domain apart. The Yao Emperor's eyes trembled as he stared into the distance. Someone had blocked his spiritual force. Within the primal zone, the medicine immortal's mouth was bleeding. Someone had appeared in front of him at some point, and it was Kuei Luo. With the speed of a half-martial ancestor, he could easily cross great distances and arrive at the primal zone very quickly. His appearance had coincidentally helped the medicine immortal block an attack. A moment later, the blood demon appeared and stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? He had been chasing after Kuei Luo, and as soon as he arrived at the primal zone, he saw Kuei Luo block the Yao Emperor's attack and help the medicine immortal. Wasn't he an enemy of the 6th mainland? Why was he helping the medicine immortal? Who are you? The medicine immortal and the Yao Emperor asked at the same time. Kuei Luo looked at the Yao Emperor in amazement. As expected of the most suitable life forms for spiritual force cultivation. Even in ancient times, heavenly monsters were the top race in the 4th mainland. The Yao Emperor stared at Kuei Luo with a solemn expression, much more so than when he was facing the medicine immortal. Who are you? An outsider who has nothing to do with this war. I just saw your spiritual force and felt itchy, so I wanted to test it out, Kuei Luo said with an irritating expression. The Yao Emperor frowned. He had thought that Kuei Luo was a hidden expert from the 6th mainland. An outsider. Did Kuei Luo think he was an idiot? The blood demon's appearance also attracted the Yao Emperor's attention. 3 half-martial ancestors had appeared all of a sudden, and Kuei Luo, who could block his spiritual force cultivation. This battle was going to be difficult to win. The medicine immortal also saw the blood demon and was puzzled. Who is this? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1903. Old Shui did not know what to say. Kuei Luo had helped them block an attack from the 6th mainland, but he was also an enemy of the 6th mainland. If he said anything, then the old man would join forces with the 6th mainland, and they would be finished. For a moment, Old Shui fell silent. Kuei Luo looked at Old Shui, then at the medicine immortal, and finally at the shifter emperor. He also fell silent, and the battlefield in the primal zone was eerily silent. The shifter emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Kuei Luo. Are you from the 6th mainland? Kuei Luo shook his head. The shifter emperor frowned. Human domain. Kuei Luo continued to shake his head. The shifter emperor's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, I don't care who you are. This war ends here. He did not say anything about the 6th mainland withdrawing from the primal zone. They were up against 3 half-progenitors, and one of them, Kue Luo, was unfathomable. He did not have the confidence to threaten them. Kue Luo hurriedly said, "Don't. The war will continue. This is your problem, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm just passing by. You guys continue." He then stepped through the void and charged towards Iron Blood Weave. Old Shui subconsciously wanted to chase after him. The medicine immortal hurriedly stopped him. "Old Shui, do you want to watch me die?" Old Shui paused, and his cold gaze swept past the medicine immortal before looking at the Shifter Emperor. If the medicine immortal was left here alone, then not only him, but all of the 6th mainland's cultivators would be finished. They could not stop the Shifter Emperor, but capturing that old man was of utmost importance. He stared at the Shifter Emperor. "This war ends here." The Shifter Emperor sneered. He could tell that the old man had nothing to do with the 6th mainland, and he even had a grudge against the 6th mainland. "Withdraw from the primal zone, and the war will end." Old Shui's gaze trembled, and he was about to agree, but he suddenly paused and glanced at Sword Valley Master. Sword Valley Master had just transmitted to him that they could not withdraw from the primal zone, at least not now. The war between Iron Blood Weave and the primal zone had never ended. When the Shifter Emperor said that the war between the 6th mainland and the Astral Beast domain would stop, but rather the Astral Beast domain's invasion of the Outerverse. Even if the half-progenitors withdrew, there would still be war in Iron Blood Weave, and the Astral Beast domain would continue to invade. The appearance of the Demon Emperor was only the end of one war, not all wars. Astral Beasts, and the Astral Beast domains, and the Astral Beast domain. Those giant beasts were bound to return to the Astral Beast domain from an unknown star field. If they wanted to return to the Astral Beast domain, they had to pass through the Primal Zone. Since they controlled the Primal Zone, they could decide the life and death of those giant beasts. This was the true meaning of controlling the Primal Zone. Otherwise, how could a mere Primal Zone be worth the risk of the medicine immortal? The Shifter Emperor appeared to help Su Qing and the other beasts return. Those astral beasts were simply too powerful. Without them, the Astral Beast domain's combat power would be halved. Once they were dealt with, Iron Blood Weave would no longer have to worry about the Astral Beast domain. The 6th mainland had never thought of staying in the Outerverse forever, as their goal had always been the entire 5th mainland. Even though the secret progenitor's betrayal had greatly reduced their strength, they were confident that they could quickly recover. In the future, there would definitely be a war between them and the Hall of Honor. If they could pacify Iron Blood Weave, then they would have no worries about the Hall of Honor in the future. The benefits of such a move were too great. This was related to the future strategy of the entire 6th mainland, so the Primal Zone could not retreat. Even if they had to retreat, they had to use Su Qing and the other astral beasts to obtain benefits from the Astral Beast domain. Otherwise, this war would be nothing more than a joke to the 6th mainland. Not only would they be invaded by the Astral Beast domain, but they would also lose a large portion of their eastern territory. While Old Shui hesitated, Kue Luo had long since disappeared. Even if Old Shui tried to chase after Kue Luo, he would not be able to catch up. Retreat from the Primal Zone, and this war will end. Otherwise, none of you will leave this place alive, the Shifter Emperor growled as he stared at Old Shui. Old Shui and the medicine immortal exchanged glances. Can we stop him if we work together? Let's try. As long as we can stop the Shifter Emperor and stall for time, Su Qing and the other astral beasts will be ours, the medicine immortal said. All right. Old Shui stared at the Shifter Emperor. I've long since heard of the strength of the celestial beast bloodline. I really want to give it a try. With that, white lava spread throughout the heavens. The medicine immortal acted at the same time, causing a furnace to appear that coordinated with the white lava to crash into the Shifter Emperor. The Shifter Emperor snorted. "You're courting death." The clash between half-martial ancestors shook the heavens and earth, and Guru Qinghua and the rest were forced back. On the other side, Lu Yin had also retreated from the primal zone. He tried to contact Kuei Luo, but to no avail. He could only contact Shui Chuanshao and order the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet to leave North Castle Weave and head towards the asteroid belt. The war had reached its most critical juncture, and whether or not the Eastern Weave could be saved would depend on this final battle. Even though the Sword Valley Master and the others had been very polite to Lu Yin and had not asked for the Eastern Weave, Lu Yin still felt uneasy. He had a nagging feeling that there was something that he had not fully grasped, so he decided to stick to his original plan. "Oh, you're here. What a coincidence." Kuei Luo's voice rang out from behind him. The second Night King turned around as if he had seen a ghost. He had been able to sense the Medicine Immortal's movements before, but he had not been able to sense Kuei Luo's movements at all. Lu Yin was also startled, and when he saw that it was Kuei Luo, he was speechless. "Can't you just appear normally? What did you do to make you so scared?" Kuei Luo teased. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Where did you go?" Kuei Luo replied, "I was being chased by someone. I had no choice but to lure that guy here, where I happened to see a celestial demon ancestor in action. I couldn't resist the urge to test my skills and saved a sixth mainland ancestor. The Medicine Immortal." Lu Yin was astonished. "I don't know. He hasn't even broken through the third stage, so he's pretty weak. If it wasn't for me, he would have died." Lu Yin grew serious. "Is the Demon Emperor very strong?" Kuei Luo nodded. "Very strong. After all, he's a celestial demon. Even in the ancient Fourth Mainland, the celestial demon ancestor was one of the top races. Your Lu family's ancient records state that a progenitor appeared." Lu Yin frowned. "The Medicine Immortal won't die without you, right?" Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. "What does that have to do with me? It's not like he's my son." At this point, Kuei Luo suddenly paused and looked towards the south. "It's so lively. Another half-ancestor has arrived." Lu Yin was shocked. "Another half-ancestor? Who?" "A woman. She's very pretty, and she doesn't seem very old," Kuei Luo replied. Lu Yin immediately knew that it was Lan Xian. She was the sixth mainland's backup against the Demon Emperor, and the Blood Fiend had just happened to arrive at the right time. Lan Xian was the one who was supposed to join forces with the Medicine Immortal against the Demon Emperor. The Sixth Mainland had a clearer understanding of the Demon Emperor, and they knew that the Medicine Immortal would not be able to stop the Demon Emperor by himself. However, they had still been one step too slow. If not for Kuei Luo, the Medicine Immortal would have already died, and Lan Xian would not have been able to stop the Demon Emperor by herself. Now that three half-ancestors had joined forces, Lu Yin did not know what the outcome would be. Soon enough, Lu Yin saw the rune lines that covered the heavens head towards the north, past Ironblood Weave. It was Lan Xian. Kuei Luo had hidden them, so Lan Xian had not discovered them. "Can three half-ancestors stop the Demon Emperor?" Lu Yin asked. "Kuei Luo, not a single one has broken through 3 stages. That woman isn't bad. She broke through the lower and middle finger stages, but she doesn't have an origin item to break through the wisdom stages. They'll know how big the gap is. Speaking of which, is the Sixth Mainland really that lacking in origin items?" Lu Yin did not understand. The Fifth Mainland's half-ancestors all had origin items, and they had all broken through 3 stages. However, the sixth mainland, which was far more powerful than the fifth mainland, had almost no origin items. Even in terms of numbers, the sixth mainland's strongest half-ancestor, 9 glories, and 9-3 half-ancestor were only 5 origin items. It was hard to say if 9-3 half-ancestors even had an origin item. Perhaps it was really because of the cosmic tree. After the origin will sacrifice, the fifth mainland would send people to the cosmic tree to search for origin items. After so many years, it was reasonable for them to be able to find a few origin items. The sixth mainland is quite interesting. This old man plans to go play around and see if there are any more secrets. Kuei Luo was very excited. The second Night King's eyes flashed. Was this old man the one who had spread the sixth mainland secrets? Suddenly, the way he looked at Kuei Luo changed. No one could stop a dignified half-ancestor from doing such disgusting things, but this half-ancestor seemed to be quite strong. The sixth mainland was out of luck. When Lu Yin saw that Kuei Luo was about to leave, he hurriedly stopped him. There's no rush. Let's wait for a while. Wait for what? To chat with you. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was puzzled. Speaking of which, you don't seem to be planning on breaking through to the progenitor realm, and from what you said earlier, you've already broken through 3 stages. What do you want an origin item for? Kuei Luo blinked. You heard wrong. This old man only broke through 2 stages, not 3. Lu Yin was speechless, as there was nothing he could say to this old scoundrel. Don't leave for now. This war is about to end, and I might end up facing a situation that I can't control. We might go to war, or we might achieve our goals. The astral beast domain and the sixth mainland both have half-ancestors. Without you, I'm not confident. Kuei Luo was unhappy. This old man is a free wind. I can't stay in one place for too long. It won't be long. It'll end soon, Lu Yin muttered as he looked towards the north. Troublesome. Right, Wang Xi should have come looking for me some time ago, but she couldn't find me. That old woman isn't easy to deal with. I know. There's one more thing. I broke through to the emissary realm. Nonsense. This old man can't tell. There was a phenomenon after breaking through. I met the 4-way scales gaze, so they should have seen me. Kuei Luo paused and slowly turned to look at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Yin casually answered, there was a phenomenon after breaking through to the emissary realm that resonated with the mother tree. Many people in the astral tree domain should have seen me. What's wrong? Kuei Luo's jaw dropped. You're saying that after breaking through to the emissary realm, your phenomenon resonated with the mother tree. I remember now. Were you the one who caused the astral source universe to boil? Lu Yin nodded. It wasn't a big deal. Kuei Luo roared, that wasn't a big deal. Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have mentally prepared yourself and told me in advance. This old man almost fainted from fright. Lu Yin was astonished. Was it serious? Kuei Luo was bewildered, and he looked Lu Yin up and down as if he was looking at a monster. Almost every progenitor has a phenomenon after breaking through to the emissary realm. Which one of those who can cultivate to the progenitor realm isn't a monster? But to be able to resonate with the mother tree and even make you meet the astral tree domain's gaze in the wasteland. Do you think that's a small matter? I've never heard of such a phenomenon before. No, I think I've seen it before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1904. Kuei Luo thought about it and then slapped his head. Bai Xian from the frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Xian Kuei Luo solemnly explained, when she broke through to become an envoy, her phenomenon shook the entire astral tree and caused the mother tree to sway. They rushed into the frigid immortal sect like moths to a flame, wanting to kill her. Your phenomenon isn't any weaker than hers, and it might even surpass hers. Oh no, we're in big trouble now. The astral tree knows about your phenomenon, and they definitely won't let you off. Lu Yin replied, I know, which is why I sent people to keep an eye on the Genesis court. The Eternals won't let you off either, Kuei Luo said solemnly. Lu Yin wasn't worried about this. Even if his innate gift was feared by the Eternals, the higher his innate gift, the better. The higher his innate gift, the stronger he would be in the future, and the more likely he would be able to resist the four-side scale. Don't worry about that. That's for later. First, help me resolve this war, Lu Yin said. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You're so heartless. It's just a small war, and you're taking it so seriously. Lu Yin shrugged. I can't help it. There's something I need to protect. Kuei Luo was still thinking about Lu Yin's phenomenon after his breakthrough, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. This was clearly Lu Yin's problem, but Kuei Luo was more nervous than Lu Yin himself. He had even been startled. No, this wasn't his style. He then said, Right, I have something to tell you. What is it? Lu Yin was curious. Kuei Luo casually replied, It's nothing important. I just saw a statue when I barged into the Daosaur sect. It should be the legendary primogenitor that the Sixth Mainland's three progenitors often worship. It was a very calm sentence, but Lu Yin was stunned. He thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Kuei Luo's lips curled up in delight. It's nothing, just a small matter. Lu Yin was speechless. Even the three progenitors worship you. What primogenitor? Kuei Luo was flabbergasted. You don't know. Lu Yin shook his head and glanced at the second Night King, who also looked confused. Kuei Luo snorted. How ignorant. One of you is a direct descendant of the Lu clan, and you even inherited the power of the death god, while the other has lived longer than anyone else. He coughed, then continued, Listen up. Legend has it that in the most ancient era of mankind, there was a primogenitor. I don't know if he was the first to be born, or if he was the first to create cultivation. Legend has it that it was this primogenitor who established the Daosaur sect and became humanity's first progenitor. He enlightened countless people, and he paved the way for the cultivation civilization. Later on, powerful progenitors like Reaper, Fate, and Wu Tian were born. Later generations who want to practice cultivation have to worship this ancestor. He's the religion of all human beings. This old man saw a statue in the Daosaur sect. It had a python coiled around its waist and a divine eagle perched on its shoulder. That image was similar to the legends, and it was even enshrined in the deepest part of the Daosaur sect. That's why I guessed that it might be the primogenitor. Lu Yin and the second Night King were both dumbfounded. Legends like the Grim Reaper and Fate were already very exaggerated, and if it weren't for the fact that their powers truly existed, Lu Yin would not have believed them. Now, there was another legend about the primogenitor, who had created the human cultivation civilization and established the Daosaur sect. There really is a primogenitor? The second Night King asked in a daze. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. It's just a legend. How would this old man know? Go ask the Sixth Mainland's three ancestors. They worship it, and they believe it. The second Night King was stumped. Speaking of which, you've lived longer than anyone else. I heard that you existed before the mother tree left the wasteland. How come you don't know anything? Kuei Luo stared at the second Night King with even more disdain. The second Night King's face twitched. The Day-Night clan's history was not very glorious. They had not even existed in that ancient era, and they had only been slaves of the Bai family. Do you believe it? Lu Yin asked. The legends about the primogenitor were too exaggerated, and they were even older than the death god and the others. Kuei Luo replied, there's nothing to believe. Who cares if there really is a primogenitor or not? It has nothing to do with us. Even if there was one, he would have died long ago. Legend has it that he was the one who planted the mother tree, so who knows? Legends also depended on the level of the legends. To ordinary people, cultivators tearing apart the heavens and moving mountains and filling seas were already legends. To cultivators, a half-ancestor creating an inner world was also a legend. But to half-ancestors, what was a legend? Existences like the death god and fate were legends, and so were the primogenitors. Legends might not be fake, but their level was not high enough. If a primogenitor really existed, then how powerful would he be? There must be a reason why the Daosaur sect worshipped that statue. At present, the most ancient existence in the universe was not the Hall of Honor or the Four Cardinal Scales, but rather the Daosaur sect. Even though the sixth mainland had been destroyed, the Daosaur sect had been left behind from the most ancient era and had witnessed the most ancient era. No one knew how long that statue had existed. Progenitor Qin was unparalleled and powerful, but he would not be worshipped by other progenitors. Even progenitors would worship him, so there was a reason for that. The shockwaves from the battle between half-ancestors swept through the primal zone and Iron Blood Weave. The Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil had joined forces to fight the Demon Lord, but they were still at a disadvantage. The Sword Valley Master and the others were horrified, and they continuously retreated. Have you found any traces of Su Qing's group of astral beasts? A voice rang out in the ears of the Sword Valley Master and the others. They looked over and were delighted. Lan Xian. Lan Xian solemnly looked to the east. The Demon Emperor's strength was terrifying, and even the Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil would find it difficult to resist him. Fortunately, Old Blood Devil was there, or else she and the Medicine Immortal would not have been able to resist him. We have not found any traces of Su Qing's group of astral beasts, but they will definitely return to the astral beast domain, and they will have to pass through the primal zone, the Sword Valley Master respectfully reported. Lan Xian's eyes flickered. Have the Great Eastern Alliance participate?
The Sword Valley Master was confused. The Great Eastern Alliance? Lan Xian replied, have the Great Eastern Alliance participate in the war as a condition. Once we eliminate Su Qing's group of astral beasts, recover that Eastern Weave for me. The Sword Valley Master and the others were confused. What did she mean? She had clearly helped Lu Yin and forced them to give up that Eastern Weave, so why was she now plotting against the Great Eastern Alliance? Lan Xian was inwardly vexed, as she had also been tricked. Back then, Lu Yin had used progenitor Wushang's hide as a condition to force the Sixth Mainland to participate in the war. She had thought that the Great Eastern Alliance wanted to retreat, which was why she had threatened Lu Yin with not taking over the Eastern Weave. However, she had not known that Lu Yin had no intention of withdrawing from the Eastern Weave at all. Everything had been a facade. She had thought that she could force Lu Yin, but in reality, she had fallen right into his trap. She had even helped Lu Yin obtain the Eastern Weave. When she thought about this, she was filled with regret. This had been Lu Yin's scheme within a scheme. He had used progenitor Wushang's hide to lure the Sixth Mainland into killing Su Qing, and he had also deceived the Sixth Mainland. If not for the fact that the Astral Beast domain had smoothly attacked Tyrant Weave and that the Great Eastern Alliance had not made any moves, she would not have been able to see through his scheme. That despicable bastard. Lan Xian had never felt so sullen before. Ever since she had stepped onto the path of cultivation, her innate gift had attracted the Dao Source sect's attention, and she had become one of the Dao Source three skies. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm was only natural, and as long as she could obtain the origin item and break through the wisdom gate, she would naturally become an ancestor. Everything had seemed to be going smoothly, but she had never expected that she would be screwed over by a junior. When she thought about this, Lan Xian's expression turned even colder. Think of a way to lure the Great Eastern Alliance into this war. The Eastern Weave must be ours. She then stepped forward, causing cherry blossoms to fill the sky as she joined the battle against the Yao Emperor. The Sword Valley Master watched Lan Xian's disappearing figure, and his eyes lit up. It seemed that the Blood Ancestor did not intend to take Lu Yin as a disciple. Otherwise, Lan Xian's attitude would not have changed. That brat was the Sixth Mainland's enemy. The Sword Valley Master had always disliked Lu Yin, but now was not the time to suppress him. Facing both the Astral Beast Domain and the Great Eastern Alliance at the same time was a little difficult. The Fifth Mainland had the most half-ancestors, so it was best to avoid a war if possible. First, they would lure the Great Eastern Alliance into this battlefield. Once they eliminated Su Qing's group of astral beasts and stabilized Iron Blood Weave, they would then move against the Great Eastern Alliance. The Outerverse belonged to the Sixth Mainland, so it was reasonable for them to take it back. The Fifth Mainland had no right to interfere. At the border of the Primal Zone, the Yao Emperor was astonished. 3 half-ancestors? The Sixth Mainland really thinks highly of me. The Medicine Immortal was exhausted, and his face was pale. The Blood Ancestor did not look too good either, as his strength was about the same as the Medicine Immortal's. Only Lan Xian stood at the front. Although she was the youngest, she had once been one of the Dao Source three skies. Her innate gift was extremely high, and she had broken through 2 gates. Her strength surpassed the Blood Ancestors. Yao Emperor, since we're invading, how can we retreat unscathed? Lan Xian spoke, and the sound of 3 strings being plucked rang out as cherry blossoms filled the sky.
The Yao Emperor's eyes narrowed. He could not afford to lose Su Qing's group of astral beasts. Otherwise, the astral beast domain would not have the strength to invade the Outerverse for the next 10,000 years. Retreat from the Primal Zone, or you'll all die. He then raised a hand, and his spiritual force converged to form a black dot that shot towards Lan Xian. In an instant, the battle between the 4 half-ancestors shook the heavens and the earth. Sword Valley Master and the others led the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to retreat once again while contacting Lu Yin. Lu Yin had just arrived at the asteroid belt when he received a call from Sword Valley Master, which was rather strange. Why was Sword Valley Master contacting him at this time? Alliance Master Lu, the Yao Emperor's reinforcements are about to meet up with Su Qing. With our current strength, we can't hold them off for now. We request that the Great Eastern Alliance provide reinforcements, and we can offer a weave in the east as a reward, Sword Valley Master immediately said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I saw that half-ancestor Lan Xian has also gone to the Primal Zone. 3 half-ancestors won't be able to hold off the Yao Emperor and his reinforcements? It'll be very difficult. The Yao Emperor's strength is unfathomable, and the Celestial Beast Empire has more than one powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 as reinforcements. With the addition of Su Qing's forces, we won't be able to hold them off, Sword Valley Master said. Lu Yin hesitated. Sword Valley Master loudly said, Does Alliance Master Lu not want the Eastern Weave? If we're defeated and perish, then we won't have the strength to defend Iron Blood Weave anymore. At that time, the Great Eastern Alliance will have to fight as well, so it's better for us to join forces and defeat the Astral Beast Domain in one fell swoop. Lu Yin frowned. With the 6th Mainland strength, it's not too late to send reinforcements. Sword Valley Master was helpless. I don't know who leaked a lot of information, but the sixth mainland's internal situation is currently unstable. People are either seeking revenge or capturing people. It's very difficult for us to find reinforcements. Alliance Master Lu, if it wasn't for the fact that there's no reinforcements, then I wouldn't have to beg you. For a cosmic imprinter to beg Lu Yin showed that he had truly reached his limit. Lu Yin sighed. It's not easy for Senior. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1905. An ominous glint flashed across Sword Valley Master's eyes, as he was furious that Lu Yin was begging a junior. Since that's the case, let's sign an agreement, Lu Yin said. Sword Valley Master was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin raised his head. Sign an agreement to cede the Eastern Weaves to my Great Eastern Alliance. Furthermore, you won't be the one to sign it, I want a half-ancestor to sign it. Sword Valley Master was enraged. Alliance Master Lu, I've already said that I'll give you the Eastern Weaves. Do you not trust me? I don't, Lu Yin answered directly. Sword Valley Master glared at Lu Yin. What kind of status does a half-ancestor have? Why would they sign an agreement with you? Alliance Master Lu, you're helping yourself by supporting US. If we suffer any losses, not only will you have the Astral Beast Domain as your enemy, but you will also have the Sixth Mainland as your enemy. Do you think that the Dao Source sect will let you off? Lu Yin sighed. Since that's the case, then we're enemies. Sorry, but I've never been lenient when dealing with my enemies. Don't even think about supporting us, and don't even think about supporting the Sixth Mainland. I'll tell you this clearly, even a half-ancestor of the 9 luminaries cannot support us. Sword Valley Master's expression changed. You have a half-ancestor. What a joke. My 5th mainland has the most half-ancestors, and there are 6 of them. Do the math, Lu Yin mocked. Sword Valley Master had not expected Lu Yin to be so direct. Think about it carefully. Do you really want to become enemies with my 6th mainland? The Martial Ancestor and Blood Ancestor can easily destroy you. Progenitor Qin can destroy them. Lu Yin shouted. Sword Valley Master was shocked. Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin sneered. Have you forgotten about Progenitor Mystery? He betrayed the humans and attacked Burial Garden. He even tried to destroy Burial Garden, but in the end, he was injured by Progenitor Qin instead. The Blood Ancestor and Martial Ancestor both know that if they dare to attack me, Progenitor Qin will not remain silent. Do you really think that your 6th mainland can invade my 5th mainland? Try it. Sword Valley Master frowned, and he subconsciously glanced at Blue Master. Blue Master solemnly replied, it was indeed Progenitor Qin. Half-ancestor Lan Xian mentioned it. Sword Valley Master's heart. That meant that the Martial Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor couldn't make a move. If they didn't make a move, then who could threaten Lu Yin? Even half-Martial Ancestor 9 luminaries was nothing in his eyes. Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries, please make the decision. The Great Eastern Alliance's matters aren't something that you can decide, Master Qinghua said. He knew that Lu Yin would become a very troublesome person to deal with, as he had already known when he had schemed against Madame Hong and the others. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yin to become so powerful so quickly. Most importantly, no one could prove that he was lying. Progenitor Qin had indeed taken action, but would he have helped Lu Yin? Who knows? Logically speaking, he would. This was because Lu Yin was the 5th mainland's next most likely person to become a progenitor. Once he became a progenitor, he would be invincible. How could Progenitor Qin not help such a person? Lu Yin wasn't so smart as to be able to control everyone. Everything was based on his own strength. If it had been a powerhouse from the fifth mainland whose power level was in the millions, no one would have believed him, but if it was him, they would have believed him. This was Lu Yin's unique charisma and influence. The Sword Valley Master's words weren't completely false. The Yao Emperor had indeed brought reinforcements. If the Yao Emperor could block Lan Xian and the other two, then the reinforcements he had brought would join up with Su Qing and the other giant beasts, and they would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to Lu Yin's group. It was fine if the Great Eastern Alliance didn't help, as the Sword Valley Master still had time to request for reinforcements. However, if the Great Eastern Alliance obstructed the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, then things would become troublesome. The Sword Valley Master was caught in a dilemma. Given the current situation, the Fifth Mainland truly did not fear the Sixth Mainland. They wanted to, it was easy to resolve this situation. They just had to give up on the Primal Zone and allow Su Qing to return. This war would then end, but could they give up? This was a decision that required a half-ancestor to make. Lu Yin was also wondering if the Sixth Mainland would give up on the Primal Zone. Once they did, the Sword Valley Master and the others would be able to retreat and skate, and they would have the ability to attack the Great Eastern Alliance. Most of the Astral Beast Domain's forces would return to the Celestial Beast Empire, and they would only need one powerhouse with a power level in the millions to defend Iron Blood Weave. This wasn't good news for the Sword Valley Master. The current situation was based on the premise that there would definitely be a decisive battle in the Primal Zone. At this time, the Sword Valley Master was waiting for Half-Ancestor and 9 luminaries to reply. Lu Yin was also waiting for the Sword Valley Master's reply. At the same time, he had indeed cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, leaving the Sixth Mainland isolated, just like Su Qing. The Eastern Weave's geographical location was good, and it could cut off the Astral Beast Domain's reinforcements to Su Qing. It could also cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements to the Sword Valley Master and the others. This was war, and geographical location was extremely important. Lu Yin believed that after this battle, even if the Astral Beast Domain invaded again in the future, they would not be able to pass through the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. Their reinforcements would be cut off at any time, which was equivalent to handing their fate over to the enemy. The battle between the Yao Emperor and the 3 half-ancestors did not last very long before the Sword Valley Master received a reply from half-ancestor and 9 luminaries. He glanced at the message and sighed in relief before immediately contacting Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, when you made the decision to cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, did you ever consider that you and I are both humans? Regardless of the enmity between the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland, we are all humans. Yet, you're helping those beasts, the Sword Valley Master said. Lu Yin calmly replied, then, Sword Valley Master, did you ever consider that when the Great Eastern Alliance took over the war, those beasts massacred the Eastern Weaves were also humans? The Sword Valley Master fell silent for a moment. The Sixth Mainland can sign an agreement with you to temporarily hand over the Eastern Weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance for 10,000 years. However, there are conditions. The Yao Emperor must be repelled, and we must not lose a single half-ancestor. Lu Yin frowned. 10,000 years is too short. If Alliance Master Lu does not agree, then we will withdraw from the Primal Zone as well as Iron Blood Weave. We will hand over Iron Blood Weave and the Eastern Weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance. Does the Great Eastern Alliance have the ability to accept this? The Sword Valley Master asked coldly. Lu Yin's fingers twitched, as this was not in line with his plans. Once the Sixth Mainland completely withdrew, the Great Eastern Alliance would be held back in Iron Blood Weave, and Lu Yin would be restrained. Alright, 10,000 years it is. Who signed the agreement with me? Lu Yin asked. After 10,000 years, he would not even know what realm he would be at. The Sword Valley Master replied, one of the four sovereigns, the Medicine Immortal. Lu Yin agreed, as the Medicine Immortal was not only one of the four sovereigns, but he was also a half-ancestor. His status was enough. After reaching an agreement with the Sword Valley Master, Lu Yin went to find Kuei Luo and spent a long time coaxing him into going to the Primal Zone. His goal was to ensure that the Sixth Mainland's half-ancestors would not die and that they would be able to repel the Yao Emperor. Kuei Luo did not want to go, but Lu Yin had said one thing, and he had hurriedly left. That Lan Xian is quite interesting. These were Lu Yin's exact words, and his face had been filled with anticipation when he had said it. From Kuei Luo's point of view, Lu Yin was infatuated with someone. For someone loyal to the Lu family like Kuei Luo, this was a huge matter. In fact, besides searching for the Sixth Mainland secrets, Kuei Luo had also been looking for women for Lu Yin. On the way back from Iron Blood Weave, Kuei Luo had mentioned that Lu Yin needed to have descendants and that the Lu family needed to flourish. Lan Xian needed to be evaluated to see if she had the qualifications to become a part of the Lu family's glory. As he watched Kuei Luo head north, Lu Yin rejoiced that he had not mentioned Ming Yan's existence. In the future, he would have a way to command this old man. Lu Yin knew that half-ancestor 9 luminaries had included the condition of repelling the Yao Emperor in order to test Lu Yin's words. Previously, Lu Yin had threatened to cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, and even half-ancestor 9 luminaries could not go. Now, if Lu Yin did not have a half-ancestor to help him repel the Yao Emperor, then half-ancestor 9 luminaries' words would be false. At that time, whether or not the agreement would be valid would be another matter. The Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor had once reached an agreement with the Sixth Mainland. As long as one did not cross their bottom line, the Fifth Mainland's half-ancestor would not take action. Lu Yin's side could only ask Kuei Luo to take action. At that time, the Sixth Mainland would also know that the half-ancestor who had exposed their secret and barged into the Daosaur sect was in cahoots with Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not care anymore, as the Sixth Mainland would not dare to fall out with him. The Yao Emperor's strength gave Lu Yin confidence. He did not know how powerful that old man Kuei Luo was, but if he fought the Sixth Mainland to the death, then the Sixth Mainland would suffer great losses. Even they themselves would be apprehensive about this. At the border of the Primal Zone, a giant heavenly demon appeared, bringing with it a doomsday-like black sun. The area that the black sun enveloped was the Yao Emperor's inner world, and it exuded a spiritual force that could destroy everything. The spiritual force had materialized into a curtain that suppressed Medicine Immortal, Shuegui, and Lan Xian to the point where they spat out blood. The three people's inner worlds were still unable to shake the Yao Emperor, and they could only barely hold on. The Yao Emperor transformed into his heavenly demon form and stared at the black sun. With a casual wave of his hand, Shuegui's abdomen was torn open, and he was injured in the blink of an eye. Lan Xian gritted her teeth, and the sound of her 3 strings became louder and louder in an attempt to control the Yao Emperor. Cherry blossoms bloomed in an attempt to cover up the black sun. Within Lan Xian's inner world, Medicine Immortal's furnace collided with Shuegui's white lava. There was a loud boom, and the entire void distorted and was destroyed. However, the black sun remained unshakable. The Yao Emperor's strength was incomparably terrifying, and Lan Xian and the others were horrified. This was what had once been the Fourth Mainland's peak race, and now, it was the Astral Beast Domain's imperial family. When the Yao Emperor raised his hand, the black sun suddenly enlarged. No, it did not enlarge, but rather pressed down towards Lan Xian and the others. Shuegui shouted, and the white lava wrapped around his furnace as it slammed into the black sun again. Before it even got close, the furnace had already cracked open, and white lava continuously dripped out. The entire inner world of cherry blossoms trembled, and Lan Xian coughed up blood. This is your last chance. Retreat from the primal zone, the Yao Emperor shouted. He did not want to fight to the death with the Sixth Mainland. Even if he killed these 3 half-martial ancestors, the Sixth Mainland still had progenitors, and he did not want to draw them to Celestial Demon Imperial City. Lan Xian and the others exchanged glances. It was not worth sacrificing them for the sake of the primal zone. The 3 of them were about to speak when a strange laughter rang out. This old man will have a taste of the celestial demon's spiritual force. Kuei Luo stepped forward and faced the black sun. His terrifying spiritual force erupted without restraint, pushing the black sun away. The Yao Emperor's expression changed. He was a peak expert. Who are you? Kuei Luo glared at the Yao Emperor, but then he suddenly turned back to Lan Xian. Little girl, take off your mask. Medicine Immortal and Shui Gui were stunned, and Lan Xian was stunned, unable to react for a moment. What had this old man just said in the face of such a powerful enemy? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1906. Kuei Luo grew impatient. Take off your mask. I don't understand you girls. Why are you wearing a mask for no reason? Lan Xian suppressed her displeasure. Senior, who are you? Don't worry about who I am. Let me ask you, are you married? Kuei Luo blinked. Lan Xian was confused. Do you have a sweetheart? You must have lived for a long time to reach the half-ancestor level. Have you lost your virginity? The last sentence completely enraged Lan Xian, and the Medicine Immortal and Blood Fiend were stunned. Was this old man teasing Lan Xian? Senior, although I'm not your match, you've insulted me. I'll fight you even if I have to risk my life. Lan Xian had never been so angry before, not even when she had been played by Lu Yin. Now, she only felt that this old man was extremely hateful. His eyes were so crafty that he wanted to kill someone. Kuei Luo hurriedly waved his hands and smiled apologetically. Don't misunderstand, little girl. I'm not insulting you. I'm just asking. After all, if you want to marry into the Lu family, your family background doesn't matter, as long as your body is pure. I'm going to screen you to see if you have the qualifications. At first glance, you're not bad. Big breasts and a big butt, good for bearing children. Wait, your butt isn't that big. Don't hold it in, little girl. Let me see how you are and whether you have the qualifications to marry that brat. You must have sons in the future. I don't need too many, just 100 or so. There will always be a few who will awaken the innate gift of being a direct descendant, and the family will be rebuilt. Don't you think so? The prerequisite is that you have the qualifications. Quick, let me see how big your butt is. Lan Xian was furious, and she immediately attacked Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo shrieked and retreated. Little girl, what are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. This is an opportunity that many people can't even get. Don't make a mistake. In the distance, the Yao Emperor frowned as he watched Lan Xian chase after Kuei Luo. His eyes narrowed as he leapt up and merged with the black sun. In an instant, the black sun expanded 100 times, and a terrifying spiritual force crushed the sky. It was as if the universe was collapsing as it ruthlessly pressed down on Kuei Luo and the rest. Lan Xian's body trembled as she held her head. Medicine Immortal and Old Ghost Shui could not resist. They raised their heads and looked at the incomparably huge black sun that replaced the starry sky. Was this the true strength of the Demon Emperor? Kuei Luo looked up and wiped his sweat. You really are worthy of being a heavenly demon. If I didn't constantly recite the primogenitor scriptures, I wouldn't be able to hold on. If you want to play, then I'll play big. Let's see if a heavenly demon like you can leap through the dragon gate. With that, he took a step forward, shattering the world within the cherry blossoms. He waved his hand, tossing Lan Xian and the others into the primal zone. Kuei Luo stood on top of the waterfall. Beneath his feet was a simple door, and below it was a pool. The black sun set and inexplicably appeared in the pool. The Beast Emperor raised his head in shock. What was going on? Kuei Luo looked down from above. Heavenly demon, jump through the dragon's gate. If you can't, you won't be able to break through my inner world. This place is called the Dragon's Gate Realm. The Starry Tree continent was far more powerful than the fifth and sixth continents. Not only did it have progenitors, but it also had many half-martial ancestors. More than one of them had broken through 3 stages. Kuei Luo had once been chased by several half-martial ancestors, but he had been able to escape unscathed because he was 2 people, Kuei and Luo, and because of his strength. If it had been Medicine Immortal or Blood Devil, even 2 or 3 half-martial ancestors wouldn't have been able to stop a half-martial ancestor who had broken through 3 stages, let alone a half-martial ancestor from the Starry Tree continent. Even so, Kuei Luo had survived, and no one had ever discovered that he was 2 people. All of this stemmed from his strength. Apart from the half-martial ancestors who had chased after Kuei Luo in the Starry Tree continent, no one knew how strong Kuei Luo was. The Dragon's Gate realm had appeared for the first time in the 5th continent. Even the Beast Emperor had been forced to leap through the Dragon's Gate, or else he wouldn't have been able to touch Kuei Luo. Within the primal zone, Lan Xian and the others watched in shock. That damned old man had actually pulled the Beast Emperor down from the sky. How terrifying was that? Blood Devil's face twitched. With this kind of strength, why was this old man running away? To play. No one had expected that the old man who had suddenly appeared would be so terrifying that even the Beast Emperor had been pulled down. The black sun was pulled down to the bottom of the waterfall. It looked up at the waterfall and tried to crash into it again, but all it could do was go against the flow of the waterfall. The Beast Emperor was furious. He was the king of the Celestial Beast clan and the emperor of the Astral Beast domain. Who could make him jump? Who had the right to look down on him? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. As he thought about it, the black sun rose again, trying to break through the Dragon Gate realm. It's just an inner world. What harm is there in breaking it? Kuei Luo raised an eyebrow, and fear flashed in his eyes. As expected of the Celestial Beast clan. Why don't you try and break it? The starry sky trembled, and the primal zone trembled. The shockwaves spread to Iron Blood Weave, the asteroid belt, and even North Castle Weave. The entire universe shook, and countless people looked to the north, feeling the terror of life itself. This battle lasted for several days, but in the end, the Beast Emperor retreated. He couldn't break through Kuei Luo's Dragon Gate realm, and Kuei Luo couldn't break through the Black Sun. There was also another reason. Su Qing had returned to the Astral Beast domain. Lu Yin and the others had guessed wrong. Su Qing didn't need to pass through the primal zone to return to the Astral Beast domain. He had taken a detour through the astral wilderness and taken a huge risk to return. No one knew how many sacrifices he had made, but it was still better than entering the primal zone. With Kuei Luo blocking the Beast Emperor, any of the 3 half-progenitors would be able to destroy them if they were discovered. Since a half-progenitor had joined the battle, it meant that the battle had escalated, and they were no longer the main characters. Who are you? Why won't you reveal your identity after a fight? The Beast Emperor asked Kuei Luo from across the primal zone. He knew all of the fifth mainland's half-progenitors, and the sixth mainland only had 9 radiants. It couldn't be this old man. This person's appearance was strange. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Guess. The Beast Emperor looked deeply at Kuei Luo. Among the humans, you are the only one who can resist my spiritual force. You should let me know your name. Kuei Luo was stubborn, and he only said, guess. Lan Xian and the others wanted to beat him up. The astral beast domain had retreated, and Su Qing and the other astral beasts had retreated to the celestial beast empire. However, the war in the primal zone would not stop, although the scale would not be as large. Not even the celestial imprints would remain here, let alone a half-progenitor. Kuei Luo turned back to Lan Xian after the Beast Emperor retreated. He gave her what he thought was a friendly smile, but Lan Xian felt that his smile was disgusting and annoying. Do you have time, little girl? Can I introduce you to a young genius? Kuei Luo asked. Lan Xian clenched her fists. Scram. Kuei Luo was speechless. He wondered if he should imitate scoundrel Lu and use the Lu family's glorious tradition to snatch her away. However, after looking at the 3 half-progenitors, he thought of something else and held back. If he didn't snatch her away now, there would be too many people watching, and he would wait for her to be alone. Don't be alone, little girl, Kuei Luo muttered to himself before leaving. Seeing Kuei Luo leave, the people from the 6th mainland relaxed. That old man is the one who caused chaos in the 6th mainland. He spread the news to everyone, which led to the current chaos, the Blood Devil said, his voice hoarse. He had been injured. It's him. Lan Xian was astonished. The Blood Devil looked at Lan Xian, puzzled. What did he mean? The Medicine Immortal said, did he arrange a blind date for you? Is he with you? I don't know him, Lan Xian said. Seeing that the Medicine Immortal and the Blood Devil didn't believe her, she said helplessly, I really don't know him. If possible, I really want to kill that old man. The Medicine Immortal and the Blood Devil exchanged glances, not believing her. If they didn't know each other, why would they arrange a blind date? Although his words were despicable, there was a hint of concern in them. How could a stranger do that? It wasn't like he was crazy. Speaking of which, Lan Xian was the youngest, and she had cultivated for far less time than the Medicine Immortal. However, she had become a half-progenitor and had a smooth journey. Could that old man have been protecting her? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. What do we do now? The Beast Emperor won't come back to take back the primal zone, right? The Medicine Immortal asked. Lan Xian said, we'll wait here. We'll go back together once we've recovered. She wasn't worried about the Beast Emperor, but Kuei Luo. That old man's gaze was dangerous. The Blood Devil also agreed. At this time, the Sword Valley Master arrived and explained the agreement between Lu Yin and half-progenitor 9 luminaries. Only then did they know who Kuei Luo was. Lu Yin was actually able to invite such a terrifying half-progenitor. What kind of background does he have? He established the Great Eastern Alliance as an explorer and unified the Innerverse and Outerverse in just a dozen years. He even controls the Hall of Honor's board of directors and has obtained the help of the Sirius sect and the Mavis family. Does the Lu family have influence over the 5th mainland? The Blood Devil did not understand. They all knew that Lu Yin was a direct descendant of the Lu family. Looking at Lu Yin's cultivation history, they could only describe it as a miracle. If not for the Lu family's influence, how could he have unified the Outerverse as an explorer? How had he dealt with so many powerful enemies? There was no way to explain it. Could the young genius that the old man was going to introduce to you be Lu Yin? the medicine immortal suddenly asked as he looked at Lan Xian. The Sword Valley Master was stunned. Introduce. Young Genius. Blind Date. Lan Xian frowned and looked at the medicine immortal with extreme dissatisfaction. The medicine immortal felt awkward. Well, since the astral beast domain has retreated, and the beast emperor has also been repelled with Lu Yin's help, then I'll sign this agreement. 10,000 years isn't that long. The Sword Valley Master nodded. It had been exactly 1 year since the astral beast domain had invaded the Outerverse and the beast emperor had been repelled. During this time, the flames of war had never stopped in the Outerverse. First, it had been the Great Eastern Alliance, and then it had been the Sixth Mainland. Too many people had died in these wars. After the medicine immortal signed the agreement with Lu Yin, the war had officially ended. Alliance Master Lu, can you tell me the name of that old man? The medicine immortal asked after signing the agreement. Lu Yin knew that the medicine immortal was asking about Kuei Luo. I'm sorry, senior, but I can't tell you. The medicine immortal did not mind. Then forget about it. That old man saved our lives, so I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Lu to thank him for me. Definitely, Lu Yin said. The medicine immortal nodded, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before asking under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, Alliance Master Lu, is Lan Xian? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.